Chapter 1. Father and Son. Year 350 of the Anping calendar. Nanyuan City, Great Xiaya Prefecture. Su family. The moment Su Yu stepped through the door into his home, he was assaulted by the aroma coming from the dishes on the dining table. Quickly tossing his school bag aside, he walked up to the dining table and picked up a piece of red braised pork before throwing it into his mouth. While chewing, he looked at the indistinct figure in the kitchen and said, "Dad, maybe prepare a soup tomorrow? It's getting tiring eating meat every day." "Stop being picky. You should be happy to have something to eat." Su Long's grumbling voice came from the kitchen. "Also, you're already 18 this year. When are you going to learn to take care of yourself? I have been taking on the roles of both father and mother for you all these years. I'm finally going to get my freedom." Still busy chewing the piece of red braised pork in his mouth, Su Yu smiled and praised, "Dad, your culinary skills are good enough that you're almost a professional chef. I wish I could help in the kitchen as well, but unfortunately all the food I make is inedible." Heh, Su Long merely smirked at the reply. Su Yu was all talk and no action. After all, he had never even tried cooking. With a height of 1.9 meters and a sturdy physique, Su Long looked rather comical dressed in a tiny apron that did not fit the image his powerful body projected. That had always been a point of contention for Su Yu, and it was the same today. Shaking his head, Su Yu complained, "Dad, can't you get a bigger apron? It's not like we can't afford it." "What do you know?" Su Long couldn't even be bothered to answer the question. After placing the final dish onto the dining table, he sat down without taking off his apron. "Eat. We must save every bit of money we can. In any case, this apron is still new." "Dad, you've been saying that for the past 3 years." Su Yu rolled his eyes. Sure, it was understandable for his father to claim that the apron was new 3 years ago, but it was rather shameless of his father to still claim the same 3 years later. Su Long did not care about his son's remarks. He started gorging on the food on the table. Su Yu was already used to his father's antics. He sat down and started eating as well. While eating, he sighed and said, "Dad, is the battle picking up at the front line again? On my way back, I saw the military recruitment truck downstairs. They must be here recruiting in our neighborhood. I wonder who's going to sign up." At that, Su Long stopped eating. He placed his bowl and chopsticks down before solemnly saying, "It is everyone's duty to protect one's home and defend one's country. Just listen to yourself. Are you trying to say that it's bad to be a soldier?" "Not at all," Su Yu hurriedly explained himself. His father was a retired soldier. He definitely had to watch his mouth around this topic. After all, it wouldn't be fun to be at the receiving end of his father's palm that was the size of a bear's paw. Su Long snorted before returning to his meal. Suddenly, Su Long spoke again. His tone shifted into a gloomy one as he said, "The front line is in turmoil. The various armies have been recruiting repeatedly. New soldiers are constantly being recruited while veterans are being recalled." Su Yu was in the midst of eating when he paused and looked up at his father. His attitude changed completely as he frowned and asked, "Dad, that has nothing to do with us, right? You have been retired for 18 years and I've just reached adulthood also. I'm applying for the high academies. The recruiters won't come to us." "It has been 18 years, Su Long sighed. Yes, it had been 18 years. During the past 18 years, the Devil's Subduing Army has recalled retired veterans 5 times. After reaching 50 years old, I won't be fit to be recalled any longer. During the previous 4 recalls, you were too young. I was worried about you, so I did not answer the recalls." Su Yu's expression changed rapidly as he said, "Dad, our family can be exempted from joining the army. The policy allows this." "Yes, the policy allows this." Su Long grinned. He raised his head and gazed at his son before saying, "Therefore I've not been answering the recalls. In the past 18 years there have been 4 recalls apart from the current recall. I've not answered any of them. But now my son has finally reached adulthood. He is now 18. "Dad." Su Yu had an ugly expression. "What are you trying to say?" "You know what I'm trying to say." Su Long gazed at his son with a gratified and satisfied expression. He smiled and said, "Your dad might be useless, but 18 years ago he was a platoon leader in command of 30 soldiers. At the time, your mom was on the verge of giving birth, so I requested for a leave of absence and returned. Who would have guessed that your mom would leave this world just like that? You were a newborn and we didn't have anyone else in the family to take care of you. I couldn't leave, so I was forced to retire from the army. Su Long had a bitter smile on his face. When I left, not a single one of my comrades saw me off. No, it wasn't that they wanted me gone, but they were afraid that I wouldn't be able to leave after seeing them. It has been 18 years. Not one of them has tried contacting me. They're all afraid that I wouldn't be able to resist returning. Even in my dreams, I can see them shouting at me to return home and take care of my baby. Of my 30 brothers, 9 were killed on the battlefield the first year after I left. Not one of the surviving members has left the army. Do you know what the remaining 21 of them are doing? They're all still on the battlefield right now. Tears started welling in Su Long's eyes. I was selfish, so I didn't dare to ask about them. I had not responded to the previous 4 recalls, but this time if your dad has to die, he would rather die a soldier on the battlefield. Your dad does not wish to die behind the front line. Su Yu sank into silence. He was aware that his father had never forgotten the front line and the old comrades there. If his mother had not passed away during childbirth back then, his father would never have retired from the devil-subduing army. He had always thought that 18 years would be enough for his father to forget and let go of the past. Today, he learned that his father had not forgotten about the past after all. Dad Su Yu paled as he persuaded, "The front line is in turmoil. The number of casualties among our soldiers are only getting higher and higher. In the past 18 years alone, the Army had recalled retired veterans 5 times. In short, a recall was made once every 3 to 4 years. You used to be a soldier. You know very well what that means. I'm still single. I still haven't entered a high academy. I still haven't gotten you a grandchild." Su Long grinned. "It's fine. I'll be waiting for all that." "What? You think I'm going to be throwing my life away on the battlefield?" "No. I'm there to win the war." "Dad. Cut the crap, kid. Eat your meal." Su Long cut his son off. While eating, he mumbled, "After this meal, you'll have to start preparing your own meals. If you can't cook, go eat outside. Use the money in my card. You know the password. They're still waiting for me downstairs. I need to make this quick. Remember to mail me a letter after passing your academy entrance exam. I'll be reading your letters during my free time. You'll be getting into a cultural research academy. Your old man is very proud of you. You know that? You're practically guaranteed a spot in a cultural research academy already. Your teacher told me that barring anything unexpected happening, you'll definitely be able to join one. A talent is finally going to emerge from our Su family. I do wonder sometimes, how exactly have you grown that brain of yours? You're way too smart. I used to wonder if you're actually my son. Fortunately, you greatly resemble my younger self in appearance." Su Yu had a pale complexion at the realization that his father was about to step into the battlefield. Nevertheless, he still couldn't stop himself from challenging that claim. "Dad, are you sure I look like your younger self?" "What bullshit question is that? That's the truth." Su Long looked up, revealing his rough face, and grinned. "Feel free to ask our neighbor if you doubt me." Su Yu was speechless. He knew that his father was trying to shift the topic, so he returned to the previous topic. "Dad, must you go? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but it has been 18 years since you left the battlefield. You haven't been cultivating much either. Even now, you're still at the 9th stage great strength realm. Will you even be helpful on the battlefield?" "Who are you looking down on?" Su Long said furiously. "So what if I'm only at the 9th stage great strength realm? Strength is not the only thing that matters on the battlefield, otherwise wars would be pointless. Everything is possible on the battlefield. I'll have you know that I once killed an infinite strength realm expert when I was only a 7th stage great strength cultivator." Su Yu was still very distressed. He had no idea if that story was true, but his father had repeated the story for many years. It was highly probable that his father was telling the truth. However, he did not want his father to go to war. The front line was very chaotic. Every single year, a large number of soldiers would die there. The situation there was only getting more and more dangerous. His father was nearly 50 years old. Su Yu didn't even dare to imagine what it would be like for someone like that to return to the battlefield. "Dad, shut up," Su Long interrupted his son. He stood up and put the dishes away before saying with a solemn expression, "I've signed myself up. If I don't show up, I'll be considered a deserter. It's fine if I don't show up before signing up, but you know the consequences for not showing up now. A deserter will be executed. Dad, couldn't you have waited for me to come back and talk about this before signing up? Just thinking about it made Suyu furious. He knew that there was nothing he could do to change this. His father was right. It didn't matter before signing up. The recall order was not compulsory. All these veterans who had retired alive were people who had contributed to the army during their time on the battlefield. But upon signing up, one would be considered a soldier yet again. Not showing up after that would cause one to be labeled a deserter. What is there to talk about? Su Long said dismissively. Don't worry, I won't die. Even if I do end up dying, you will be eligible for a nice compensation. Don't forget to claim it if I end up dying. That will be enough money for you to get a wife and raise a child. See, your old man has everything planned for you. Then Su Long removed the apron from his body and picked up the backpack that he had packed earlier, behaving as casually as someone leaving for a short trip. Do well in your exam. People like you who are supporting humanity behind the front line are just as important. Perform well in the Cultural Research Academy and bring glory to our Su family. Cultural Research Academy, yes. I'll need to tell everyone about that after returning to the army. I have a son that has managed to enter a Cultural Research Academy that's far more incredible than their children. It's a pity that I won't be here to see your acceptance letter. Remember to snap a picture of the letter and mail it to me. I need proof, or those fellows will think that I'm merely bragging. Dad, Suyu stood up and ran after his departing father in panic. His father was really going to leave. He had been used to living with his father for the past 18 years. He was not mentally prepared for this sudden departure. You're all grown up now. Don't cry like a little boy, Su Long grinned. If you're still a child, I won't leave. But now that you're an adult, I must go. When I left 18 years ago, there were several kids as old as you currently are in the platoon. Do you know? I dreamed of them. They were crying in pain in the dream, telling me to kill all those animals. I regret my decision to not send you to the military house of dependence back then. After all, there would still be someone looking after you while I'm in the army if I did. Su Long teared up. This is the 5th recall. During the previous 4 recalls, I had my luggage packed up every single time. But every time I laid my eyes on you, I selfishly stayed behind. I couldn't bring myself to leave. This is the 5th time. Will there be a next time for me? I'll probably be over 50 by then, and the devil-subduing army will no longer accept me. It is time for me to go. The All-Heaven battlefield is waiting for me. Just you watch. I'll kill a few Infinite Strength Realm experts this time and keep the evidence. You won't be able to doubt me anymore after that. Then, Su Long waved his hand and walked away. This was the very first time Su Yu had seen his father this carefree and heroic in his 18 years of life. However, this wasn't something he wanted to see. Dad, I told you to cut the crap. Standing before the door, Su Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, If you fail to return, I'll become a live-in son-in-law. I'll change my surname and sever the inheritance of your Su family. If you really don't care, trust that I'll really dare to do so as well. Su Long staggered and nearly turned around to unleash profanities at his son. He suddenly had the urge to stay behind and beat up his son. He knew that his son would really be capable of doing something like that. It hadn't been easy for the Su family to finally give birth to a talented individual like Su Yu. He definitely wouldn't be able to accept such a talent marrying into someone else's family. Chapter 2. 4 Major Academy Types. Su Long had left in a carefree manner, leaving Su Yu behind with an empty feeling. His father's departure had been too abrupt. He hadn't even been given any time to mentally prepare himself. He was both worried about his father's safety and his future life. He was already used to his father's care and companionship. Thus, he found it hard to get used to living alone all of a sudden. Dad, you left before doing the dishes, Su Yu grumbled, trying to find some humor in the terrible situation he was in. Eventually, he sighed. There were things that he did not want to think about, as the mere thought of those things would make him anxious. The All-Heaven battlefield was incomparably dangerous. He was worried that if he kept thinking about it, he wouldn't be able to resist rushing out and dragging his father back. Cultural Research Academy. Not in the mood to do the dishes, Su Yu plopped himself down on the couch and blanked out. His father had been nagging about his entry to a Cultural Research Academy before leaving, Previously, Su Yu had been planning to apply for the Cultural Research Academies, but now, if you hadn't left for the All-Heaven battlefield, I would definitely apply for a Cultural Research Academy. But why did you insist on going to the All-Heaven battlefield? Do you expect me to not be worried about you? You might be stuck there for years. Am I supposed to keep worrying about you behind the front line? You're not a child anymore. Shouldn't you think about all that? Su Yu grumbled as he rubbed his temple. You left me with no choice. You're not home anyway. I'll just apply for a war academy instead, said Su Yu as he gnashed his teeth in anger. A cultural research academy was an excellent place to be. It was the place where one would study the culture of the myriad races, analyze their cultivation methods, and learn about their civilizations. Every single cultural researcher was treated like a treasure that would be allowed to stay behind instead of heading to the battlefield. On the other hand, a war academy was a place meant to serve the battlefield. Previously, he had worked hard with the goal of entering a cultural research academy so that he could safely stay behind the front line and his father's side. Alas, that old man of his had ended up being the one leaving for the All-Heaven battlefield instead. If he were to enter a cultural research academy, he would no longer have any opportunity to head to the front line. A war academy was different. It was rumored that their students had plenty of chances to enter the battlefield for their practical classes. War academy strength will be required to pass the exam. It was easy for Su Yu to think about it, but he still couldn't help worrying. A war academy was not a place one could enter easily. Strictly speaking, it was even harder to join than a cultural research academy. At the very least, that was the case for him. A cultural research academy had relatively low requirements in terms of strength. That wasn't the case for a war academy. After all, that was a place meant to supply the front line with capable warriors. Source opening, great strength, and infinite strength. Those were the early cultivation realms for the human race. Humans were born with bodies unsuitable for cultivation. Only after opening the 9 acupoints would one be able to link up the meridians in one's body with source chi and truly become a cultivator. The 9 acupoints of the source opening realm consisted of mouth, nose, eyes, ears, spirit palace, and 100 openings. The latter 2 were the acupoints located at one's head and navel. Only by opening the 9 acupoints would one be able to take in source chi, refine one's body, strengthen one's bones, and shed one's mortal body to become a powerful warrior. I've just opened the 3 acupoints of my nose and mouth. There are still no signs of my ear acupoints opening. I'm not even a 4th stage source opening cultivator yet. It won't be easy for me to join a war academy, Su Yu muttered to himself. A war academy existed to nurture expert combatants. It was an expensive task, and they wouldn't waste their resources on a weakling. To have a higher chance at grabbing a spot in a war academy, it would be better for Su Yu to open his ear acupoints as well and reach the 5th stage source opening realm. Of course, if he could also open his eye acupoints on top of that to reach the 6th or even the 7th stage, he would be practically guaranteed a spot there. As for the genius individuals who had managed to open their spirit palace and 100 openings as well, they would have their pick at which war academy they wished to join. Those capable of opening all 9 acupoints before 20 years old could join a war academy at any time. No academy would reject such an individual. I'm still at the 3rd stage source opening realm. Su Yu sighed. Sure, the 3rd stage source opening realm wasn't too bad, but it wasn't that good either. The Nanyuan Secondary School, which he was a part of, had 9 final year classes with a total of 750 students. Among the students, there were about 100 students at the 3rd stage source opening realm and about a dozen students who were at a higher stage. Based on the past acceptance rate of the various academies, less than 20 of these students would be accepted. In other words, those at the 4th stage would have a high chance of being accepted, while only 1 in 100 would be accepted among those at the 3rd stage. Furthermore, not all war academies were equal. An academy that would accept 3rd stage students would probably be a rather weak academy as well. Rather than entering a war academy of that caliber, Su Yu might as well enter a cultural research academy. 3 more months war academy. I'll see what I can do, said Su Yu with his teeth clenched. Since his father was unreliable, he would have to be the reliable one. Just what was his father thinking when he decided to head to the All-Heaven battlefield at that age? Late at night, Su Yu was once again roused from his sleep drenched in sweat. "It's that damn dream again, Dad," Su Yu called out by habit. In the past, his dad would quickly rush over whenever he woke up from a nightmare, but today there was no movement outside his room after his shout. Su Yu blanked out slightly before recalling that his father had left earlier that afternoon. Sigh. Su Yu turned on the light and checked his communicator. It was around 3 in the morning. It would still take some time before the sun would rise. It has been more than 10 years. Nobody would be able to endure over 10 years of continuous suffering from nightmares. It was better nowadays as Su Yu was already used to it. Back then he had been so afraid that he refrained from sleeping and nearly killed himself from exhaustion. Just why is this happening? Leaning against the bedhead, Su Yu wondered. In fact, he had been asking the same question for years. He had told his father about the issue, but his father was helpless. When he went to the hospital, the doctor told him that something once frightened him so much that it left a psychological trauma on him. However, Su Yu couldn't remember anything like that happening before. It's the same every single time. At the end of the dream, I'll be pursued by some monsters. Su Yu was vexed. He had been tortured by the same nightmare every single day. Or to be precise, he had been pursued by others in his dream every single day. However, that was where the similarities ended, as the pursuers would always be different each time. Instead of being humans, his pursuers consisted of all sorts of monsters. Their appearances were indistinct, but from their shapes, it was clear that these were all different life forms. Just what had he done to deserve such a torture? Su Yu reckoned that he was probably the only person to have ever been pursued for more than 10 years in his dreams. Back then, his father had suspected that a spell of the nightmare race was the culprit. However, this was the human realm. If it was really someone from the nightmare race, that person would have been killed by human experts long ago. After all, this was an issue that had persisted for more than 10 years. If a nightmare race expert had actually gone through the trouble of sneaking into the human realm, that expert would probably be setting their sights on a human expert. Only the most idiotic person would waste so much effort over such a long period of time on an ordinary human. Is there no end to this? This is so annoying, Su Yu complained. He wondered if this would ever end. It was a good thing he was already used to the nightmares. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to properly live his life. Dad said that by opening the 9 acupoints and entering the great strength realm, my body will be nurtured by source chi, and I'll be immune to all sickness and evil spirits. I should be fine then, right? Su Yu could only hope that the nightmares would stop after entering the great strength realm. With so many thoughts in his mind, time passed quickly. Before he knew it, sunlight was shining through his window, signifying the arrival of dawn. Su Long might have left, but life went on as usual for Su Yu. It was not a public holiday today, so he still needed to attend school. After brushing his teeth and eating a simple breakfast, Su Yu grabbed his school bag and left his house. Downstairs, a young man with a crew-cut hair was waiting. When the young man saw Su Yu, he hurriedly shouted, "You, I heard from my father that Uncle Su." Su Yu answered before the youngster could finish his words. The crew-cut youth was getting anxious. What was Uncle Su thinking? He's a grown-ass man. Going to the all-heaven battlefield at his age is basically suey. The crew-cut youth suddenly stopped. He wanted to say that Su Long was on a suicide mission, but those weren't something he could say. He might believe it, but he definitely shouldn't be saying that in front of Su Yu. It's his choice. I can't stop him. Su Yu forced himself to smile. In any case, there are millions of soldiers at the all-heaven battlefield with numerous human experts holding the fort there. He won't die so easily. I know, but Uncle Su is only a great strength cultivator. The crew-cut youth appeared even more anxious than Su Yu. Great strength cultivators might be incredible for people like us, but they are the weakest of the weak at the all-heaven battlefield. Even a fresh recruit of the myriad races at the all-heaven battlefield would already be at the great strength realm. I know. Why are you not worried at all? The crew-cut youth was panicking on behalf of Su Yu. If he was placed in Su Yu's shoes, he would be crying already by now. Cut the crap. Let's get to school first. School? The crew-cut youth was astonished. You're still going to school? Su Yu glared at the crew-cut youth silently, to the point the crew-cut youth was feeling uncomfortable. What kind of bullshit question is that? If I'm not going to school, am I supposed to stay at home and wipe my tears every single day while waiting for bad news to come from the front line? Su Yu rolled his eyes. Just what was this fellow saying? Come on, let's go to school. The school will send a list of applicants to the various academies in a few days. I'll need to sign up for that. I thought you're signed up already. Chen Hao was curious. Have you forgotten? We signed up together last week. I'm aware of that. I signed up for the Cultural Research Academies previously. This time, I'm signing up for the War Academies. Chen Hao was stunned. War Academy? You. Let's go. Su Yu cut Chen Hao off before he had the chance to say more. The decision had been made yesterday. The first step was to sign up for the War Academies. As for actually passing the entrance examination, that would be an entirely different matter. Examination Registration Center, Nanyuan Secondary School. The teacher in charge of registration checked her records before asking curiously, Su Yu, you're already signed up for the Cultural Research Academies, right? Having mastered the languages of 18 different races, you're one of the best students in Nanyuan. You can even get into the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy easily. Why are you signing up for the War Academies? Generally speaking, students signing up for both types of academies were those without the confidence to enter either. Thus, they were forced to diversify their options. Su Yu was intelligent and hardworking. Over the past few years, he had learned the languages of 18 different races. Even the most popular Cultural Research Academy in Great Xia, the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy, would open its doors wide for someone like him. Su Long wouldn't have been so confident that he asked for his son's acceptance letter in advance otherwise. Su Yu did not give much explanation for his choice. He smiled and said, Teacher, it is always a good idea to not put all my eggs in one basket. Everyone is allowed to sign up for two types of academies, right? It won't hurt to be safe. That's true, but that's really not needed for you. All you need to do is perform well during your exam, said the teacher with a wide smile. The school had long submitted the names of top students like you. You will still need to take the entrance exam, but in truth, people like you already have your names recorded in the various high academies of Great Xia. Even if you somehow failed your first exam, they will still give you a second chance. Besides Su Yu, Chen Hao couldn't help but to enviously ask, Teacher, am I included in that name list as well? The teacher glanced at him and smiled. Yes, your name has been recorded by the Internal Affairs Academies. Chen Hao's face fell. Internal Affairs Academy. The four major types of academies were War, Cultural Research, Scientific Research, and Internal Affairs. The Internal Affairs Academies focused on various life skills such as automobile repair, cooking, driving, administration, entertainment, and so on. Meanwhile, the War Academies focused on training warriors. The Cultural Research Academies focused on studying the myriad races, and the Scientific Research Academies focused on the research of weapons, pills, and so on. These three were decent types of academies to enroll in. The Internal Affairs Academies were the exception among the four. For youngsters like them, that was the type of academy that they would only enter as a last resort. The teacher ignored Chen Hao. After helping Su Yu with the registration, she smiled and said, Remember to focus on cultural research. Maybe try to learn a language or two in addition to what you already know before the entrance exam. That will be helpful for you in the future. As for cultivation, there is no rush. For cultural research academies, you're only required to reach the great strength realm. At that point, you'll be strong enough to be impervious to all illness. Strength was not the priority of cultural research academies. The teacher was worried that Su Yu would misplace his focus, hence her advice. Su Yu nodded with a smile. After all, the teacher meant well. Nevertheless, he would be placing more effort on cultivation before the entrance examination. Chapter 3. Myriad Race Compendium. Outside the registration center. After taking several steps forward, Su Yu suddenly turned around and asked in astonishment, Why are you still following me? Chen Hao was confused. Aren't we going to class? No. No? Where are you going then? Chen Hao felt wronged. Su Yu was the one who had said that he wanted to go to school earlier. Why was he changing his mind now? Library. Su Yu said indifferently. I don't have to attend any of the classes here anymore. The instructor gave me permission to skip my classes. As for you, are you intending to get your parents invited to the school by skipping classes? Chen Hao felt terrible hearing that. He ran away while covering his face. Yes, Su Yu no longer needed to attend any of the classes. The instructor had personally given him the permission for that, but that wasn't the case for Chen Hao. Su Yu was exempted even from the cultivation class. He was already a third-stage source-opening cultivator. As far as the teachers were concerned, that was enough for him. None of them saw him joining a war academy, so nobody would push him to cultivate more. Looking at the departing Chen Hao, Su Yu shook his head and laughed. Chen Hao's father was old friends with his father. Meanwhile, Chen Hao and him were classmates close enough to be considered best friends. However, Chen Hao was a raucous person, so it could be rather tiring to hang around that fellow at times. Library. As Su Yu was a frequent visitor here, he was quite close with the librarian. He would frequently spend an entire day in the library. After several years of doing so, it was only understandable that the two of them were able to cultivate a close relationship. Su Yu, you've already mastered over 10 different languages. You should be taking this time to relax a bit. Why are you still studying so hard? Teased the librarian. In Nanyuan Secondary School, Su Yu could be considered a small celebrity. For the majority of the students, they only needed to master the divine and devil language, the demon language, and the common language. Those languages alone were taxing enough to learn that they wouldn't be able to learn more languages. Su Yu, on the other hand, had been learning even the lesser-known languages. Su Yu merely smiled, not saying anything. He went straight to the third floor. As the classes were still ongoing, the library was devoid of people. A few teachers were there for research, but barely any students could be found in the library. In any case, most students would rather bitterly cultivate than spend their time studying those indecipherable handwriting. For these youngsters, there was no point using their brain for issues that could be solved with force. The teachers noticed Su Yu, but none bothered him. Everyone was silently immersed in their readings. Su Yu did not bother anyone in the library either. Walking a familiar path, he headed toward the bookshelf that he had frequented most. After looking over the shelf, he pulled out a massive book. Ox-Faced Fish. That was a myriad race compendium. Over the years, humanity had made a compilation of the races they knew into books that served to educate the human race about the myriad races. Su Yu was holding one such book in hand. The so-called Myriad Race Compendium referred to a series of books instead of a single book. Su Yu had no idea how many books there were in the series. After all, access to some of the books were restricted to only a select group of people. There were 39 of these books in Nanyuan Secondary School, detailing 39 different races. The contents of these books included the appearance of these races, their habits, customs, languages, unique cultivation methods, combat preferences, hunting guide, and so on. None of these were what Su Yu wanted to learn at the moment. He was looking at the title page, the page where the illustration of the race in question could be found. Ox-faced fish sounded like some sort of fish, but that wasn't the case. Looking at the illustration, Su Yu noted that this was a race similar to an ox with the tail of a snake and a pair of wings on its back. As for the reason for this race to be known as the ox-faced fish, it was because this was an amphibious race capable of living both on land and underwater. In terms of combat strength, this race was stronger underwater than when on land. Despite having a pair of wings, this race was incapable of flight. The pair of wings functioned similarly to chicken wings that would allow them to jump higher instead of actually soaring into the sky. Flesh of ox-faced fish, capable of expelling poison, an excellent antidote. Living in the Mount Root realm, a realm filled with mountains and bodies of water. The ox-faced fish hibernate during winter before waking up in summer. Be very cautious entering the Mount Root realm during summer, as the danger rating would increase exponentially during that time. A neutral force at the All-Heaven battlefield. Do not kill without reason or explicit permission. Su Yu skimmed through the contents of the book. He had read all these before, but he had not learned the ox-faced fish language. That was an extremely difficult language to learn, especially since it was such an obscure language. There was also the fact that the ox-faced fish wasn't even the dominant race of the Mount Root realm. Su Yu wasn't here to see all that. He was mainly here for the illustration of the ox-faced fish. Ox-faced fish, Su Yu muttered as he recalled his nightmare the night before. Was that the monster chasing him in his dream last night? When he was younger, He wouldn't read too much into these nightmares. But as years went by and he grew older, he started analyzing the nightmares, trying to learn more about them. What manner of beings were these monsters that had been chasing after him in his nightmares? Did these monsters exist in real life? Over the years, people had come to view him as a genius that was willing to put in the hard work to learn the languages of the myriad races, reaching the point of mastering 18 languages and putting others to shame with his hard work. In truth, he had only been working so hard to learn about the myriad races due to his nightmares. As he spent more and more of his time researching the myriad races, he eventually started learning more languages to understand the myriad races better. The dream world is too blurry. I can't be sure if it was an ox-faced fish, but the monster in the dream last night did have a pair of wings. I think it even mooed like an ox. Suyu wondered to himself. As things were very blurry in the dream, he wasn't sure if the monster last night was really an ox-faced fish. However, he had managed to pinpoint several races that matched some of the monsters that had appeared in his dreams in the past. Thus, Suyu felt that he was on the right track. The monsters in his dreams were the myriad races that existed in reality. It had been over 10 years, over 4,000 nights. He had encountered thousands of different monsters in his dreams. From the sheer variety of the monsters that had appeared in his dreams, he couldn't imagine them existing if they weren't actually the myriad races that existed in reality. Myriad races, you guys sure look very highly upon me to come after me in my dreams. Suyu smiled bitterly. He was just a normal human being. Was there a point for the myriad races to invade his dreams? At that thought, Suyu gnashed his teeth in fury. He didn't even know them. He had never even met any of them. Why would they haunt him so? Was it fun to torture an ordinary person like him? But why exactly are these dreams happening? Suyu couldn't understand. He could accept being tortured by these monsters in his dreams if he had actually met them, but he had never even left Nanyuan City his entire life. The only connection he had to these monsters was the fact that he had read about them in books. How would that establish a connection with these monsters? After identifying the monster that he had seen in his dream last night, Suyu placed the book back on the shelf. There were some things that he still couldn't investigate too deeply into for now. Shortly after, Suyu walked away from the bookshelf. Apart from identifying the ox-faced fish, Suyu still had some other business at the library today. A short while later, he reached a different section of the library, source opening section. This was the section housing the reading materials regarding the source opening realm. For the human race, their initial cultivation method was the source opening codex. Someone who had yet to open their 9 acupoints and were incapable of sensing source chi. However, source chi was present everywhere. Anyone could take in the ambient source chi in the air and gradually open their 9 acupoints before stepping into the great strength realm to start their physical cultivation. Opening the 9 acupoints was a lengthy process. A human cultivator would start cultivating the source opening codex at a young age. Progress could only be made one step at a time. The world of cultivation followed the law of the jungle. Geniuses would be able to rise abruptly upon starting cultivation. With a better talent in cultivation, one would naturally be able to cultivate faster. Suyu was not completely clueless about cultivation. He was aware of all that. He knew that the source opening realm wasn't a realm that could be rushed through. Progress would only happen passively. Not even hard work could accelerate the process. Even knowing all that, he still wanted to look around and see if he could find a way to accelerate his cultivation. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find anything even after spending some time in the section. He frowned. Was that information not available here? If that was the case, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the 4th stage before the entrance examination. Suyu, what are you looking for? A short-haired girl who was reading nearby couldn't hold her curiosity and asked. She had been reading in the same section for quite a while. Although the two weren't classmates, they were both frequent visitors of the library. As time went by, they naturally came to know each other. Suyu had an apologetic look. He seemed to have disturbed her peace in the library. I'm trying to look for something related to increasing the speed of source opening cultivation, but I can't find anything. Increasing the speed of source opening cultivation? The short-haired girl muttered to herself before saying, there are several methods to accelerate the speed of source opening cultivation, but that is not recommended for humans. The source opening realm is the foundation of cultivation. The opening of 9 acupoints is a process where your foundations are built. This is a realm where stability is the priority. There is a reason the first realm was named the source opening realm. It is the realm where you open the source of cultivation. Su, I thought you're applying for the cultural research academies? This is not something they would test you on. Don't tell me you're actually trying to accelerate your cultivation. The girl was getting worried. You can't mess up your foundations. It is very dangerous. Even if you really manage to safely accelerate your cultivation, it will still negatively affect your future cultivation. Su smiled. I know. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I only wanted to check if there is a safe method. If I can't find any, so be it. Is that so? The girl gave it some thought before pointing at a bookshelf at the corner. There are a few books about cultivation acceleration there. However, some of the recorded methods are too extreme. Su, you better don't attempt any of those. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. You might even die from it. During the early years of the Anping calendar, some humans did attempt these methods. At that time, they were left with no choice. The world was a much dangerous place back then. However, none of those seniors had managed to reach the apex of cultivation. In fact, most of them had perished at a young age due to their unstable foundations during the source opening realm. Thank you, I know. Su smiled and nodded. The girl was Liu Yue, a final year first-class student. Su did not know much about her, but she was a frequent visitor of the library like him. He had heard that she had also mastered a large number of languages. However, he was unclear as to how many languages she had actually mastered. He wasn't a busybody that would go around asking about that. She would probably be applying for the cultural research academies. That was why she did not seem to care about her cultivation level. Su did not say more to Liu Yue. He went to the corner and started looking for the books Liu Yue mentioned. Source Opening Acceleration Method, My Opinions on Source Opening, Importance of Foundations. Chapter 4. Source Opening Acceleration. Su quickly opened the book titled Source Opening Acceleration Method. The very first page he saw rendered him speechless. This acceleration method is one that will not take survival into consideration. Take note that a majority of the people who had attempted this method had died. Su smiled helplessly. That preface made it clear that this would be an unreliable method. No wonder all his teachers had exhorted him to take it slow during the source opening realm. They were all trying to make sure he did not step onto a wrong path. First method, bath in the blood of formidable divine and devil beings. These beings have their 9 acupoints opened at birth. They have abundant source qi in their bodies and their blood is rich in source qi. Result, body explosion. Past case, year 9 of the Anping calendar. The son of Great Ming's prefect had bathed in the blood of divine and devil beings to quickly open his 9 acupoints, bringing him into the great strength realm. He was able to open all 9 acupoints within one day, but his body also exploded on the same day. He was still 9 when he perished. Su grimaced. Since a real case was given, this book was most likely not lying. Son of a prefect, year 9 of the Anping calendar. That was probably the first son of the great Ming king. Even someone like that had perished in the attempt. This was too dangerous. There was also the fact that the blood of divines and devils were not something easy to obtain. The divines and devils were among the strongest races that could be found on the Alavan battlefield. It was said that even the weakest combatant of these two races on the all-heaven battlefield would be at the infinite strength realm. The son of the great Ming king must have obtained the leftover blood from the divines and devils the great Ming king had killed himself. With the rarity of the blood required, this method wouldn't be feasible for Su even if it worked. My dad isn't the great Ming king, Su muttered to himself. If his dad was the great Ming king, he wouldn't have bothered cultivating. Who was the great Ming king? He was the supreme expert who had founded the great Ming prefecture, a pillar of humanity. His strength was at a level Su couldn't find the words to describe. In short, he was so strong that this method wasn't something Su should even bother entertaining. Abandoning the first method, Su continued reading. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. Second method, consuming the flesh of the demons. The flesh of some demonic races are capable of opening one's acupoints once consumed. Result, body explosion. Past case. Early in the Anping calendar, the human race was in decline. Human experts slaughtered some demons and returned with their corpses. A large number of humans feasted on these flesh. A majority of them died from the explosion of their bodies. A minority of them were able to quickly open all 9 acupoints. Note: only a very small number of people had successfully opened their acupoints with this method. According to the records, the flesh of the following races would be helpful for acupoint opening: Golden Peng race, Barbaric Bull race, Sky Tiger race. Su Yu immediately rejected this method. What kind of a joke was this? The listed races were incredibly powerful races. They might not be as powerful as the divines and the devils, but they were still far beyond Su Yu's reach. Third method, Heavenly Source Fruit, a natural treasure. The Heavenly Source Fruit gathers the Heavenly Source Qi, the original Qi of the myriad realms. This fruit is extremely helpful for opening the 9 acupoints. Locations can be found in the Divine Realm, Devil Realm, and Demon Realm in limited numbers. Past case, year 25 of the Anping calendar. The son of great Zhou King consumed a heavenly source fruit and opened 9 acupoints in the span of 3 days and suffered no after effects. Su Yu grimaced yet again. Son of great Zhou King. That great Zhou King only has one son, right? Isn't that the current prefect of great Zhou Potian? This was yet another method Su Yu had to give up on. He had never heard of this fruit before. It was definitely an incredible natural treasure. After all, Zhou Potian was still alive even now. He was also the current prefect of Great Zhou. It was clear he was incredibly powerful. But even if humanity was in possession of these heavenly source fruits, it would have nothing to do with Su Yu. Something like that was basically a high-level strategic resource. Fourth method. Su Yu continued reading, but the more he read, the more hopeless he felt. Sure enough, there were no shortcuts in source opening cultivation. It was no wonder that his teachers had never mentioned these shortcuts before. The available shortcuts would require either the blood of powerful divines and devils or some high-tier treasures. Most of these methods came with serious side effects as well. Ninth method, look for a location rich in source qi. The source qi is distributed unevenly among the various realms. Some places are barren and some places are abundant. As one could only passively train one's acupoints during the source opening realm, the speed of one's cultivation would rely on the ambient source qi of one's surroundings. Holy lands of cultivation. All heaven battlefield, secret grottos of the various academies, sacred land of the human realm. Su Yu blanked out. Locations rich in source qi. In truth, those in the source opening realm were incapable of sensing source qi. Despite that, he knew that Nanyuan City wasn't a place rich with source qi. I'm aware of this. The bigger a city is, the better the location is, and the faster one could cultivate. That is probably related to the amount of source qi in these cities. The teachers at Nanyuan had not mentioned that to their students because it was pointless. This was not an era where one could easily relocate to a different city. In other words, if I can get to a bigger city or a secret grotto, I'll be able to safely speed up my cultivation. But this method will still be slower compared to the other methods. Abundant source qi can only slightly increase one's cultivation speed instead of pushing one through the entire realm in one go like the other listed methods. Even so, this was still a method Su Yu hoped to utilize. Unfortunately, not a single one of the listed locations was a place he could reach. He could forget about the all-heaven battlefield. As for the secret grottos, it was said that the high academies would have access to those, but he knew too little about them. There wasn't even a need to consider something like the sacred land of the human realm. 10th method, source qi liquid. There are 2 types of source qi liquid, natural or synthetic. Places rich in source qi are capable of producing natural source qi liquid. However, natural source qi liquid is extremely rare. As for synthetic source Q liquid, it is something produced by Skysoar realm experts. The source qi liquid has the same level of efficacy as a location with abundant source qi. There was no way Su Yu would be able to get any natural source qi liquid. As for synthetic source qi, a Skysoar realm expert was required. Su Yu smiled helplessly. Skysoar realm, one would still be cultivating one's physical body at the great strength and infinite strength realms, but beyond that, a human cultivator would be able to take to the skies. The Skysoar realm was a stage where human cultivators would go through a qualitative transformation. Was there even a single Skysoar realm cultivator in the entirety of Nanyuan City? Perhaps. Maybe the mayor was one such expert, but could Suyu realistically get in contact with an individual of this level? As for the Nanyuan Secondary School, the strongest individual was the principal. But even the principal was only at the infinite strength realm. If an infinite strength cultivator could actually produce source chi liquid, the principal was probably nice enough that Suyu could get a few drops off him. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. I can't rely on anyone, Suyu complained. No wonder these books were left collecting dust at the corner of the library. For people like Suyu, none of the listed methods were usable. The easiest method would either be finding a location with rich source chi or getting some source chi liquid. However, source chi liquid would require a Skysoar realm expert at the very least. That was out of Suyu's reach. His father was a 7th stage great strength cultivator 18 years ago. Due to the lack of ambient source chi in Nanyuan City and the lack of support after leaving the army, his father had only managed to reach the 9th stage after all these years. Even at such a low cultivation level, he was still regarded as an important individual in Nanyuan City. Of course, his father did not think that he was anyone special. After his retirement from the army, he had worked as the city's traffic controller and lived a relatively leisurely life. If he hadn't sacrificed his career prospects to raise Suyu, his cultivation of 9th stage great strength realm would be enough to get him a rather respectable position in Nanyuan City. None of these methods works. Finally, Suyu gave up and returned the books to the shelf. After giving it some thought, he approached Liu Yue apologetically and said, "Liu Yue, can I get a minute of your time?" Liu Yu placed down the book she was reading and smiled. "Of course. I haven't been paying much attention to cultivation all these years. Do you know about source chi liquid? You want to buy some source chi liquid?" Liu Yu immediately understood what Suyu wanted. After all, as the one who had referred those books to Suyu, she had naturally read them as well. Source chi liquid, that is a strategic resource. It is not available for purchase in Nanyuan City. However, you can find it at the capital. You need to register your real name before making the purchase. There are many types of source chi liquid. The liquid formed by experts of different cultivation levels would be different as well. Naturally, for source opening cultivators, the liquid formed by Skysoar cultivators would be the best. That would be the cheapest tier of liquid you can get. With the relatively lower density of chi in the liquid, it is much easier for source opening cultivators to digest. If the density is too high, source opening cultivators can easily harm themselves. However, it definitely wouldn't be cheap to purchase. After all, even a Skysoar cultivator would require 3 days to form a drop. However, Skysoar cultivators need their source chi for their own cultivation as well. Unless they are broke, no Skysoar realm expert would be willing to form any source chi liquid. Liu Yue gazed at Suyu and said, "Suyu, it really isn't worth it. Source chi liquid can only increase your source chi density. It won't guarantee an opening of your acupoints." "I know. Thank you. So how much for a drop of source chi liquid formed by a Skysoar expert?" Suyu naturally knew that it wouldn't be cheap, but he still wanted to learn more. After all, his father had left a decent amount of money behind before leaving, or to be precise, Su Long had left all his money behind. After all, the All Heaven battlefield was a dangerous place. There was no guarantee that he would be able to return with his life. 100,000 any wen dollars. Suyu grimaced. 100,000 per drop. His father was a 9th stage great strength cultivator. Working as the city's traffic controller, he had a monthly salary of 5,000 NUN dollars. That was by no means a low salary. After deducting the money used for their family's daily expenses and some cultivation resources, they could save about 20,000 or 30,000 NUN dollars per year. Through years of saving, Su Long had saved about 300,000 NUN dollars, enough for his son to start a family. But now, it turned out that all their family savings only amounted to 3 drops of source chi liquid. No wonder Liu Yue said that it wasn't worth it. Using source chi liquid to cultivate was basically the same as burning his money away. Seeing Suyu's expression, Liu Yue couldn't help but laugh. "I told you, it's expensive and totally not worth it. In truth, I had used a drop before. It only increased my source chi density for about 3 days. It's really not that good. I only used it that one time. It's too expensive. If it's really that good, the school would have long encouraged us to use it. After all, the school could still afford that much money for something actually useful. Just look around you. How many people do you know that have actually used this method? If you couldn't open your acupoints within 3 days, you will then have to buy more. In 6 days, $200,000 would be used. In 9 days, $300,000 would be wasted. Nobody can sustain that. Su Yu smiled helplessly. I understand. It's really too expensive. If it guarantees the opening of my acupoints, it might still be worth a try. But if I fail to open any acupoints, I would have wasted my money for nothing. No wonder all the teachers claim that there are no shortcuts in source opening cultivation. That's the truth, Liu Yue smiled. You're not going to be taking any tests related to your cultivation anyway. Why are you suddenly thinking about buying source chi liquid? I signed up for the war academies. Not putting all eggs in one basket and all that, you know? Su Yu gave a short explanation before taking his leave with a smile on his face. This was the library, not a place for them to chat away. Looking at the departing Su Yu, Liu Yu raised her brow curiously. Signed up for the war academies? Why would he sign up for the war academies for no reason? She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Nothing would change even if this fellow had signed up for the war academies. They would most likely still end up schoolmates in the same cultural research academy. She could only hope that this fellow wouldn't do anything stupid. Chapter 5. Dreamland. Although Su Yu had not managed to find a suitable cultivation acceleration method in the library, he wasn't too disappointed. If such methods could really be found so easily, the school wouldn't have kept it out of the curriculum. He was merely trying his luck. Since he couldn't find anything, he could only continue bitterly cultivating the source opening codex. Su Yu grabbed his lunch at school and returned home late in the afternoon. Looking at his empty house, he sank into silence. The house felt so lonely without his father around. In the past, his father would have dinner ready for him by the time he was back from school. He wasn't used to returning to an empty and silent home. Not in the mood to make dinner, Su Yu sat down on the couch and turned on the television. With the television providing the background noise, he started blanking out. This was an era where there were not many television channels in existence. In Great Xia, only the Great Xia TV station and several local stations were available. Due to the effect of the All-Heaven battlefield, the television signals in the human realm were limited in coverage. Thus, the people of the different prefectures would generally only be able to gain access to their local stations. Recently, traces of the Myriad race cult have been discovered in Great Xia. All citizens of Great Xia, please remember to notify your local windcatcher department if you encounter any suspicious individuals. Those bastards. Su Yu couldn't help but to curse upon hearing the news from the TV. Those people were a bunch of bastards. A war was raging between the myriad races. Although the human race was able to resist the other races, humanity was not considered a powerful race among all the races in existence. As a result, some humans had decided to offer their allegiances to the other races instead. The myriad race cult was not a single cult. Rather, it was a general term used to label the various organizations of humans who had betrayed humanity. Together, these traitors sowed chaos in the human realm. Influenced by his father since he was young, Su Yu loathed these traitors of humanity. Looking up at the television, he saw that a square face had appeared on the screen. The face belonged to a middle-aged man clad in red with a heroic appearance. With a cold expression, the middle-aged man commanded, "Kill." Plop. Next, over 100 kneeling individuals appeared on the screen. Standing behind the kneeling individuals were some armored soldiers. As they swung their blades down, over 100 heads dropped to the ground. All members of the Myriad race cult will be killed without mercy, declared the middle-aged man coldly. He looked straight ahead, as though his gaze could penetrate the television screen itself. Only death awaits you who have decided to enter my Great Xia. From today onwards, the martial dragon guards will start patrolling the Great Xia. Bastards of Myriad race cult, feel free to stay if you're not afraid of death. Let's see how many heads you have to offer us. Sitting on the couch, Su Yu grew excited. Xia Longwu, the prefect of Great Xia. As for the public execution, he did not mind it. Everyone was already used to such sights. In fact, this was not the first time something like this was shown on the TV. The human race would treat all captured Myriad race cult members the same. Execution upon capture. This was an iron-blooded policy aimed at discouraging traitors from appearing through fear. These public executions were meant to serve as a tool to warn everyone to not even think of betraying humanity. Su Yu did not care about the executions. Instead, most of his attention was on Jia Longwu. This prefect of Great Jia had a forceful personality and a formidable strength. 20 years ago, he was the commander in charge of the devil-subduing army on the All-Heaven battlefield. That was the same army Su Yu's father had served in. Thus, Jia Longwu could be considered as his father's ex-superior. Over the years, Su Long would become incomparably excited every time he saw Jia Longwu on the television. He would excitedly drag Su Yu over and pointed at the television while saying, "That's your old man's ex-superior." Back then, he dominated the All-Heaven battlefield and looked at all our enemies with disdain. He slaughtered so many enemies that the opposing armies would frantically flee while tossing their armors and helmets away whenever they encountered us. As time went by, even Su Yu developed a sense of worship toward this super expert who had dominated the All-Heaven battlefield. "It would be great if I can be as strong as the prefect," muttered Su Yu longingly. This was a true expert. In fact, no reigning prefect was a weakling. However, it was worth noting that even among all the prefects, Jia Longwu was still one of the stronger ones. Even more impressive was the fact that Jia Longwu was only about 60 years old and could be considered young for top cultivators. The other prefects were much older. For example, Zhou Potian of Great Zhou was someone who had lived since the early years of the Anping calendar. He was over 300 years old today. 20 years ago, Jia Longwu was only over 40 years old. At such a young age, he had gained enough strength to lead the devil-subduing army. That was what Su Yu was envious of. That was too strong. In this era, 40 years old was an extremely young age. What manner of strength would one need to become the leader of the devil-subduing army? Su Yu had no idea. He only knew that one needed to be extremely powerful to do so. That wasn't a feat Xia Longwu had accomplished simply because his grandfather was the legendary Great Xia King who had founded the Great Xia. After all, there were still other living children of prefecture founders around, but none had reached the same height. Xia Longwu, Martial Dragon War Academy. Martial Dragon Guards. Su Yu licked his lips in excitement. He was, after all, still a youngster. Someone like him would naturally be hot-blooded. Had he ever considered joining a war academy in the past? Of course he had. There were many war academies in Great Jia. Among them, the Great Jia War Academy was one that had existed for over 300 years. It was the oldest and the most prestigious war academy in Great Jia. However, there was another top-tier war academy in Great Jia. It was the Martial Dragon War Academy. That was an academy named after Jia Longwu himself, as the Longwu in his name meant Martial Dragon. It had only been established for 15 years. In such a short period of time, it had managed to establish itself as one of the best war academies in Great Jia. A majority of their graduates would end up joining the strongest army in Great Jia, the Martial Dragon Guards. It was said that even Nanyuan City's mayor had come from the Martial Dragon Guards. From that, one could see just how impressive that army was. Su Yu's father was a soldier from the devil-subduing army. Back then, when he first retired, he had tried joining the Martial Dragon Guards to continue serving under his ex-superior. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Martial Dragon Guards. He was too old and too weak for such an elite army. Naturally, Su Long was extremely furious to be rejected, to the point he unleashed a string of profanities at the point of rejection. Naturally, the target of his profanities was not Jia Longwu, rather it was the recruiter. Why would they reject him? It was rumored that a team of Martial Dragon Guards was stationed at Nanyuan City. But Su Yu had no idea if that was true. He had never seen those guys in the city before. Great Jia War Academy. Martial Dragon War Academy. The Great Jia War Academy mainly focused on producing soldiers to serve the front line. Their graduates will not have much chance to return home after graduation. As for the Martial Dragon War Academy, Su Yu's eyes lit up. The Martial Dragon War Academy was different. That was because their students were considered the reserve force of the Martial Dragon Guards. Of course, the students of Martial Dragon War Academy would also be sent to the front line like those from the other war academies. However, the martial dragon guard's main task was to protect their homeland. In other words, they could remain in Great Shea most of the time. Of course, the moment a major conflict broke out, the elite martial dragon guards would also be the first to be deployed to the all-heaven battlefield. If the Devil's subduing army was considered a standing army, the martial dragon guards could be considered a field army. They have fewer limitations and more freedom. In exchange, they will be conducting the most dangerous missions in battles. If I wish to enter a war academy, the Martial Dragon War Academy would be a good choice. Unfortunately, the Martial Dragon War Academy was much harder to join than the other war academies due to its nature as the reserve force for the Martial Dragon Guards. They were far stricter in recruitment. Rubbing his face, Su Yu smiled helplessly. Joining the Martial Dragon Guards would only be a dream for him. It would be difficult for him to join even a regular war academy, much less the Martial Dragon War Academy. What was the point of thinking all that? Is the Myriad race cult courting death? Why would they enter Great Xia? Even the Martial Dragon Guards have been deployed. I wonder if I can see them here at Nanyuan. Su Yu wasn't too worried about the Myriad race cult. Those people were all akin to rats that could only scurry about in the dark. They would only dare to scheme about while in hiding. With the Martial Dragon Guards deployed, these people would probably go even deeper into hiding. How would they still dare to show themselves? Even if they did show up, Su Yu had nothing to fear. This was an era where almost the entirety of the human realm had been militarized. There might not be any infinite strength realm experts in the neighborhood, but they still have some great strength realm experts around. His father was a veteran that had rejoined the army, but there were still several veterans in the neighborhood that had not returned to the army. If the Myriad race cult really decided to send several great strength cultivators over, it would be no different than suicide. Those old veterans were all retired from the battlefield. Each and every one of them was someone whose hands were drenched in blood. They wouldn't hesitate to kill. A single shout in the neighborhood would be enough to instantly summon about 7 or 8 of them. Done with watching the television, Su Yu had a simple meal of instant noodles before washing up and practicing the source opening codex. That night, he went to bed early. After all, his sleep would be disturbed by nightmares. The only way for him to get enough rest was to actually get more rest. Su Yu had determined that his nightmares would generally start around midnight. Prior to that, his sleep would be relatively peaceful. Night. Darkness. Dreamland. A scene that had repeated itself countless times was once again reappearing. A massive flying monster was chasing after Su Yu. Fuck. There was nothing Su Yu hated more than the flying monsters. They were too fast for him to escape from. He had encountered land-based monsters before, and things were definitely better during those encounters. After all, he would be able to escape the fate of being caught and eaten every now and then when facing those monsters. Meanwhile, he had never escaped from the flying monsters once. Every single time, he would be caught and eaten before waking up from the torturous nightmare. He hated these flying bastards. This nightmare was no exception to the norm. The massive flying monster was very fast. The complicated terrain of the dreamland posed no challenge for the monster. Slowly, it got closer and closer to Su Yu. While running, he did not forget to look back at the monster. He wanted to see if it was one he recognized. There were a lot of different flying races in existence, and Su Yu only knew about a dozen of them. This time, the monster chasing after him actually looked familiar. The monster's appearance was blurry, but he could vaguely see a wart on the monster's massive head. This is an iron-winged bird. Holy shit. After so many years, I finally met a monster I know. Su Yu grew excited. He knew 18 different languages, but that did not mean that he had actually met the races whose languages he had learned even after including all the monsters he had encountered in his dreams. He only had a vague idea of what these races looked like, and had only learned their languages because there were some other people in Nanyuan Secondary School who knew these languages as well. He had never encountered an iron-winged bird before, but he knew its language. This was one of the 18 languages he had mastered, and he was not the only person in his school that knew the language. After all, the iron-winged bird race was commonly utilized by the various powerful races on the all-heaven battlefield as the Air Force. Su Yu hurriedly looked back and shouted, "Wei Yi Shijuyun, why are you chasing me?" The gigantic bird did not reply, and continued chasing him like it hadn't heard anything. "Lu Yi Jiyo, we're friends." Still no response. Su Yu cursed inwardly. Looking at the descending claws of the monster, He knew that he was going to die yet again. It was very likely that this was an iron-winged bird. However, it did not seem to be sentient. After all, this was only something conjured in his dream. Crack. Unsurprisingly, intense pain erupted on Suyu's head as it was crushed by the bird. Slowly, the dreamland dissipated around him. He knew that he was on the verge of waking up due to the pain he was feeling. Right that moment, the massive bird suddenly shouted with a shrill voice. Moonlight. Suyu was stunned. Next, he woke up drenched in sweat. Moonlight? No, in its tongue, it means blood. Suyu's eyes widened. He heard what the bird said. Although the iron-winged bird had managed to kill him, it seemed furious, as though it had failed to obtain what it wanted. Blood. It was chasing after me for my blood. The bird had spoken using the iron-winged bird language, so Suyu was able to understand it. In the past, the monsters had spoken to him as well, but he couldn't understand any of the words spoken to him since those weren't the languages he had learned. That wasn't the case this time. Blood. Blood is their goal. What does that mean? Do they want my blood? But I would bleed in the dream whenever I was injured. That had never changed anything. What is the meaning of that exactly? Suyu was still in discomfort from his recent nightmare, but he ignored it and sank into deep thought. It wanted blood, but it couldn't get my blood from my dreams. Or maybe my blood isn't the point here. Perhaps. I need the blood of its race. The blood of an iron-winged bird. What will happen if I can get some? A dream is a dream. Even if I can get my hands on some, can I even bring it into the dream? Suyu rubbed his temple with his sweaty hand. Now wasn't the time to be bothered about his sweat. Something seemed to be clearing up about his dreams. This was the very first time in so many years that he had come so close to learning something new about his dreams. His efforts in learning the many different languages had finally paid off. Even if he had only gotten a single word from his dream, it was still worth it. I can't stop here. I need to try something. What will happen if I can get some iron-winged bird blood? But I'll encounter a different monster tomorrow. Will the iron-winged bird blood still work tomorrow? Screw it. Suyu sat up on the bed as he reached a decision to do something about what he had learned. He was sick of being killed repeatedly in his dreams. He needed to solve this issue as soon as possible. It felt really terrible being killed in his dreams every single day. I'll go to the Yuzhiya Trade Company when the sun rises. They have all sorts of things for sale there. They might even have some iron-winged bird blood in stock. After all, the iron-winged bird is rather common on the All-Heaven battlefield. I might be able to buy some there. Having made his choice, Suyu was no longer in the mood to continue sleeping. He waited in excitement for the sun to rise. Even if this clue only had a tiny chance of deciphering his dreams, he would still be willing to try it. He was sick of being tortured every time he went to bed. Chapter 6. Iron-Winged Bird's Reappearance. Xia Trade Company. A trade company founded by the ruling family of Great Xia, the Xia Trade Company was the largest trade company in the prefecture. A 5-story building at Nanyuan's commercial district housed the Nanyuan branch of Xia Trade Company. The first floor engaged in the sale of pills. The second floor engaged in the sale of weapons. The third floor engaged in the sale of cultivation methods. The fourth floor engaged in the sale of the various products related to the myriad races. And the fifth floor engaged in high-value transactions. Suyu went straight to the Xia Trade Company after leaving his home. He had visited the place with his father before. After all, Su Long was a great strength cultivator. Due to the low density of ambient source qi in Nanyuan City, he needed the assistance of external cultivation resources to continue cultivating. The fourth floor was further divided into several sections, such as the Unknown Cultivation Method section, Demon Flesh section, Broken Tool section, Natural Treasure section, and so on. Of course, since this was only a branch of a small city like Nanyuan, most of the products being sold were at the level of the Great Strength Realm. Rarely any products at the level of Infinite Strength Realm could be found here. Demon Flesh section. A beautiful and well-trained young woman flashed Suyu a warm smile and asked, "How may I help you, sir?" Iron-winged bird blood. Iron-winged bird. The woman gave it a thought before asking, "Regular blood or blood essence?" An iron-winged bird was massive, so it would have a large amount of blood in its body. but only several drops of blood essence could be extracted from one iron-winged bird. The rest of the harvest would be regular blood that did not have much uses, unlike the blood essence that was quite useful. Su Yu did not know what he needed either. After a slight hesitation, he said, "Can you show me both?" "Sure thing." The woman did not question him. Iron-winged birds weren't a rare race. They were commonly utilized by the various races at the All-Heaven battlefield as an air force. If Su Yu was looking for the blood of a more powerful flying race instead, he might not be able to find any in Nanyuan. Shortly after, a male employee took out 2 glass bottles from a glass shelf and offered it to them. "This is the regular blood, and this is the blood essence. Both originated from a great strength iron-winged bird." Looking at Su Yu, who was staring intently at the bottles, the woman smiled and explained, "If you require the blood of an infinite-strength iron-winged bird, you won't be able to find it at the Nanyuan branch. You can only find some at the capital." This will do. Su Yu wouldn't be able to make use of the blood from an infinite-strength iron-winged bird. Even if he could use it, he wouldn't be willing to spend the money for it. "What's the price?" $5,000 for a bottle of regular blood. It's very cheap. As for the blood essence, it is slightly higher in price. After all, less than 10 drops of blood essence can be extracted from an adult iron-winged bird. We're selling them at $50,000 a drop. Su Yu frowned. That was expensive. Great strength combatants are basically cannon fodder at the All-Heaven battlefield. A large number of them will die every single day. Why is 1 drop of blood essence from a cannon fodder so expensive? The woman maintained the same smile on her face and said, "You're right, sir. But transporting the blood essence from the All-Heaven battlefield to Great Jia is an extremely expensive endeavor. We need to deal with numerous procedures such as extracting, conserving, selling, taxation, and so on. 50,000 per drop is really not that expensive, all things considered. The blood essence of a great strength iron-winged bird is naturally not worth much at the All-Heaven battlefield. It is common enough that you might even be able to randomly stumble upon some if you're lucky enough. However, this is not the All-Heaven battlefield." Su Yu sank into silence. She was right. Blood essence of great strength beasts was of little value at the All-Heaven battlefield. More importantly, who would have the time to go around harvesting blood essence during a battle? And even if one could harvest some, how would one deliver the blood essence back? Only a trade company like the Great Ezia Trade Company with a powerful backing was capable of transporting materials obtained from the battlefield back to Great Ezia. With the amount of effort required for transportation, it was understandable that the materials would be expensive. "Give me a bottle of regular blood and a drop of blood essence." It was very difficult for Su Yu to part with his wealth. He was fortunate that his father wasn't around. Otherwise, he would probably suffer an intense whooping from his father for wasting so much money for some blood. "Sure thing, card or cash?" "Card." Su Yu's expression remained the same, but inwardly, he was feeling terrible. $55,000 had been spent in total. Just like that, about 1/6 of the money his father had spent so many years saving was gone. This is only a guess. If the blood doesn't work, then this would be a massive loss. At that thought, Su Yu hurriedly asked, "By the way, do you buy back the blood you sold here?" The woman blanked out slightly before replying with a smile. "Yes, we do. 1,000 per bottle of regular blood and 10,000 per drop of blood essence." Su Yu had the urge to curse. What a greedy business. Even if the Great Xia Trade Company was owned by Xia Longwu's family, he still couldn't resist cursing it, buying back at 1/5 the price. What a scam. Su Yu decided to let it go. The employees here were only doing what they were told. It was not like they were the decision makers. It was pointless to argue with them. After swiping his card, Su Yu was given a box with 2 glass bottles inside. In one of the bottles, a drop of golden blood could be seen. It was as though the drop of blood was constantly swirling in the bottle, and if one looked carefully, one could even see the vague image of a soaring iron-winged bird in the drop of blood. So that was the so-called blood essence. The blood essence of these demonic races could more or less be helpful for one's cultivation when consumed. For example, The blood essence of an iron-winged bird would enhance the physical body of a great strength cultivator upon consumption. For the human race, only after progressing beyond the source-opening realm would one be considered a proper cultivator. The realm after the source-opening realm was the great strength realm, a realm focusing on the cultivation of one's physical body. Blood essence might be helpful for great strength cultivators, but it was useless for source-opening cultivators. In fact, it might even be harmful for those in the source-opening realm. The cases of bodies exploding after bathing in the blood of divines and devils wouldn't have happened otherwise. Before opening the 9 acupoints, one would be unable to circulate the source chi within one's body. Blind accumulation without circulation was the same as consuming poison. A natural treasure like the heavenly source fruit was born out of pure heavenly source chi, so it was rather mild in effect, unlike regular source chi that was much harsher to digest. While Su Yu was deep in thought, the woman reminded him, "Sir, if you're not at the great strength realm yet, you can't use the iron-winged bird blood essence. It would be too dangerous." "I know, thanks." Su Yu casually asked, "Do you have heavenly source fruits here?" "What?" The woman blanked out before quickly recovering. "My apologies. We don't. In fact, I've never heard of that fruit before." Su Yu did not mind. There were countless races in existence, and that was also the case for the natural treasures that could be found in the various realms. It would be unfair to expect a salesperson to know about every single treasure in existence. For them, it would be good enough to know about the products they were selling. "What about source chi liquid?" "We don't have that as well. Source chi liquid is quite hard to store as it can dissipate very easily. The cost of storage is too high," said the salesperson. "You can get some at the capital. In fact, we used to sell it here a few years ago. However, sales were low due to the high pricing, so we stopped restocking." "Oh, what's the price of source chi liquid?" "At the capital, you can get them for 100,000 per drop, but I'm not sure if the price has changed recently." The salesperson went on to suggest, "Sir, are you trying to accelerate your source opening cultivation? In truth, we have many treasures and pills here that might be helpful for that. For example, we have fire-suckling blood, source opening pill." Su Yu rolled his eyes. Did she really think that he was some clueless fool? Sure, those things were helpful, but they were only a tiny bit helpful. If one's original cultivation speed was quantified at 100 points, then using these things would probably increase the speed by 1 point. He was already aware of those methods, but only a fool would waste their money on them. After spending tens of thousands on those methods, he would probably only gain an equivalent of 1 extra day of cultivation after a whole month. It wasn't like he was so rich that he didn't know what to do with his money. Naturally, there were still people that would buy those things. Otherwise, production would have ceased a long time ago. In fact, those things were actually quite popular as they weren't too expensive if bought in small quantities. Su Yu did not ask more and left with his box. He had successfully obtained the blood he was there for. However, he did not know if it would be useful. He could still resell the blood if it proved useless, provided that he still had some left. Granted, he would suffer a great loss doing so, but that was still better than losing his entire investment. Back at the neighborhood, below the apartment, Chen Hao was waiting downstairs for Su Yu. When he saw that Su Yu was also returning home so early in the morning, he asked curiously, "You, where did you go?" "I went shopping." "Oh, let's go to school." "No." Indignation spread across Chen Hao's face. "No? Wasn't Su Yu the one who had insisted on going to school the day before? Why had he changed his mind?" "I'm going to self-study at home," Su Yu smiled. "Go ahead. Remember to cultivate well at school. Try to reach the 4th stage as soon as possible." Like Su Yu, Chen Hao was also a 3rd-stage source-opening cultivator. Unfortunately, Chen Hao was incapable of entering the cultural research and scientific research academies. If he failed to enter a war academy as well, he would be forced to enter an internal affairs academy. Su Yu stopped Chen Hao from nagging and expended quite a lot of effort before he finally managed to convince Chen Hao to leave. In the living room, Su Yu was staring at the 2 bottles of blood with a deep frown. He had the blood with him, but how was he supposed to use them? Should I swallow them? The blood of a beast at the great strength realm won't cause my body to explode, but it will still harm my body. Or should I wait for the iron-winged bird to appear in my dream again? But it had only appeared once over a period of over 10 years. Am I supposed to wait 10 more years for a second appearance? Suyu was troubled. He had been full of excitement before purchasing the blood. It hadn't been easy for him to get a clue about his dreams. He had already decided to even swallow the blood if he had to. But now that he had the blood in hand, he started hesitating. If the blood really ended up injuring him, it would hurt badly. Or should I be smearing the blood over my skin? Suyu immediately gave it a try. There shouldn't be any problem as long as he didn't swallow the blood. Opening the bottle of regular blood, he dipped a finger inside before smearing the blood on the back of his hand. Then he sat there waiting. A few minutes later, Suyu started frowning. Nothing was happening. The blood smeared on his skin was slowly drying out. This blood was $5,000 per bottle. If one consumed a tiny amount of it on a daily basis, it would help with improving one's health. It would be too much of a waste to just let the blood dry away. If this isn't working, maybe I should try consuming some. He licked the blood on the back of his hand and sat waiting once again. Alas, nothing happened as well. Is the regular blood not doing anything, or am I using it wrong? Or have I completely misinterpreted the dream? Suyu was vexed. He had spent tens of thousands of dollars for this. Had he been too rash? But he had been tortured by those dreams for way too many years. He wanted nothing more than to solve the issue immediately. Tens of thousands of dollars was a price he was willing to pay if it would really work. Staring at the drop of blood essence, Suyu couldn't bring himself to use it. He only had a single drop of these. The drop of blood was as hard as a precious stone. He couldn't even split it into smaller portions. He would have to directly swallow it, as smearing it against his skin would not be an option here. Do I really need to swallow it? I'm only at the source opening realm. If I take it, I'll either die or suffer grievous injuries. I already have very little hope of reaching the 4th stage. If I hurt myself here, my cultivation level might even drop lower than it already is. Suyu couldn't make up his mind. Due to the years of torture he had suffered, he had developed a calm and steadfast personality. He wasn't the type of person to take risks. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had joined the battlefield, he wouldn't even think of joining a war academy. The dreams had tortured him for too many years. He wanted badly to solve the mystery behind his dreams. Just one drop that probably won't kill. Should I try it? What's the worst that could happen? If I really get myself injured by this, I can just not enter a war academy. It's not like I stand much chance with my 3rd stage cultivation level anyway. And for cultural research academies, it wouldn't matter even if I'm only at the 1st stage. Suyu stared at the golden blood before him. It appeared rather bright to his eyes. After some hesitation, he poured the drop of blood out. It was as solid as a stone and was actually rather heavy. He tried squeezing the drop of blood, but nothing changed. Should I wait one more day and see what happens after another dream? Maybe a different monster would need the iron-winged bird's blood as well, or the iron-winged bird's blood would only work today. Every day around midnight, he would dream of a different monster. If he missed the window to use this drop of blood, just how long would he have to wait for the same bird to reappear? The bird might not even appear anymore in his life, or maybe it would take decades to reappear. He grew so anxious that his breathing grew heavier. In that case, I'll give it a try. At worst, I'll suffer some injuries and just enter a cultural research academy instead of a war academy. I'll focus on studying the myriad races at the Cultural Research Academy. A day will come when I eventually solve the mystery behind my dreams. His chances of entering a war academy were low anyway. The prospect of solving his dreams was attractive enough that he was willing to risk his rather low chance of admittance into a war academy. Clenching his teeth, he finally reached a decision. Also, solving the mystery behind his dreams might even bring him an unexpected reward. With the blood essence in one hand and his communicator in his other hand, he quickly typed a message. "Come to my house. I've something to tell you. If I'm not answering the door, break in." The message was sent to Chen Hao. If he really ended up injured or losing his consciousness before he could seek help, Chen Hao would be around to send him to the hospital. After doing that, Suyu clenched his teeth and swallowed the drop of blood. At worst, he would suffer some injuries. Was he someone who was afraid of pain? Ah. A miserable wail rang out the moment that thought crossed Suyu's mind. He nearly teared up from the pain. Boom! Next, a boom erupted within his mind as he fainted. Moonlight. The massive iron-winged bird reappeared. This scene was so similar to the scene from the previous night, yet dissimilar at the same time. This was something that had never happened before. The monsters from his dreams had never appeared twice. Today that had happened. The iron-winged bird had reappeared. Chapter 7. Book Activation. Moonlight. The massive iron-winged bird shrieked. This time the dream was much clearer. Su Yu was able to see the appearance of the bird clearly. What was different about this dream was the existence of a massive drop of golden blood hovering in the air. That was the blood essence he had consumed. The iron-winged bird that was originally busy chasing after Su Yu seemed distracted. When it laid its eyes on the golden blood, the bird blanked out. It stopped chasing Su Yu and started flying toward the golden blood instead. It flew rapidly and instantly reached its target. After a shriek, it swallowed the drop of blood. Boom! Resplendent radiance erupted from the iron-winged bird, making it look like a bright sun that illuminated the entire dreamland. Sure enough, the blood essence was useful. Su Yu waited in anticipation. What would happen next? The iron-winged bird suddenly started enlarging uncontrollably, looking like it was about to burst apart. Su Yu's expression changed. With a rumble, the iron-winged bird exploded into countless golden dots of light that spread everywhere in the air. The dreamland started collapsing, and even Su Yu's body was torn apart due to the explosion. At the final moment before the dreamland collapsed completely, a massive book appeared in the air. The pages of the book started flipping over rapidly. All the pages were blank. Eventually, the flipping stopped at one blank page, and the golden dots dove into it, instantly lighting that page up. An illustration of an iron-winged bird appeared on the blank page. That was the point the dream ended, and Su Yu woke up in reality. Hiss. His head was hurting so much he wondered if it was going to burst apart. In fact, his entire body was hurting, as though he had really been blasted apart in reality. His eyes flickered in excitement as he seemed to have finally deciphered his dream. At that moment, a faintly discernible book could be seen in his mind. That was the same book that had appeared in the dream. From dream to reality. Su Yu's expression turned solemn. After so many years of torture, he should be happy to finally decipher his dreams. But why would something from a dream appear outside of it? The book that had absorbed the iron-winged bird's blood essence had actually appeared in his mind. Was that an image, or was there really a book within his head? As Su Yu gazed inwardly at the book, he tried controlling the book with his mind. The pages of the book started flipping. Before long, he arrived at the page that had been illuminated by the iron-winged bird. Iron-winged bird. 7th stage Great Strength Realm. Racial abilities. Tier 1 RIP. Activate with Blood Essence. Iron Wing / Activate with Blood Essence. Foundation Source Art. Source Swallowing. Activate with Blood Essence. There were only a few words on the page. Those weren't written in the human language, rather they were written in the iron-winged bird language. If Su Yu had not learned the language before, he would not be able to read this page. 7th stage Great Strength, Racial Ability, Foundation, Source Art. Su Yu frowned. What was that book? Looking at the contents of the page, was he supposed to consume more blood essence for activation? Activate? What was he supposed to activate? Those abilities. 7th stage Great Strength probably referred to the strength of the iron-winged bird the blood essence had been extracted from. That was easily understandable. But what about the rest of the words? What did they mean? Numerous thoughts crossed Su Yu's mind. Will I be able to unlock the abilities of the iron-winged bird race as long as I have enough blood essence? But will I even be able to use the activated abilities? Even if I can, how strong will those abilities be when activated by me? Will it be at the level of 3rd stage Source Opening or 7th stage Great Strength? How long will the abilities stay activated? Are there any side effects? Where did this book come from? Su Yu's eyes flickered as he sank into thought. These dreams had started over 10 years ago. Was it possible that this book had stayed in his mind for that long as well? If so, who was the one who had planted the book in his mind? Was there some sort of conspiracy? There were countless races in existence. Could this be a scheme by one of them with the intention of using him to sow chaos among humanity? He couldn't help considering that possibility. After all, there were some extremely treacherous races out there. In fact, something like that had happened in the human realm before. There was one incident where numerous human experts fell into the machinations of the enemy and were eventually enticed into becoming the members of the Myriad race cult. But humanity has a population of tens of billions. I am as ordinary as a human can get. Even if they have to plot and scheme, is there a need to use the plan on me, especially a plan that would take over 10 years? Su Yu still couldn't find a proper explanation for the book in his mind. He couldn't resist giving it a try. Also, that was quite a thick book. He had only activated a single page so far. Was it possible that he could activate the other pages as well? While deep in thought, Su Yu suddenly sensed a burst of undulations. He blanked out as he realized that the undulations were coming from the book. The book was actually conversing with him. However, the conversation wasn't made through words. Instead, the answer was somehow being mentally projected into his mind. Yes, I can activate the other pages. As long as it is a race that I've dreamed about, I can activate the corresponding page with the correct blood essence. But I'm only at the source opening realm. I need to take my body into consideration when consuming blood essence. In fact, Su Yu was feeling like his body was on the verge of exploding right this moment. It was extremely painful. After all, he had consumed the blood essence of a 7th-stage great-strength iron-winged bird. If it had been the blood of an infinite-strength realm bird instead, Su Yu would have probably been crippled if not killed by now. I see, muttered Su Yu to himself. He finally understood. Over the years, he had been dreaming of a different race every night. As for the book in its mind, it wasn't something that had appeared due to the iron-winged bird's blood essence. Rather, as long as he had the blood essence of any race he had dreamed of, he would be able to activate the book. Unfortunately, Su Yu had not been able to recognize the races that he had dreamed of in the past. Additionally, he was only a 3rd-stage source opening cultivator. He wouldn't randomly swallow a drop of blood essence for no reason at his cultivation level. If he hadn't been able to understand the words of the iron-winged bird in his dream, he wouldn't have taken this risk either. After all, doing this at his cultivation was dangerous enough to kill him if he was careless or unlucky. Foundation Source Art, Source Swallowing. Suddenly, Su Yu noticed the 3rd row of the words in the page. The source swallowing technique was the foundation art of the iron-winged bird race. It only had one usage: source chi absorption. Source swallowing technique. Activate with blood essence. Su Yu's eyes lit up. What does this mean? Will I be able to activate this technique with blood essence and start absorbing source chi with it? But those in the source opening realm aren't supposed to be able to actively absorb source chi. They can only cultivate passively. He did not care much about the racial abilities. Rip and Iron Wing Slash were the basic abilities of the iron-winged bird race. That was something the human race was aware of. Blood essence activation might allow Su Yu to learn those abilities, and he might even be able to use them at the level of a 7th-stage great strength bird. Even so, he still didn't care much about those abilities. His attention was completely on the source swallowing technique. That technique could be activated with blood essence as well. What did that mean? Before the great strength realm, humans were not able to actively absorb source chi. The source opening codex could only help humans gather a tiny bit of source chi and slightly increase the ambient source chi density around them, increasing the efficiency of their passive cultivation. Source swallowing technique. Su Yu couldn't help but to grow excited. If he could really activate the source swallowing technique, did that not mean that he would be able to actively absorb source chi at the source opening realm? It took a long time for a human to open the 9 acupoints. The main reason for that was their inability to actively absorb source chi. That was because humans were not born with interlinked acupoints. What would happen if a human gained the ability to actively absorb source chi at the source opening realm? But I still don't know if there are any side effects. How efficient will the active absorption be? And how many drops of blood essence would I need to activate the technique? If I only use 1 drop, how long will the technique stay active? How good would the technique be? This shit is very expensive. I'll need to spend 50,000 per drop. If each drop would last only several minutes, it wouldn't be worth it. Numerous possibilities appeared in Su Yu's mind. Additionally, there were also the other pages in the book that would also require activation with more drops of blood essence. How was he supposed to get his hands on so many drops of blood essence? There were too many things to consider. Su Yu suddenly felt like he did not have enough mental capacity to think about all that. Perhaps I should test it out. Also, where did this book come from? Should I ask the teachers about it? After some thought, Su Yu rejected that notion. Even if that book was really planted by someone else, his teachers wouldn't know anything. They were too weak compared to someone capable of such a feat. After all, the book had remained undetected for over 10 years. Even those at the Skysoar realm might not be able to do anything about it. Never mind those at the Great Strength and Infinite Strength realms. Sitting here thinking won't change anything. It's better for me to perform some tests. Just as Su Yu was busy thinking, a loud noise erupted from the door. Next, Chen Hao burst through the door waving his school bag while roaring. I've notified the Windcatcher department. Feel free to stay if you're not afraid of death. We have experts all around the apartment. You better piss off if you know what's good for you. Su Yu was speechless. After Chen Hao's shout, noises started coming from the apartment units upstairs and downstairs. Before long, someone living upstairs shouted, "What's going on? Are the animals from the Myriad race cult here? Audacious! Surround them." Su Yu stopped blanking out and hurriedly shouted, "It's fine. It's fine. Grandpa Joe, it's Chen Hao playing a joke on me. I'm sorry." Soon, an old man rushed over with a cleaver in hand. After pushing Chen Hao, who was standing before the door, aside and checking that Su Yu was fine, he breathed out in relief and said, "I thought the bastards from the Myriad race cult were here. Your father is not around anymore, so you need to be careful. Feel free to look for us if you encounter any trouble." Then, he slapped Chen Hao on the back of his head. "You, who told you to start shouting? Don't go around shouting for no reason. What if we think you're lying the next time you ask for help when the Myriad race cult bastards are really here? Wouldn't that be terrible?" The old man was furious. However, his anger was only directed toward Chen Hao. "Kid, if you dare to raise a false alarm again, I'll have your father drag you downstairs and hang you naked before whooping your ass." Chen Hao had a sullen expression. He really wanted to explain that this wasn't his idea. It was Su Yu's idea. That fellow had suddenly sent such a message to him. How could he not be worried? This really wasn't his fault. Su Yu stood up. His body was still in pain, but it was bearable. A majority of the blood essence had probably been absorbed by the book. Thus, his body had only absorbed a tiny bit of the blood's power and was only suffering from some pain instead of actual injuries. He ignored his pain and hurriedly apologized to Grandpa Joe. Grandpa Joe had a gratified smile on his face as he listened to Su Yu. At the end, he did not forget to give Chen Hao's head another slap. "Just look at you. Why are you so different from this Su kid? Compared to him, you're so dumb." Chen Hao felt like crying. Su Yu was also feeling helpless. He remembered something and hurriedly asked, "Did you contact the Windcatcher department?" "No, I was bluffing," Chen Hao replied sulkily. He wasn't sure if something had really happened, so he hadn't actually notified the Windcatcher department. "Good." Su Yu breathed out in relief. Chen Hao said unhappily, "What's so good about that? Also, why did you send me a message like that? I thought something bad happened to you." When the crowd of grandpas and grandmas that had gathered outside saw that everything was fine, they left. Su Yu breathed out in relief and dragged Chen Hao back into his home. After shutting the door, he said, "I was feeling dizzy earlier, so I was afraid I would faint. That was why I sent you that message. Didn't I tell you to knock first?" "Oh, you're fine." Chen Hao did not pursue the matter. Instead, he asked worriedly, "Did you starve yourself? Uncle Su is gone, so you're out of food. You should come eat at my place in the future. My dad even told me to invite you over the other day. I didn't tell you because I was worried that you would be embarrassed." Su Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was he stupid enough to starve himself? Nevertheless, he was still moved. This fellow could be noisy and simple-minded at times, but he was still a good friend to have. "I'm fine. I spent too long cultivating the Source Opening Codex last night, so I was feeling unwell in the morning. I'm fine now." "That's good to hear." Chen Hao was relieved. So are you going to school today? Why don't you call in sick while you're at it? Tell the school that I'm accompanying you for a checkup and get a leave of absence for me as well. Su Yu was no longer feeling as moved. He had nothing to say to this fellow. So it turned out that Chen Hao wanted to skip class but did not have the guts to do it. Therefore, he was trying to get Su Yu to get a leave of absence for him instead. Piss off, Su Yu scolded with a laugh. I'm not skipping today. I have something to do at school. You're going to school today. Chen Hao found himself confused. Why was this fellow changing his mind all the time? He was the one who had refused to go previously, but now he wanted to go. Was this how the brains of all smart people worked? They would change their mind all the time? Su Yu couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He wanted to see if there were any ways he could get some iron-winged bird blood from the school. Or maybe he could find a cheaper source of blood essence from school. After all, the Jaya Trade Company was too greedy. At 50,000 per drop, there wasn't much he could do with the small amount of money Su Long left behind. Chapter 8. Spark of Civilization. At Nanyuan Secondary School, Chen Hao went to class as he couldn't afford to skip any lessons, while Su Yu went straight to the resource department. Su Yu, you want to trade for some iron-winged bird blood essence? The managing teacher of the resource department asked in astonishment. The blood essence of a great strength bird would only be helpful for those at the great strength realm. For source opening cultivators, it would be poisonous instead of helpful. What do you need the blood for? Can I trade for it, Teacher Zong? Su Yu asked with a smile. You know, I've been researching the myriad races. The iron-winged bird is one of the races I have been researching, so I hope to get some of their blood to assist in my research. However, the blood essence is really too expensive. That's why I'm trying my luck here. Yes, you can. You've been certified for 18 different languages over the years. Apart from the 3 compulsory languages, you've been rewarded 15 merit points for the other 15 languages. You've also been awarded 3 points for reaching the 3rd stage source opening realm, adding up to a total of 18 merit points. After checking the records, the managing teacher continued. However, you had spent 6 points at the library, so you have 12 points left. Yeah, I know, Su Yu smiled. How many drops of iron-winged bird blood essence can I get with my remaining 12 points? You're trading your merit points for blood essence? It's really not worth it. You won't be able to do much with the blood essence. The teacher couldn't help advising Su Yu. A great strength iron-winged bird is too strong for you, even if they are at the bottom of the barrel at the All-Heaven battlefield. Your merit points can be used in your future academy as well. You can even get valuable resources from the academy with your points. While you're still in secondary school, you can earn these points easily. Just mastering one language is enough to get you 1 point. But that won't be the case in the academy. It's really not worth using your points for something like this. At the academy, you can obtain restricted knowledge, high-tier cultivation methods, and even access to some limited courses with your points. In fact, the points can even be used in the army. Yeah, I know all that. But I really have no other choice here. Su Yu smiled helplessly. He knew all that. He could only fault himself for not having enough money. Sure, he had the money to buy even 5 drops of blood essence if he wanted, but that would empty his bank account. He still needed to keep some money for his daily expenses. As he wouldn't be able to make a living as a source opening cultivator, he also had to account for his expenses in his future academy. The so-called merit point was a different sort of currency. It was one of the most valuable currency systems in use apart from the Anping dollar. The Anping dollar could be used to purchase a lot of things. However, it was also restricted from purchasing a lot of things. High-tier strategic resources, high-tier cultivation methods, and some limited inheritances could only be purchased with merit points. The merit point system was basically a unit of measurement for one's contribution to humanity. Without proper contribution to humanity, you would still be limited in what you could purchase regardless of how wealthy you were. Every single point spent and earned would be recorded. For example, even after spending all 18 of his merit points, Su Yu's original earned merit would still remain at 18 points. Any new points earned would be added on top of it, instead of his leftover merit points. At 100 original earned merit, Su Yu would obtain an even higher level of clearance. That was a system put in place to stop wealthy individuals from purchasing merit points with money and gaining access to high clearance resources with their wealth alone. For example, a tycoon who had purchased tens of thousands of merit points would still be limited in what they could purchase without sufficient original earned merit. The resource managing teacher sighed and said, "Fine, I won't stop you. But it is still too early for you to conduct these researches. There isn't much Nanyuan Secondary School could do to support your research. When you're in an academy, you will be able to apply for a subsidy for your research. You might even receive sponsorships. The iron-winged birds are too common, so they're not worth researching. If you ask me, it's better to research something else instead." Su Yu smiled. "You know what, teacher? I agree. Are there any ox-faced fish blood essence here?" The teacher replied awkwardly, "Well, we don't have that here. Those fellows reside in the Mount Root realm, and are rarely found at the All-Heaven battlefield. Furthermore, they wouldn't enter the All-Heaven battlefield before reaching the Infinite Strength realm or even the Skysoar realm. You can find their blood in the cultural research academies, but not here." What was the point of saying all that then? Su Yu was able to recognize a few of the races that had appeared in his dreams before. The ox-faced fish was one of them. However, the weakest ox-faced fish on the All-Heaven battlefield was at the Infinite Strength realm. If he consumed an Infinite Strength blood essence at his current cultivation, his body would probably burst apart even with the book absorbing the majority of the blood essence's energy. As for the blood essence of the races he was unsure about, he wouldn't dare consume them. The moment he consumed the blood essence of a wrong race, his body would probably suffer as his book wouldn't be absorbing the blood essence of a race that had yet to appear in his dream. Thus, the iron-winged bird was still the safest choice for him currently. "Teacher, I'll just get some iron-winged bird blood essence. How many drops do you want?" "You need to spend 1 merit point per drop. It's really not worth it." The teacher persuaded, "You might feel like these merit points aren't that valuable. What with the exchange rate of $50,000 per point? But there are things that can't be measured with money alone. You know what I mean?" "Thank you for the reminder, teacher." Su Yu nodded before immediately adding, "I'll get 3 drops for now. I'll come back if I need more." The teacher felt helpless seeing how stubborn Su Yu was. He could only get a staff to retrieve the said blood essence. While waiting for the staff to return, he said, "The school is aware that your father went to the All-Heaven battlefield 2 days ago. Be careful when you're home alone. Those fellows from the Myriad race cult are currently active in Great Xia. I'm sure you're aware of that." "Yeah, I know. But their activity in Great Xia won't affect me, right?" "How can you say that?" The teacher chided. "You never know what could happen. Those animals from the Myriad race cult do not primarily aim for experts or genius cultivators. Rather, they generally target the sages." "Sure, you're no sage, but you're one of the few students in Nanyuan Secondary School with a guaranteed spot in the cultural research academies. There is a limit to the amount of damage a combat expert can cause. However, there is no limit to what a sage can do. Humanity has survived for hundreds of years at the All-Heaven battlefield by relying not only on the experts alone, but also on the sages supporting us behind the front line. In fact, you wouldn't be considered a top-tier researcher of a cultural research academy if you haven't been a target of assassination before. These researchers are in charge of analyzing the cultivation methods of the myriad races and studying their civilizations, allowing humanity to increase the number of experts in their ranks and gain the strength to face the myriad races." Reverence seeped into the teacher's face as he continued. "The contributions they make behind the scenes are no less than what those combat experts are capable of. Unfortunately, a lot of these researchers lack the required strength. Thus, even staying behind the front line, they are commonly targeted by the Myriad race cult. Assassinations are a common occurrence for them. All the disturbances caused by the Myriad race cult are not for the sake of assassinating our combat experts. Instead, those researchers are the primary targets. You have yet to join a cultural research academy and have yet to master a lot of languages. But taking your age into consideration, you're a far more attractive target than the students who are talented in terms of combat. In fact, even the cultivation geniuses at 4th or 5th stage source opening realm might not be worth the time of the Myriad race cult members." How long would someone in the source opening realm take to reach the Skysoar realm? In comparison, a sage would require only a decade or 2 to fully decipher a cultivation method and identify its weakness before coming up with efficient ways to counter the users of said cultivation method. Such an individual is far more dangerous than a Skysoar realm expert. Su Yu smiled helplessly. That was too much of an exaggeration, right? He might have mastered 18 languages, but that was a very small number compared to the number of races in existence. Also, he had only mastered the more common ones. Don't look down on the threat of the myriad race cult. Be careful and watch your back. Be sure to seek help when you encounter danger. We have increased the security measures within Nanyuan. Even the Windcatcher Department and the Martial Dragon Guards stationed here have been deployed. In the event of danger, just start shouting. It will only take dozens of seconds for help to arrive. Seeing how serious the teacher was, Suyu nodded and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I know. Nanyuan is a small city. Those fellows might not come here after all. And if they do come here, in all honesty, I doubt I'll be their priority." "Yeah, you're right," the teacher smiled. "But you should still be careful, especially when you're with Instructor Liu." "Huh?" Su Yu was confused. "Instructor Liu?" "No, don't get this wrong. Instructor Liu is the best instructor in Nanyuan Secondary School. Most of our students who have managed to enter the cultural research academies were taught by him. If the Myriad race cult is really here, Instructor Liu will be their biggest target. Instead of the mayor or the school principal, he will be the first person to be assassinated. Instructor Liu is a spark of civilization. At the very least, that's the case for Nanyuan. That's why you need to watch your back when you're with him." Su Yu's expression changed. "Teacher, would Instructor Liu be fine?" "Don't worry about him. The school principal is personally protecting Instructor Liu. Even the Martial Dragon Guards are protecting him in secret. A team has also been sent over from the Windcatcher Department. I'm only reminding you to be careful while you're on your way to Instructor Liu's place." Su Yu was relieved to hear that. This Instructor Liu was his main teacher, the person who had taught him the majority of the 18 languages he knew. As mentioned by the resource managing teacher, Instructor Liu might not be anything special in the entirety of Great Jaya, but for a small city like Nanyuan and for Nanyuan Secondary School, he was worthy of being called a spark of civilization. He had been teaching for many years. Over 100 of his former students had managed to join the various cultural research academies. Of these students, about half of them had been able to graduate from the academies, each occupying an important position in Great Xia. These lower-level individuals weren't anything special compared to the top experts, but they were also what humanity relied on for its continued existence. If the Myriad race cult was really in Nanyuan, it would definitely be more likely for Instructor Liu to be their target instead of the mayor. Finally, the staff arrived with the requested iron-winged bird's blood essence. 3 drops. After the purchase, Su Yu only had 9 merit points left. His heart ached at the thought of spending his points like this. After all, he had only spent 6 points over the years to obtain countless information from the library. It was a truly luxurious act to be spending 3 points in one go. Accepting the bottle of blood essence, Su Yu asked, "Teacher, has Instructor Liu been coming to the school these few days?" "Yes, he's coming in as usual. He was told to stay at the mayor's place until the danger is over, but he refused." "I see. I'll pay him a visit." Su Yu had intended to return home immediately and give the blood essence a try, but he changed his mind. He wanted to visit Instructor Liu and ask the instructor some questions. Chapter 9. The Capabilities of Cultural Research Academies 1. Instructor's Office. Liu Wenyan, a man over 60 years old, was writing as he spoke without looking up. "Principal, you don't have to follow me around. We're in school, I'll be fine." Sitting nearby, the principal, also a man of over 60 years old, smiled and replied, "It's not like I'm disturbing you. Why are you chasing me away?" "You're disturbing me by merely breathing." The principal did not know whether to laugh or cry. Liu Wenyan continued speaking, "Also, you're a fresh, infinite strength cultivator. You're too weak. What can you even do here?" The principal was speechless. Was he really that weak? Yeah, maybe. A brand new infinite strength realm at over 60 years old was really nothing special. However, this was Nanyuan, the smallest of the 28 cities within Great Xia. He wasn't even the mayor. He was only the principal of a secondary school. There was no need for him to be too strong. A real expert would either be at the capital or the All-Heaven battlefield. In Nanyuan, he could actually be considered strong. "Hey, you think I enjoy doing this?" complained the old principal. "I'm only here because you're too important. You old bag of bones. Over the past 20 years, a total of 320 students from Nanyuan had managed to enter the various cultural research academies. On average, there were about 16 of them per year. Half of them were taught by you. Isn't it obvious that you would stick out like a sore thumb for those fellows from the Myriad race cult? You're exaggerating. Liu Wenyan laughed. This is a small city. There is a limit to the number of students we can send to the academies. The number of students we have are nothing compared to the other cities in Great Xia. Why would the Myriad race cult waste their time on me? You never know. In any case, you're more important than me. I'm a weak infinite strength cultivator. They won't even spare me a glance. The principal might be speaking with a joking tone, but that was the truth. An infinite strength cultivator wasn't weak, but it still wasn't strong enough to be of much use at a place like the All-Heaven battlefield. The Myriad race cult would still have to sacrifice a few members to kill an infinite strength cultivator behind the front line. It was simply not worth it, especially when the target was an old man over 60 years old. Suddenly, the principal's ears moved as he smiled and said, "Su Yu is here. This kid is much better than his father. Don't belittle Su Long. What did he do? He only rejected your offer to become a guard at the school. Do you have to hold a grudge over that?" Liu Wenyan also smiled. He finally looked up and said, "Su Long still has his passion. I've long noticed that he was unwilling to live out the rest of his life as a retiree. He had been trying to join the Martial Dragon Guards and was only forced to give up after being rejected." The principal snorted and said, "It's clear he stood no chance of joining them. A ninth stage great strength cultivator below 30 might still be able to join, but him, at his age? Maybe he would stand a better chance if he was a ninth stage infinite strength cultivator instead. Even so, he's much better than you. If he can survive the All-Heaven battlefield, he'll probably return as an infinite strength cultivator in a few years." Liu Wenyan continued. "Su Yu is decent as well. He might not be a super genius, but he will still be able to join the ranks of the regular researchers contributing to the survival of humanity after entering the Great Saya Cultural Research Academy. Both of them are much better than you and me." The principal nodded with a sigh. "If I hadn't harmed my foundation at the All-Heaven battlefield back then, I wouldn't have retired from the army and become a principal here. This is such a boring job. Rejoice that you were able to return alive. Very few soldiers at the All-Heaven battlefield could keep their foundations unharmed. At a dangerous place like that, they will have to forcefully rise beyond the 7th stage great strength realm, or they would be too weak to even serve as cannon fodder." Liu Wenyan couldn't help but to sigh. A majority of the soldiers at the All-Heaven battlefield would have no hope of reaching the Skysoar realm. There was nothing they could do about it. That was a hellish place with desperate battles occurring at all times. New soldiers would die in only a few days unless they forcefully break through in their cultivation. Cultivation Foundation would be the last thing on their minds when their lives were on the line. The more talented individuals would be recruited into the various war academies, leaving the less talented ones to struggle for survival in the army. While the two were speaking, Su Yu stepped into the office. A bright smile instantly appeared on Liu Wenyan's face. Su Yu was a student he was very satisfied with. This young man was a hardworking and patient student. He might not be a super genius, but humanity needed more than geniuses to prosper. Good seedlings willing to advance one step at a time like this were also important to have. "Instructor Principal," greeted Su Yu after entering the office. "Su Yu, you're here." Liu Wenyan smiled, looking much friendlier when he was facing Su Yu. A wide smile was plastered on his face as he said, "You father has left for the All-Heaven battlefield. Are you having any trouble living alone?" "No, I'm doing fine." Su Yu shifted his tone and asked in a worried tone, "Instructor, I heard that the Myriad race cult will be here at Nanyuan. Don't worry." Liu Wenyan did not seem to care. "We don't know if they'll be here for sure. Even if they're really here, what can they do? To make a move against me, they'll have to prepare to suffer a large number of casualties. It's not worth it." Liu Wenyan stood up and looked outside the window. He still had the same smile on his face as he said, "When encountering major events, stay calm. Su Yu, what I like most about you is your ability to stay calm and unruffled when encountering trouble. That is your advantage over others. Do not let a small issue like this disturb your state of mind." The principal smiled and walked out, leaving the two to their conversation. The moment the principal left, Liu Wenyan stopped smiling. He gestured at Su Yu to sit down. Curious, Su Yu did as told without asking anything. Su Yu, I heard you registered for the war academies? Yes. You want to join a war academy, right? Su Yu blanked out slightly. He quickly explained, No, I was only applying just in case. Stop lying to me. I'm not stupid. You're trying to enter the all-heaven battlefield because your father has gone there, right? Su Yu sank into silence. Liu Wenyan smiled and said, Foolish. Even after joining a war academy, how long will it take for you to reach a sufficient level of cultivation to protect your father? Su Yu sank into silence. He had thought of that before. However, he had been avoiding the question. In any case, with the book in his mind, things were no longer so certain. Can you name some super experts of our human race? Great Xia King, Great Zhou King, Great Ming King. Liu Wenyan nodded and said, How about those that have only emerged after the start of the Anping calendar? Before Su Yu could answer, Liu Wenyan said with a smile, The most well-known among them are probably the prefects of the various prefectures and the commanders of the various armies. But do you know that 30% of these people came from the cultural research academies? Su Yu was stunned. 30% of them came from cultural research academies. Weren't the cultural research academies in charge of? Liu Wenyan seemed to know what he was thinking. Do you think that everyone from the cultural research academies are like me? Someone that only knows some languages with incredibly weak combat strength? You're wrong. Liu Wenyan's face turned solemn. I've never told you this before because you're not yet at the point where you need to know all that. In truth, there are a lot of combat experts in the cultural research academies as well. In fact, some of their top experts are even stronger than those from the war academies. As the researchers of the myriad races, how can we be weak? If we're really that weak, how are we supposed to comprehend the more complicated cultivation methods of those races? Liu Wenyan had a burning gaze. I'm merely a useless failure of a student from a cultural research academy. Do you think that I'm really as weak as I look? Huh? Su Yu opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. That was quite a shameless statement. After all, the instructor was only a 7th stage great strength cultivator. That was simply too weak. Do you want to say that I'm only a 7th stage great strength cultivator and I'm simply too weak? Su Yu blinked, feeling like he had been seen through by his instructor. Yes, I can somewhat see what you're thinking. Su Yu was instantly stunned. Shocked? Liu Wenyan smiled. You're too weak. Before me, you're completely defenseless. Take note to hide your thoughts better in the future. I'm telling you all this because I don't want you to only think about your short-term gains and give up on the cultural research academies. Liu Wenyan's expression turned stern as he said, I intended for you to learn all that after joining a cultural research academy. But now, I need to let you know in advance so that you don't make the wrong choice. There are countless paths one can take in cultivation. Different races would walk different paths. But it all comes down to the acts of absorbing source qi, refining one's body, and strengthening oneself. To strengthen oneself, there are 2 paths: physical and willpower, also known as mental power. Willpower is a vague concept. It is very hard to grow strong walking that path. Thus, most people will grow their physical body first and only start cultivating their willpower upon reaching a certain level of strength. That isn't the case for us. A smile bloomed on Liu Wenyan's face. People like us have gained an open mind and powerful willpower through our study of the many different languages. Thus, we walk a different path. First, we strengthen our willpower. Then, we strengthen our physical body. With a formidable willpower, physical strengthening would be a simple task. That's not to say this is an easy path to take. Liu Wenyan's face turned strict again. When your willpower is strong enough, you'll be able to strengthen your body and allow it to absorb more source qi without being harmed. However, this path requires time and a much larger amount of resources. Some cultural researchers are capable of advancing from the great strength realm to the sky soar realm or even a higher realm within a single day upon reaching the stage where their willpower glows as bright as the sun. All paths lead to the same destination. The final goal of both cultural research academies and war academies is the same: to strengthen the individual and the human race. The body is easy to train, but willpower is extremely difficult to cultivate. The path of willpower cultivation is much harder to walk. That's why this information is not widespread among the public. We want to prevent the masses from overestimating themselves and walk the wrong path. Looking at the surprised Su Yu, Liu Wenyan smiled and asked, "Surprised? It's not surprising at all. You're someone who has studied the myriad races as well. Although you still don't know much about them, you should still know a little. For example, the nightmare race whose language you know is a race of illusory people that can hardly be seen with one's naked eyes. It is said that they have the ability to easily invade your dreams, but that's not the case. They are merely creating an illusory world with their willpower before drawing your mind in. That is why they are such a powerful race. Strictly speaking, the cultivation of cultural researchers is similar to theirs." Su Yu was totally stunned. He softly asked, "Instructor, are you saying that it is possible to gain strength through the path of cultural research?" "It's more than possible. It would be a faster path." Liu Wenyan explained, "First, forge your willpower. Then, forge your body. Some geniuses in the cultural research academies are able to achieve willpower materialization after only 3 to 5 years in the academy and strengthen their bodies to reach the Skysoar realm within a single day. Their subsequent progress in cultivation will also be much faster than physical cultivators. How about those from the war academies? How long will they take to reach the Skysoar realm? Even a genius there will need many years of bitter training to reach that level. Of course, our path of cultivation is much harder than theirs. Therefore, there are less of us around. Only 30% of our super experts are from cultural research academies. From this, you can see how difficult it is to walk this path." Still trying to absorb all the information thrown his way, Su Yu asked, "So willpower can be cultivated?" "Yes. It's not something everyone can do?" "Correct. There are requirements for willpower cultivation. In fact, the requirements are higher than what you need for physical cultivation. Willpower is basically the same as mental power. It is something that can't be discerned or measured early on. In fact, the number of myriad race languages mastered can be used as a sort measuring stick for one's potential in willpower cultivation. For a lot of people, the reason they couldn't master too many languages is because of their weak willpower, not because they are not hardworking enough. You are able to master 18 different languages. Why can't more of your peers do so? Were they simply lazy? No. Some of them have actually worked hard, maybe even harder than you. But they just can't seem to master those languages. If they push themselves, they will find themselves suffering from an intense headache. That's all because of their weak willpower. They have no choice but to focus on their physical body first before working on their willpower." Su Yu heaved a long breath and said, "In that case, does my talent lie in willpower cultivation instead of physical body?" "You can say so. That's why the myriad races are so wary of cultural researchers. That's also why the myriad race cult will generally target our cultural researchers instead of physical cultivators. Before reaching a level where you can strengthen your body with your willpower, you're still very weak. This is the time when you're the most vulnerable." Chapter 10. The Capabilities of Cultural Research Academies 2. Su Yu was finding it hard to accept all that. This was the first time he had ever heard that cultural research was also a path of cultivation. "In fact, I would have gone looking for you even if you're not here today. I won't stop you from looking for your father at the All-Heaven battlefield. In fact, I'm glad to hear that. Human nature. Yes, that's how human nature works, and that's what humanity relies on to stand tall against the myriad races. However, you can't be rash. You must stay calm. The number of students accepted into cultural research academies each year is smaller than those accepted into war academies. It might also appear as if the cultural research academies have lower requirements, but in truth, the requirements are higher. Do you really think that the cultural research academies are only a gathering place for a bunch of bookworms?" Liu Wenyan's smile grew wider as he said, "No, we're not only capable of researching behind the front line, but we can also enter the battlefield and slaughter our enemies. Those among us who could enter the battlefield would be at least a Sky-Swore realm expert. Great strength? Infinite strength? Those are merely the realms where you refine your body with source chi. Us cultural researchers can finish that process in one day." Su Yu froze. After a while, he finally asked, "Instructor, you're a Sky-Swore cultivator. No, Liu Wenyan replied indifferently. So you're stronger than that? No. Liu Wenyan had the same indifferent appearance. Su Yu blanked out. What exactly was his instructor trying to say? I told you, only upon willpower materialization will one be able to refine one's body. I'm not at that stage yet. That single statement made everything Liu Wenyan had spoken earlier seem like a joke. He had yet to materialize his willpower. He was really only a great strength cultivator. Su Yu looked up at his instructor in astonishment. Old man, how can you say all that with a straight face? You're almost 70, for fuck's sake. You have yet to materialize your willpower yourself, but you're here telling me a cultural researcher can reach that stage in 3 to 5 years. There should be a limit even if you want to brag. Don't look at me like that. Liu Wenyan replied calmly. I was merely a failure of a student at the academy back then. I'm not one of their genius students. I've been wasting my life away after graduation, so it's normal for me to be incapable of willpower materialization. If it's really that easy, the number of human experts coming from cultural research academies wouldn't be as low as 30%. Instead, it would be something like 90%. Cultivation is not an easy feat regardless of the path you take. However, I still believe that the path of willpower is the faster and more promising one. If you want to grow strong quickly, this is your only option. The path of willpower. Su Yu sank into a long silence before saying, Instructor, are there cultivation methods meant for willpower? Yes. Liu Wenyan suddenly coughed awkwardly. But we don't have any in Nanyuan. You'll get them after entering an academy. Of course, the premise of getting a willpower cultivation method was to first accomplish willpower materialization. He left that unmentioned. Otherwise, Su Yu would probably start cursing at him. In fact, the process of studying the languages of the myriad races and their cultivation methods is an act of training your willpower. The effect is even more pronounced when studying the original texts. Liu Wenyan's expression turned stern again. You need to know that the reading materials we have here are not the original texts. The original text would actually contain the power or willpower of the corresponding race within. After studying and deciphering these reading materials, one would benefit greatly. Of course, working with these materials can also be dangerous. For example, one might lose their mind. Every single year, there would be some academy members losing their mind while studying these original texts. Remember to be careful when you start working on them in the future. The more powerful a cultivation method or the more important a document, the more powerful the willpower contained within would be. Because of that, it is rather easy to discern how important a document can be. The more powerful the willpower within, the more important the document would be. You can try visiting the Jia Trade Company. The ordinary-looking cultivation methods are guaranteed to be trash. In fact, the things they sell there are all leftovers, useless things that are completely harmless to the general public. Su Yu smiled helplessly. He knew it. Something good would not be left on the shelf for long. Liu Wenyan smiled and said, Tell me, do you still intend to join a war academy? In a cultural research academy, you can still train your body. But in a war academy, you might not have the opportunity to train your willpower anymore. After all, the powerful original texts will only be available in the cultural research academies. As long as you have the required strength, such as reaching the Skysoar realm, you'll be able to enter the All-Heaven battlefield at any time. Going there at the Infinite Strength realm is the same as going as cannon fodder. What's the point? Or do you simply lack the confidence to grow strong as a willpower cultivator? In that case, it wouldn't matter which academy you join. You won't be able to grow strong. Su Yu had never been certain of his decision to join a war academy, but now he was even more uncertain. Should he still try joining a war academy? There did not seem to be a need to do so anymore, so it turned out that he could grow strong in a cultural research academy as well. Cultural Research Academy, Original Texts, Willpower Cultivation. Su Yu was deep in thought as he walked out of the office with the bottle of blood essence in hand. He still intended to try using the blood essence. It would naturally be even better if he could cultivate both his willpower and physical body at the same time. The source swallowing technique might be the key to accelerating his physical cultivation. Cultural Research Academy. Su Yu came to a decision. Perhaps he should really join a cultural research academy that had been his original goal anyway. After Su Yu left, the principal entered the office while shaking his head. "Old man, you're scamming a student again." "What do you mean?" Liu Wenyan was displeased. "Willpower materialization. You've been cultivating for 50 years. Have you materialized your willpower?" "That will happen soon," Liu Wenyan declared confidently. "I'll reach the Skysoar realm the moment I materialize my willpower. At that time, a puny fresh infinite strength cultivator like you will be nothing for me." "You..." The principal was speechless. Fine, he would let the instructor have this. As for Su Yu, it was indeed better for him to join a cultural research academy. After all, cultivation in a war academy was far too dangerous. This instructor had been using the same story to sway the mind of numerous students over the years. Each time a student started doubting their decision to join a cultural research academy, he would give them the same speech, sending them all to the various cultural research academies. The Great Xia Cultural Research Academy should really confer you an award. Without you, they would have missed out on a decent number of students every year. Liu Wenyan did not seem to mind. "I don't have an award, but they have been sending me a bonus of $200,000 each year. That's enough for me." The principal was left speechless. He couldn't resist scolding. "You must be a spy from Great Xia Cultural Research Academy." "Why are you saying it like that?" "I've never denied that. I've always been listed as a staff member of the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy. How can you call me a spy?" Liu Wenyan laughed happily. The principal had nothing to say. Liu Wenyan was right. Most of these language instructors were sent directly from the cultural research academies. Even the rare instructors that weren't from the academies would find themselves quickly recruited. That was all for the sake of making sure that the talented students wouldn't all join the war academies. After all, research was much less exciting than physical cultivation, and youngsters were all rather hot-blooded. It was important that they kept a closer eye on these youngsters. Su Yu returned home with the glass bottle containing 3 drops of blood essence. The blood essence of a great strength realm being might be worthless for experts, but it was extremely valuable for Su Yu. After all, each drop was worth $50,000. If it wasn't for his lack of money, he wouldn't have been willing to spend his merit points for this. Even without the teacher's reminder, Su Yu still knew how important merit points were. That was something you might not be able to buy even with money. Of course, he certainly would entertain the thought of selling his points if someone offered him more than $50,000 per point. Thinking about it, I seem to be even richer than Dad. He was only able to save over $300,000 after so many years. Su Yu laughed in amusement. The $300,000 in his father's bank account might not even be as valuable as his 18 merit points. However, his father was also someone with merit points. Some had been spent for cultivation. As for the remaining points, Su Yu knew what the points were used for even though his father had not talked about them. His father had probably given those points out during his retirement. In fact, that was something a lot of retired veterans would do. Su Yu knew that many of the retired veterans in the neighborhood had done so. After all, their comrades that were still fighting on the battlefield would need those points more than them. Helping each other. Trusting each other. That was how the soldiers of humanity had always been. If not for the age restriction, there would probably be even more retired veterans returning to the army this time. A lot of the veterans were already approaching 50 during their retirement, so these people would not have the chance to return to the army for a second time. Clearing his mind of all the random thoughts, Su Yu willed for the book to appear in his mind. As usual, the pages started flipping before stopping at the iron-winged bird's page. Blood essence activation. What should I activate? An ability or the cultivation method? After a short thought, Su Yu decided, source swallowing technique. It was very likely that the abilities would provide him with an instant burst of strength. Without an actual opponent before him, it would be a waste to activate them. Of course, he wouldn't mind trying the abilities if he had enough blood essence. After all, it could be very dangerous to use the abilities without knowing their strength. How many drops per activation? Is 1 drop enough? As Su Yu willed in his mind to have the cultivation method activated, he swallowed a drop of blood essence. This time, he suffered no pain whatsoever. The blood essence was instantly absorbed by the book the moment it entered his mouth. Hum. The book in his mind trembled. Next, the words on the golden page changed. Foundation source technique. Source swallowing, activated for a duration of 1 hour. 1 hour? Suyu cursed. He could feel all his pores opening up to rapidly absorb the ambient source chi around him. It felt as though all 9 of his acupoints had been temporarily opened. That was the work of this book. Someone at the source opening realm wasn't supposed to be able to do so. Without opening the 9 acupoints, one wouldn't be able to sense source chi. By extension, one wouldn't be able to actively absorb source chi either. With the book, Suyu had gained the ability to sense source chi. He could absorb the source chi all around him with a thought. The ambient source chi of Nanyuan was rather thin in density, but that was only relative to what an infinite strength cultivator needed. For great strength and source opening cultivators, what Nanyuan had was more than enough. Crack. This was the first time his body had ever actively absorbed source chi. Like a ravenous beast, his flesh started madly taking in the chi to temper and refine itself. A faint glow covered all 9 of his acupoints, while a large amount of source chi gathered around his head to temper his acupoints. Chapter 11. 4th Stage Source Opening. Pain. Suyu was in great pain. His nose and mouth were still doing fine as he had already refined the acupoints there. However, that wasn't the case for his other acupoints. With source chi coursing through his unopened acupoints, he was tortured by intense pain. Rumbling sounds echoed in his ears while tears flowed down his eyes. The source chi was refining and opening his shut acupoints. An hour is too long. He had still been complaining about the short duration a moment ago, but now he unhesitatingly changed his mind. An hour was too long. Would his body burst apart after the hour was over? This was probably the first time a source opening cultivator had ever actively taken in source chi. The source swallowing technique was the cultivation method of the iron-winged bird. Without proper modifications, it was in truth unsuitable for human use. Suyu could feel that there were a lot more open pores on his back than the rest of his body, causing a much higher level of absorption on his back. Shit, these pores are meant to refine my wings. I won't grow a pair of wings after this, right? Suyu was speechless. The iron-winged bird was a flying race, with their wings being one of their trump cards. It was only natural that their cultivation method would focus on the wings as well. Alas, Suyu was no bird. Even with the book's help in adapting the source swallowing technique to his body, it was still an unsuitable technique. Boom. Suddenly, Suyu heard a loud rumble in his left ear. He blanked out slightly before erupting in joy. Was that his 4th acupoint being opened? It wasn't too hard for a human to open the initial 3 acupoints. The 4th and 5th acupoints at their ears would be slightly harder to open. Beyond that, the 6th and 7th acupoints at the eyes were even harder to open. As for the final 2 acupoints, the Spirit Palace and the 100 openings, these 2 would stump the vast majority of people. Most of the people unable to enter the ranks of proper cultivators were stuck at these 2. The left ear acupoint is opening. Suyu was overjoyed. The rumbling in his left ear was like music to him. Based on his previous estimation, he would require at least 6 months to reach the 4th stage. However, a single activation of the source swallowing technique had accomplished that feat for him. Of course, the speed only seemed impressive due to his weak cultivation level. The main difficulty of acupoint opening was a source opening cultivator's lack of ability to actively absorb source chi. The moment one gained the ability to do so, it would no longer be difficult to open the 9 acupoints. Source opening cultivators would not actually gain significant strength from the growth of their cultivation. At most, they would gain an increase in health and sharper senses, such as smell, taste, hearing, and eyesight. Even so, that was good enough for source opening cultivators. After opening the Spirit Palace acupoint to reach the 8th stage, source opening cultivators would then be able to practice some simple martial techniques for self-defense, preparing themselves for their eventual ascension into the ranks of true cultivators. Boom. Rumbling sounds kept erupting in Suyu's left ear. He could feel his ear shrinking and swelling repeatedly while his eardrum shook violently. All the while, his left ear was surrounded by source chi. The process was about to reach completion. The ambient source chi started gushing into his left ear. Su Yu, who had not been able to see Source Chi before, could actually see a smoke-like clump gushing into his ear. He was looking at Source Chi. He had never sensed Source Chi so clearly before. I can't hang on anymore. Rumbling sounds echoed in his head. It wasn't that his acupoint couldn't withstand the burden of the surging Source Chi, rather his body was too weak to withstand his first ever active Chi absorption. Boom! Suddenly, a particularly loud rumble erupted in his left ear. Su Yu's heart sank as he hurriedly stopped the cultivation method. He could no longer keep this going. Su Yu only recovered after half an hour. He felt regretful as he had cultivated for less than half an hour in total, wasting the remaining active duration. What a pity that the remaining duration would not be saved until the next time he needed it. However, the result is still excellent. I actually broke through into the 4th stage. Su Yu was pleased. In truth, he hadn't had much hope for the book. Surprisingly, it had actually pushed him to the 4th stage before the entrance examination. In the entire Nanyuan secondary school, only slightly over 10 students had reached the 4th stage. His previous cultivation was nothing. What with over 100 students at the same cultivation level, being a 4th stage source opening cultivator changed everything. In fact, based on the city's standards, he could be considered an all-rounder good in both martial cultivation and intellect. In short, he was a genius student. So is this how the book works? It's incredible. However, Su Yu frowned. It worked well when he was in the source opening realm, but anyone at the great strength realm would be able to cultivate actively. The source swallowing technique was no human cultivation method. At that level, he would be better off using a proper human cultivation method. Forget it, I can't get too greedy also. If I can get my hands on the cultivation methods of the divines and devils. Su Yu's eyes flickered in excitement. If he could one day activate the pages of the divines and the devils, what would happen? Human cultivation methods were great, but divine and devil cultivation methods were even greater. Humanity had pillaged a large number of cultivation methods of the other races over the years of war, but very few of them were the cultivation methods of the divines and the devils. Most of the cultivation methods came from the weaker races. Cultivation methods of the more powerful races were rarely found. After all, killing an opponent was very different from killing an opponent and also snatching the opponent's cultivation method. Have the divines and devils appeared in my dreams before? Su Yu couldn't remember his earlier dreams well as he was still too young back then. He wasn't sure if he had encountered them in his dreams before. If he had, would he be able to use their cultivation methods? It's too early to think about all that. The source swallowing technique is good enough for now. It can help me quickly advance my source opening cultivation. Su Yu forced himself to calm down. He was still in great excitement over his progress. 4th stage source opening. Not much had changed with his body, but the refinement by Source Chi had still strengthened his body slightly. More importantly, his hearing had improved tremendously. As his left ear moved, he started hearing the sounds in the apartment unit above. It still wasn't very clear, but he could hear much more than before. Due to the excellent soundproofing of the apartment, he could hardly hear a sound from his neighbors in the past, especially when they weren't intentionally being loud. Now, his hearing was much more formidable. It was a basic requirement for a cultivator to have clear eyesight and good hearing. Those were the qualities one would not gain without completing the source opening realm. This is great. Although he had used a drop of blood essence for the advancement, it was totally worth it if every merit point used could advance him by a stage. I still have 2 drops. Should I try the abilities out? Su Yu's eyes flickered in anticipation. He wanted to test out the might of the abilities, also figuring out their duration and effects on his body. It would be too irresponsible to use these abilities before actually testing them out. 2 iron-winged bird abilities were available for him: Rip and Iron-Wing Slash. Rip was labeled a Tier 1 ability. In short, different iron-winged birds would be able to provide abilities of different tiers. That was understandable. Su Yu could forget about Iron-Wing Slash due to his obvious lack of wings. However, it wouldn't hurt to give Rip a try. Fine, let's give it a try. However, his house was too small and there were too many people in the neighborhood. With great strength cultivators as neighbors, his house wasn't a suitable place to test the ability. After thinking about it, Su Yu left with his blood essence. About 10 minutes later, at a training center, after paying a fee of $101, Su Yu rented a training room for an hour. There were plenty of such training centers in Nanyuan. After all, there were a lot of great strength cultivators living in the city. Start. The moment Su Yu swallowed the drop of blood essence, countless scenes of an iron-winged bird ripping its prey apart with its claws appeared in his mind. Both his hands started swelling. Source chi gathered in both his hands, filling them with power, while also torturing him with pain. This is Rip? Su Yu was shocked. This was the first time he had ever felt so strong. He couldn't even accurately judge how strong he was at the moment, as he was only a 4th stage source opening cultivator. As the pain in his hands intensified, he did not dare to delay and hurriedly attacked the training dummy before him. Boom! His hand shot out and clawed at the dummy's throat with his fingers that had turned as sharp as eagle claws. A loud boom resounded from the dummy that was made from sturdy materials capable of withstanding the attack of cultivators. Su Yu then pulled his hand back and attacked with his other hand. He attacked again and again, each attack powered by some sort of tearing effect. Slowly, a tiny crack appeared on the dummy's throat, and after about 5 minutes, Su Yu finally felt the power leaving his hands. Boom! Hiss! Su Yu inhaled in pain as he landed one final attack after the power left him, nearly breaking his own fingers and putting himself in great pain. Fuck! Su Yu cursed the ability for leaving so abruptly. It was understandable that he would hurt himself attacking a training dummy with his cultivation of source opening realm. After checking his communicator, he reached a conclusion. An active duration of 5 minutes for a drop of blood essence. It is not a singular attack, rather it infuses my attacks with a tearing effect. That is probably the racial ability of the bird, instead of a regular chi-powered technique. Su Yu looked at the tiny crack on the dummy's neck. It was slowly closing back up. These training dummies were popular among the various training centers due to their ability to self-repair. Dad is also able to do this to the dummy as a 9th stage great strength cultivator. In fact, he can do even more damage to it. With one full-powered punch, he can blast a hole through the dummy. Meanwhile, my repeated attacks have only left a small crack on it. Seems like my attack is around the level of a 6th or 7th stage great strength cultivator. Probably 7th, as the 6th stage is unlikely to have enough strength to damage these dummies. In that case, these activated abilities will have the strength of the blood essence used. After all, the book indicated that the blood used belonged to a 7th stage great strength iron-winged bird. 1 drop of blood essence for the offensive strength of a 7th stage great strength cultivator for a duration of 5 minutes. In other words, he now had access to the offensive prowess of a 7th stage great strength cultivator. Of course, offensive prowess did not equal strength. A true great strength cultivator would have a stronger body, a faster speed, and more experience in combat. They would be better than him in all aspects. He could only contend against great strength cultivators when attacking stationary targets. But against proper great strength cultivators that were ready for combat, they would be able to instantly kill him. After all, his ability would only strengthen his hands, while his body would remain weak. In fact, I won't stand a chance against even a 3rd stage great strength cultivator, so long as the opponent is ready for me and fights from range. I won't even have the chance to approach such an opponent to use my ability. Su Yu shook his head, pulling himself out of the illusion of strength. The strength this ability gave him was not as impressive as it looked. It could only be used as a trump card. If it was exposed, it wouldn't be able to harm even 3rd stage or weaker great strength cultivators. After all, those opponents could always avoid him until his ability ran out before turning around to deal with him. However, this ability isn't completely worthless either. In fact, it can be very useful. Su Yu smiled. He shouldn't be too greedy. This ability was good enough for him. To be frank, a source-opening cultivator like him was not much different from a regular person. The ability to gain the offensive strength of a 7th stage great strength cultivator for 5 minutes was more than enough for him. But the side effects are a tad bit serious, Su Yu complained. Both his hands were still swelling. As for the pain, it had tortured him so much that he was already numb to it. Rip, this ability is too rough. The abilities of the iron-winged birds are really not suitable for humans. Our own martial techniques will be much better. However, the abilities of some of the more powerful races can still be very useful. Su Yu's eyes lit up in excitement. Humanity had performed a thorough research on the iron-winged birds, making them a poor target to study. But what about other races? What if he could decipher the abilities of other races? The cultural research academies will reward me for researching these subjects, right? If I'm lucky enough to get the cultivation methods, techniques, or even racial abilities of the divines and devils, won't that earn me a lot of merit points? Su Yu swallowed before smiling. I think the cultural research academies are basically tailor-made for me. I can totally become a technique dealer at the cultural research academies. Of course, Su Yu was only half joking to himself. He was a nobody. If he suddenly started releasing the racial abilities and techniques of the divines and the devils after joining an academy, he wouldn't be considered a genius. Rather, he would be considered a freak. Had he encountered a divine or a devil before? Had he fought them before? Had he trained in their techniques before? If the answer to all these questions was no, nobody would believe that he was actually able to decipher the techniques and racial abilities of those races. Su Yu could only entertain himself with those thoughts. With a smile, he started moving again. Although he couldn't activate the iron-winged bird's ability anymore, he still shouldn't waste the training room he had paid for. It wouldn't hurt to use his remaining time in the room to train. Human cultivators would only start learning martial arts after reaching the 8th stage source opening realm. They wouldn't be able to properly utilize the practiced martial arts before then. Nevertheless, Su Yu had still learned several martial arts in the past. He wasted no time and started practicing what he knew in the training room. In the past, the 8th stage felt incredibly far away for him. That was no longer the case. It would be a good idea to familiarize himself with some martial arts in advance. That way, he wouldn't be completely clueless upon reaching the 8th stage. After all, if he reached that stage without the skill to utilize his newfound strength, he would remain as weak as before. Chapter 12. Peaceful and Calm. Everything was peaceful and calm for the next few days. Su Yu did not tell anyone about his advancement into the 4th stage. Instead, he focused on bitterly practicing the source opening codex to stabilize his cultivation. There were some side effects from consuming blood essence. Thankfully, most of the blood had been absorbed by the book. Su Yu's body fully recovered in only 2 or 3 days and stopped hurting all the time. He did not use the final drop of blood essence in his possession. It was still too soon. After all, he wasn't sure if the source swallowing technique would push him into the 5th stage the next time he used it. It would be too crazy for him to make such a big leap in cultivation in such a short period of time. It was better to wait half a month or so. Su Yu was in no rush. The entrance examination would only start after 2 months. If he could advance once every 2 weeks, he would be able to reach the 9th stage by the time the examination arrived. You, going to school today? Of course. I'm so jealous that you don't need to go. Can't you get a leave of absence for me as well? Chen Hao said instinctively before stopping. He asked curiously, "You're going?" This fellow had been skipping school for several days. Even on the rare days he went, he wouldn't stay long. Chen Hao was greatly envious of that. Why was this fellow suddenly going to school today? While walking, Su Yu said, "There are still over 2 months before the entrance exam. I'm going to look for the instructor and ask if I can learn a few more languages." "You're learning more?" Chen Hao was astonished. What a crazy person. He abruptly recalled something and grinned as he said, "You, in the past, I thought you're amazing for knowing 18 languages. But I just learned that we have someone even more amazing in our school. Do you know Lu Yue from the 1st class? I heard that she's even crazier than you. She had just gotten her 20th language certification yesterday. How incredible." Su Yu raised his brow. Lu Yue? 20th language? He naturally knew who Lu Yuez was. That was someone he frequently encountered at the library. In fact, she was the one who had shown him the books related to the acceleration of source opening cultivation. Unfortunately, those books hadn't been helpful. He was aware that Liu Yu had mastered a decent number of languages. After all, she was even more serious than him in her studies. In fact, he would see her in the library almost every time he went there. Even so, for her to know 20 languages. Su Yu could claim that he didn't care that someone had surpassed him, but he still couldn't help feeling somewhat disgruntled hearing the news. There were others in the school who had also mastered a lot of languages, but even the best of them had only mastered around the same number of languages as him. He had never heard about the actual number of languages Lu Yu had mastered before. It was surprising that she was able to master so many languages, especially when she wasn't even Lu Wenyan's student. One ought to know that most of the top language students in the school had been taught by Lu Wenyan. In that case, who had Lu Yue learned from? Su Yu did not ask any questions about Lu Yue. The two continued walking toward the school. The public transport in the city wasn't expensive, but most of the students would rather walk unless they really lived too far away. After all, walking could be considered a form of training. On the way, they could see some uniformed traffic controllers every now and then. Looking at the familiar uniform, Su Yu started missing his father. It had been 5 days. How was his father doing at the All-Heaven battlefield? Apart from the traffic controllers in their green uniforms, they also encountered the black uniformed patrols from the Windcatcher Department twice. The Windcatcher Department was mainly in charge of internal security within the human realm. How has the Windcatcher Department been patrolling everywhere in the past few days? Yeah. Chen Hao, who was busy looking around, replied, "Didn't they say that the Myriad race cult has entered Great Xia? That's why the Windcatcher Department has increased the frequency of their patrols." Hehe. Have you watched any television during the past few days? The prefect has deployed the Martial Dragon Guards to patrol the prefecture, and a lot of Myriad race cult bastards have been captured. There are executions every single day. Hundreds of them have been executed by now. Su Yu was naturally aware of all that. He frowned slightly and said, "Things are odd." "What?" Chen Hao smiled. "It's not like this is the first time executions are shown on television. I'm not talking about that." Su Yu frowned. Those Myriad race cult bastards won't make a move for no reason. They would cause chaos each time they moved. But have you seen or heard of any chaos in Great Xia this time? The only thing that has been happening is the execution of those fellows. Are they here to throw their lives away? He found it odd that apart from being executed, the Myriad race cult had not been doing anything else. Was it because the Martial Dragon Guards were too good and were able to detect the Myriad race cult before they could do anything? Sure, that might be possible. Shaking his head, Su Yu cleared his mind of those thoughts. That wasn't something he should be worried about. However, he was still glad to see the Myriad race cult doing badly. With the defeats they had suffered, they probably wouldn't be able to spare any effort on assassinating Instructor Liu anymore. The two talked as they walked. Before long, they arrived at Nanyuan Secondary School. At the same time, outside the Nanyuan Secondary School, at the top floor of a tall building nearby, a middle-aged man moved his gaze away from the school. Turning around, he looked at a middle-aged woman who was busy cooking and spoke. "In Nanyuan Secondary School, there are 3,200 students, 210 teachers and instructors, with the students being source-opening cultivators and the teachers being great strength cultivators. The principal, Chen Shi, is a second-stage infinite strength cultivator. They have 50 guards, with 1 9th stage great strength cultivator and 6 cultivators at the 7th stage great strength realm and above among them. Among the teachers, 28 of them were at 7th stage great strength realm and above. In total, there are 35 high-ranked great strength cultivators. Additionally, the Windcatcher Department has a team of 30 providing secret protection to the school. The team leader is an infinite strength cultivator. The rest of them are high-ranked great strength cultivators. In total, they have 64 high-ranked great strength cultivators and 2 infinite strength cultivators. The mayor's manor is 7,000 meters away from the school. With Mayor Wu Wenhai's strength as a second-stage Skysoar cultivator, he requires 2 minutes to reach the school from the manor. The middle-aged man finished his report. In the kitchen, the woman continued cooking as she spoke. Nanyuan Secondary School, the best secondary school in Nanyuan, also a source of talent for the various academies. This time, we won't be acting alone. Our people will be moving concurrently in 6 cities, all aiming for the local secondary schools. Jia Longwu? Heh. The woman's face turned cold. Xia Longwu is too arrogant. After destroying a few of our regular hideouts, he concluded that we're completely worthless. This time we'll let him suffer. Great Xia? Nothing special after all. The middle-aged man did not say anything about her rambling. Instead, he continued his report. There is also a squad of Martial Dragon Guards in Nanyuan. There are 10 soldiers in the team. 9 of them have a cultivation level between 4th stage to 9th stage infinite strength realm. The squad leader, Jia Bing, is a 2nd stage Skysoar realm cultivator. We still don't know where they're stationed, but we need to take precautions against them as well. Martial Dragon Guards. This time the woman was no longer sneering. Her face turned solemn as she said, "Investigate. Find them. There are too few of them. It's very hard to investigate them. Create some chaos. Lure them out." The woman ordered coldly, "Have some people go outside the city and slaughter a few hamlets. That will be enough lives to force the martial dragon guards to make a move." At that, the middle-aged man hesitated. "A lot of us have died recently. The people under us are already wavering. If we continue sending them to their deaths, it's not like they know they'll be facing the martial dragon guards. Have the people from the Blood Fire sect go. Those people have always been crazy. They enjoy killing the most. Let them test the water. The moment the martial dragon guards are lured away, we move. Have our people on standby. We'll destroy Nanyuan Secondary School in one go before retreating immediately. This time we'll kill all of them." The woman had a cold expression. "Kill all the students and teachers in all 6 secondary schools. Even Xia Longwu would be hurt from the loss of 6 secondary schools. They think we're only here to create a little bit of trouble? Little did they know that our goal is more than a few instructors. Protecting Lu Wenyan, he wasn't even their target. What was the point of killing a single Lu Wenyan? Even with the robust strength of Great Xia, it would still suffer from losing 6 secondary schools and everyone in it. The result would not be immediate, but in a few years they would start feeling the effects of losing almost an entire generation of students from 6 cities. The middle-aged man heaved a long breath and said worriedly, "We're both Skysoar cultivators. It won't be a problem for us to handle Mayor Wu Wenhai. But if Xia Bing shows up, we won't be his match." The Martial Dragon Guards was the most elite army of Great Xia. Even a mere squad leader of that army would be extremely powerful. Even with the same cultivation level, it was unlikely that they would be his match. "Don't worry," the woman sneered. "If the Martial Dragon Guards really show up, there will be someone else handling them. Have the higher-ups sent someone here? Don't ask something you shouldn't," berated the woman before shifting her focus back to her cooking. She had been staying here undercover for 6 years. After this mission, it would be time for her to leave. She wondered if she would be promoted after her return to the headquarters. Suddenly, a little girl walked into the room and asked, "Mom, that smells good. What are we having for breakfast?" "Dear, be patient. Breakfast will be ready soon." The woman spoke with a gentle smile on her face. However, the look in her eyes was cold with no emotion whatsoever. As far as she was concerned, this daughter of hers was merely a tool to cover her identity here. The man also smiled warmly as he talked to the young girl. However, his eyes were as cold as the woman's. The girl did not suspect anything and happily went into the bathroom. The moment she left, the kitchen sank into silence. After a short while, the man asked, "What about her?" "Kill." The woman did not hesitate. "But we can't do it now. We'll do it before leaving and erase even her blood. We can't have those experts tracing us through her blood. After all, our blood still flows in her." Yes, that was their biological daughter. They had given birth to the daughter to cover their identities. Now that they were leaving, they no longer needed this burden with them. Over the past 6 years, the two had disguised themselves well. Nobody in Nanyuan suspected them. Nobody would have guessed that the hard-working couple with a daughter would actually be Skysoar experts of the Myriad race cult. "Contact the others tonight. Get ready for the operation. Remember, slaughter everyone and pull out in 3 minutes." "Okay." The middle-aged man answered before looking outside the window. A smile formed on his face as his gaze landed on Nanyuan Secondary School. That school would stop existing in a few days. What a pity. Those youths are quite a vigorous bunch. Some of them might even have the potential to grow into incredible individuals in the future. Alas, they would no longer have the chance to do so. Xia Longwu, not even you would have seen this coming. After all, Great Xia has enjoyed many years of peace. The more he thought about it, the more excited the middle-aged man became. He had been here for so many years. It was finally time for him to complete his mission. Xia Longwu had thought that this would only be a minor conflict. Little did he know that the main force of the cult had already entered Great Xia. Chapter 13, Bait 1. Final Year, 3rd Class. This was Su Yu's class. He had barely been to his classes in recent days, however, nobody thought much about it. The entrance examination was coming, and everyone was nervous about it. Nobody could spare any attention on whether a classmate was skipping classes or not. In any case, Su Yu was not the only one being exempted from lessons. There was a 4th-stage source-opening cultivator in the class who had also been away from school for a long time. For students of that level, it was better for them to calm themselves and prepare for the upcoming examination than to actually go to school every day. Su Yu went to class and sat down on his seat. He was in no rush to go looking for Lu Wenyan. It was still too early. Instructor Lu was probably busy reading this early in the morning. After all, that was a long-time habit of his. Chen Hao sat down beside Su Yu. The two were actually desk mates. Their teachers allowed the class to sit freely, so the two had decided to sit together. Before long, a voluptuous woman of about 30 in age entered the class with a book in hand. She scanned the class without remarking on the attendance. Stopping at the front of the class, she opened her book and said, "The entrance examination is not far away. We'll stop with the basic lessons. Today, I'll give you a simple explanation on your possible future paths after graduation instead. I won't talk about the 4 academy types. You already know that. I'll talk about those who couldn't even enter an internal affairs academy, or those unwilling to enter one. What path can one such person take?" The teacher smiled. This is a magical era where the mundane and the extraordinary exist together. Some students are unwilling to stay mundane, hoping to step on an extraordinary path. Will there be no hope for you to be extraordinary after failing to enter a war academy? No, you still have hope. At that point, even the students who had heard about the alternatives grew excited. It didn't matter if they had heard it somewhere else before. It was always more reliable to hear it from a teacher. The first path, also the more dangerous path, is to join an army. The smile on the teacher's face vanished as she solemnly said, "I think you're all aware that the army is one of the places where a mundane person would find more chances at stepping onto an extraordinary path. By killing our enemies on the battlefield, you will earn merit points. Many of you have family members in the army. You should already be aware of this. That is an extremely dangerous path. We have a 6-figure casualty rate yearly. However, I'm not here today to talk about the dangers of joining an army. Even if that is the path you decide to take, there are still multiple options within that path." The teacher paused and looked at Chen Hao, who had grown excited listening to her. She smiled and said, "Chen Hao, can you name the armed forces we have in Great Jia?" Chen Hao stood up in excitement and said, "Firstly, we have the Martial Dragon Guards, the strongest army of Great Jia. Secondly, we have the Great Jia Army, the army in charge of the defense of Great Jia. Thirdly, we have the Windcatcher Department in charge of arresting the Myriad race cult and maintaining law and order. Fourthly, the city guards of the various cities in charge of defending the various cities. Apart from the Windcatcher Department, the other 3 forces will be expected to join the battlefield when things get difficult there. They can be considered the reserve force for our frontline army." The teacher smiled. "You're right. However, your answer is not comprehensive enough. The Martial Dragon Guards is not a reserve force. They are not staying away from the all-heaven battlefield because they're weaker than the frontline army. Rather, it is because the front line does not require them there all the time. Apart from the 4 you mentioned, there are 2 other armed forces in Great Xia." Chen Hao grew curious. The teacher continued with her explanation. "The 5th armed force is the frontline army. In truth, a part of the frontline army has always remained within Great Jia itself. Of course, they're very rarely seen. They are mainly in charge of recruiting new soldiers. The 6th armed force is the retired veterans. As you're all aware of, we have a lot of citizens that are retired veterans from the various armed forces. That is actually a rather formidable force in itself." At that point, the teacher hesitated slightly before saying, "In fact, there is also a 7th armed force." Everyone was astonished. There was more. "Yes, we have a 7th armed force. The guards of the various schools and academies do not look down on these guards. Just take our Nanyuan Secondary School as an example. We're only a secondary school, but the squad leader Huang, you all know, is actually a 9th stage great strength expert. At the capital, the school and academy guards are even stronger. There, You can find guards at the Infinite Strength realm, or even the Sky Soar realm, including the instructors and the students of the war academies. The schools and academies can be considered a massive force that might even surpass the might of the Great Ezza army when combined. Of course, all of us combined would still be weaker than the martial dragon guards. Everyone had a look of understanding on their faces. That was a factor they had all overlooked. Therefore, I'm here today to tell you that even if you can't enter an academy, do not worry. There are many options leading to an extraordinary path. However, danger and opportunity exist at the same time. If you're not as good as others in your studies and cultivation, then you'll need to pay a greater price for success. You might even end up paying the ultimate price, your life. The teacher sternly said, "Students wishing to step on an extraordinary path, yet unable to enter a war academy, can consider enlisting in the army. Going to the front line is the most dangerous path, but you will also have the highest chance of obtaining what you want there. Secondly, you can consider joining the Great Zia Army. You can forget about the martial dragon guards. But the Great Zia Army will recruit new soldiers every year. It is also much safer to join this army than going to the front line." Apart from the Great Zia Army, the Windcatcher Department also has their own academy known as the Windcatcher Academy. However, that isn't a popular academy also. Their teaching method is rather crude. You will probably find yourself graduated and deployed to the various cities for active duty right after entering the Great Strength realm. You will have a much earlier access to real combat there. So it turned out that the teacher was essentially telling them to enlist. Toward the end, the teacher shifted her tone and said, "Actually, if you can't enter a war academy and are also worried of the stress of joining an army, you can totally consider joining the city guards. The entrance examination for the city guards is much simpler. They also have a rather comprehensive training curriculum in place. Nanyuan isn't a big city, but our city guards aren't weak. Everyone is in a rush to head to the capital. However, the capital is over 1,000 kilometers away from Nanyuan. You'll be very far from home. Why don't you give the city guards a try?" The leader of Nanyuan's city guards, 1,000-man Commander Zhang, is a 9th-stage great strength expert. He places great importance on the city guards and its reserve. He will frequently give personal pointers to the new recruits, and the more talented recruits will receive great care from him. The mayor himself looks highly upon the commander. At that point, most of the class understood what was going on. This was yet another recruiter in disguise. Of course, none of them were bothered. They were already used to this. It was that time of the year where students were about to graduate and the various forces were in need of fresh recruits. Nanyuan might be a small city, but the mayor still wished to forge an elite garrison for the city. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. The city garrison had actually been able to recruit a decent number of talents from the city each year due to their location. As students of Nanyuan Secondary School, there were still some third-stage source opening cultivators that were decently talented, even if they weren't able to enter the war academies. With some training, these people would still be able to step into the infinite strength realm in the future. Give it a thought. You don't have to rush your decision. At that point, the class was getting clamorous, but the teacher was unaffected. After she was done speaking, she allowed everyone to freely discuss the topic and walked up to Su Yu. Su Yu wasn't her target, rather it was Chen Hao. "Chen Hao, you're a third-stage source opening cultivator. You still have a chance to join a war academy, but it's a rather small chance. If you can't get into one, why don't you consider the city guards? Your father is working in Nanyuan as well, right? Even a new recruit will be allowed to return home 3 days per month. This is a very good opportunity." Meanwhile, Chen Hao looked sullen. Why was she telling him all that? He would definitely be able to enter a war academy. He did not want to join the city guards. Why wasn't Su Yu given the same talk? She was obviously looking down on him. Seeing Chen Hao's expression, the teacher smiled and asked, "Look at you. Are you looking down on the garrison?" "No, of course not. But I still want to try joining a war academy. I'll think again if I fail." Chen Hao sounded dispirited. He would reconsider only after failing his entrance examination to the war academies. The teacher did not mind his reply. She looked at Su Yu and said with the same smile on her face, "Su Yu, you're slated to join a cultural research academy. Instructor Liu personally made sure of that. I shouldn't be saying this, but in case you don't want to join a cultural research academy, you can consider the city guards as well." The mayor is placing more and more importance on the city guards. You're a talented individual. Upon joining the city guards, you won't be assigned an unimportant position. The mayor actually has some openings in the communication division where you can work while learning. That is actually quite a valuable opportunity. Su Yu gave it a thought and asked, "A city guard won't have much chance to enter the all-heaven battlefield, right?" "Yes." The teacher hurriedly replied, thinking that Su Yu was afraid of the battlefield. Su Yu nodded and replied with a smile, "I see. Thank you, teacher. I'll give it a thought." That was basically a polite rejection. What a joke. Su Yu would most certainly not join the city guards. He might have considered it in the past. If his father was still home and Nanyuan City could offer him something good, he wouldn't mind staying. He was also aware of the so-called communication division. It was a safe place to work with good benefits for its employees. But with his father gone, what was the point of staying in Nanyuan alone? Also, would he have access to the blood essence he needed in Nanyuan? At that thought, Su Yu thought something and asked, "Teacher, between the war academies and the cultural research academies, which would have access to more blood essence?" The abrupt question stunned the teacher. She answered, "Of course it's the war academies. I mean in terms of variety. As a place of research, the cultural research academies should have access to more types of blood essence, right?" "Yes, I guess." The teacher wasn't too sure either. In terms of variety, the cultural research academies should have more. At the very least, they will have more samples than the war academies. Most of the unused blood essence gained from the battlefield would be supplied to the cultural research academies. In terms of total quantity, the war academies would have more. For example, they will probably have a lot of blood essence capable of helping with one's cultivation. Su Yu nodded. He had reached the same conclusion previously, but he was unsure. With a confirmation from his teacher, he was much more confident in his judgment. Quantity was good, but variety was more important for him. Without variety, how was he supposed to unlock more pages in his book? Also, without knowing the language, he wouldn't be able to read an unlocked page either. Was he supposed to ask others what those words meant after unlocking a page? Looks like I should focus on joining a cultural research academy after all. As Su Yu was muttering to himself, someone shouted outside the classroom, "Su Yu, go see Instructor Liu. He's looking for you." Got it. After getting permission from his teacher, Su Yu left the classroom. Chapter 14. Bait 2. When Su Yu reached the instructor's office, he saw that he wasn't the only student there. Several familiar faces could be seen in the office. He wasn't exactly close with them, but he knew their names. Some were genius cultivators at 4th stage source opening realm, and some were genius students who had mastered numerous languages. Liu Yu was among them. Instructor Liu wasn't the only school staff present either. The principal and several great strength instructors were there as well. These people were among the strongest individuals in Nanyuan Secondary School. After Su Yu, a few more students arrived one after another. Several minutes later, everyone was there. The principal smiled and said, "The 25 of you are the hope of Nanyuan Secondary School this year. All of you will be joining either a war academy or a cultural research academy. As for the scientific research academies, they never recruited heavily from our school." The principal was a martial cultivator, while Lu Wenyan was a scholar. However, the scholar unhesitatingly interrupted the principal and said, "Cut the crap. Get straight to the point. We can't afford to waste so much time." That placed the principal in an awkward position. Couldn't the old bastard see that there were students present? Why was he being so rude in front of the kids? The principal suddenly had the urge to break one of Instructor Liu's legs. The other instructors stealthily laughed at the exchange and only stopped when the principal glared at them. The principal continued his talk. "Recently, things haven't been too peaceful in Great Jia. The Myriad race cult is making a lot of moves. They haven't been able to do much, but Nanyuan is a small city. We do not have enough forces to defend against them. Therefore, we have decided to send all of you to the capital, the Great Jia city, in advance. You will be safer there. In fact, the Myriad race cult is already attacking the genius students of some other cities." Su Yu remained silent. One of the students asked, "Going to the capital? How about the entrance examination?" "You can take your examination at the capital. It might even be better for you that way, as the capital has a much higher number of open slots for recruitment. With the school's recommendation, all of you have received the permission to take your examination there. You only need to go and wait. How long will we be staying there? A girl asked. We're still 2 months away from the examination. Are we supposed to stay at the capital until then? Not really. If the Myriad race cult is defeated before then, you can return. At the mention of the cult, the principal became furious. Those scoundrels are creating chaos everywhere. Nanyuan is too small. We don't have enough forces to protect all of you. It is better to be safe. If they set their eyes on you, there will be a lot of openings for them to make their move. We might not be able to protect you when you're outside, when you're home, or even when you're here at school. Rather than spreading our security forces thin, we might as well gather you up and send you away. In fact, your departure will also make it safer for your families. For the Myriad race cult, the regular people are not worth the risk of revealing themselves. You know what I mean. Everyone nodded. None of them was a fool. They naturally understood what the principal meant. The Myriad race cult would not make a move for no reason. It was pointless to reveal themselves just to kill some regular people and put themselves at risk. However, killing these genius students was an entirely different case. In fact, the cult had a bonus system meant for rewarding successful kills of these young geniuses. A cult member would obtain considerable benefits from making a successful kill. Of course, these students at Nanyuan weren't exactly true geniuses when compared with those from the bigger cities. However, Nanyuan also had a weaker security, making it a rather tempting target for the cult. In fact, the cult had indeed performed assassinations against young geniuses in other small cities before. Seeing that all the students understood him, the principal continued, Therefore, all of you need to get ready. For those willing to leave, gather at the school in 3 days. The city garrison will send some people to escort you to the capital. Don't worry, the school will bear all your expenses there. Liu Wenyan had been remaining silent. He suddenly spoke. If possible, you really should leave. Things haven't been peaceful lately. The Myriad race cult has been active during the past few days. Genius students and merchant convoys have suffered attacks from them. Some murders have also been committed outside the city. Fortunately, no murder have been committed in Nanyuan so far. Something feels off about all that. You're no longer children, so you should have your own judgment about the situation as well. This might be an attempt to lure our security forces away from the city. The Myriad race cult members that have been caught or exposed are all minor members, with a majority of them being those lunatics from the Bloodfire sect. Those lunatics have all been brainwashed to the point they don't fear death. They are nothing but cannon fodder for the cult and the Myriad races. The true big shots have yet to show themselves. By creating chaos, they're keeping the martial dragon guards and the city guards of the various cities occupied. Su Yu couldn't help but to ask, Instructor, is the capital not aware of all this? Of course they are. Liu Wenyan smiled. The capital is a place filled with talented individuals. How will they be unaware of this? But even if they are aware, can the martial dragon guards stay idle during disturbances? The Great Xia army is in charge of defense, so they can't be moved from their positions easily. The martial dragon guards have the most flexibility, so they have to be deployed. The Windcatcher department can hardly catch a breath as they are needed everywhere. You will never know what the Myriad race cult's next target will be. Those hiding in the dark can act in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Even with the strength to crush them, we can't do anything since we don't know where they are. Therefore, our goal is to reduce the number of targets and send you away. We can then allocate more of our forces into hunting those fellows down. Everyone nodded in realization. One of the students declared furiously, Those people are animals. Just wait until I graduate from a war academy. I'll kill every last one of them. The instructors merely smiled without saying anything. Every one of them had thought of the same thing before. Unfortunately, those cult members were too well hidden. All right. Return and think about this. Come to the school in 3 days if you agree to leave. The city guards will send you away. All right. Everyone answered. It did not seem like they would have any other choice apart from leaving. By leaving, they could instead lighten the burden on Nanyuan. They understood that. Everyone left, but Su Yu remained. He had been intending to learn a few more languages from Liu Wenyan anyway, including the ox-faced fish language, That was one of the races he had dreamed of before. Surprisingly, it had been a few days since Su Yu had last dreamed. The ox-faced fish language was extremely obscure, so Su Yu had not learned it before. He wasn't even sure if Lu Wenyan knew it. As for his departure to the capital, he didn't really care much about it. He was going to be home alone anyway, so it did not matter if he had to move to a different city. The other instructors and the principal left as well. Finally, only Su Yu and Lu Wenyan were left in the office. Hearing that Su Yu wanted to learn the ox-faced fish language, Liu Wenyan smiled and said, "The ox-faced fish is very rare on the All-Heaven battlefield. Most of them remain in the Mount Root realm. Their language is very obscure, resulting in a lack of reading materials in their language. At the very last, that's the case when it comes to our plunder from the All-Heaven battlefield. I've yet to learn that language as well, but I'm confident there will be someone in the capital that knows the language." Su Yu did not feel too bad about it. He was about to leave when Liu Wenyan said, "Your father has left for the All-Heaven battlefield. Are you living alone for now?" "Yeah. Remember to be careful." Su Yu turned around and looked at his instructor. "Were things really this bad? There are security measures in place at school and on the streets. Most of our students will also have some great strength cultivators at home, so we're not too worried about them. But you're more vulnerable since you're living alone." Liu Wenyan hesitated for a bit before saying, "In truth, I disagree." "Instructor Liu," a sonorous voice suddenly rang out from outside the office. Liu Wenyan maintained the same expression and asked, "His father is a veteran of the devil-subduing army. Is he not trustworthy as well?" "Anything is possible. Su Long has been retired for 18 years. Then you guys should have someone protect him. I can't stop worrying otherwise. We don't have the manpower to spare." Liu Wenyan said unhappily, "I don't have the right to question you people from the Martial Dragon Guards when you're carrying out your orders. But I don't think Su Yu is suspicious. Of course, if you're still unwilling, I'll have Su Yu stay with me for a few days. It will be too irresponsible to let him return alone." The person outside sank into silence, seemingly deep in thought. As for Su Yu, he was totally confused. What was going on? Of course, he chose to keep his mouth shut. Was the person outside someone from the Martial Dragon Guards? But he hadn't noticed anyone outside at all. Fine. A reply came a short while later before silence descended again. Liu Wenyan turned to look at the silent Su Yu and smiled. "The Myriad race cult members are very good at disguising themselves. We suspect that they have been creating chaos recently for a specific reason. Therefore, we decided that we can't stay passive. Instead, we need to take the initiative and make our own move as well. However, we don't know if they have any members in the school or the city garrison. We need an opportunity before we can make a move." Opportunity? Su Yu caught on to something, but he was still unsure. Yes, opportunity. Nanyuan is a small place. There is nothing important here. The only thing we have of value is probably this Nanyuan secondary school. Maybe the mayor's manor can be considered such a place, but that place is guarded by the city guards. It is a much safer place than the school. We don't know if the cult is already in Nanyuan, but as a precaution and to grab the initiative, we have decided on a baiting operation. You guys are the bait, of sorts. Liu Wenyan sighed. If the cult is really here at Nanyuan, and they're really planning something here, they will only be left with several choices after hearing about our plan to send you guys away. Firstly, they can attack in advance and kill all of you. Secondly, they can attack while you're en route to the capital. But with the city garrison escorting you, the cult will need more manpower for their operation. Also, the Great Zia army will also be meeting with us halfway the journey. Thirdly, they can wait for you guys to leave with a portion of the garrison. With the city weakened, they can make their move. Fourthly, give up on Nanyuan. With all of you gone, we can better concentrate our security measures, making things harder for the cult. Su Yu frowned. So you mean that if we're really their target, they might attack before our departure? Yes, they will show themselves. And if it's not us, then you'll be out of Nanyuan. The capital is really a safer place. The Martial Dragon Guards will be able to pluck out the hidden cult members here in a month or two. Liu Wenyan's face turned stern. Therefore, you guys are the bait. Not many people know about this plan. We're not sure if they have any spies among us. Will it be dangerous for us? It will be fine for most of you. You're an exception since you're staying alone. That's why I'm telling you all this. I don't want you to encounter an assassination attempt while completely clueless. Just stay with me for 2 days. If nothing happens, we'll send you all away in 3 days. Su Yu thought about it and decided to not object. It was clear that the people running the city were being cautious by sending them away in advance. It would be for the best if nothing happened, and if something did happen, the city would still be able to seize the initiative with their plan in place. As for the danger, well, things would be even more dangerous if they didn't have a plan in the first place. If the Myriad race cult was really targeting them, it would actually be safer following the plan. Su Yu could understand the reason behind this, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I get it. But are there really that many cult members hidden among us?" "Yes, there are." Liu Wenyan sighed. "Otherwise, why would we be calling them rats? They're too good at hiding. It would be for the best if nothing happens. But if something is really happening, we can only try our best to prepare for it. Stay at my place for now. Just use learning new languages as an excuse." Sure, Su Yu agreed. He did not mind where he slept. However, he still couldn't resist asking, "Instructor, aren't you a willpower cultivator? Can't you detect the spies hidden among our ranks?" Liu Wenyan merely smiled, looking like a mysterious expert with unfathomable thoughts. "What do you think?" "Sure, I can read the mind of rookies like you. But any adult would have a complicated mind. Nobody will have their thoughts exposed so easily, especially those from the Myriad race cult. Every single one of them is fully focused on hiding. The brave ones among them would have died a long time ago." Chapter 15. A Different Great Xia. Su Yu spent the day following Liu Wenyan around. He did not mind it, as this wasn't the first time he had done this. When he was learning the various different languages in the past, he had frequently followed Liu Wenyan around as well. While following Liu Wenyan, Su Yu continued doing what he wanted, such as cultivating and studying. The only thing he hadn't been doing was activating the source swallowing technique with his blood essence. The martial dragon guards continued protecting them in the dark. Su Yu had not been able to detect them, and they had never shown themselves to him either. In truth, he was rather curious about them. He also slightly adored them. He had heard that the martial dragon guards were extremely strong, to the point his father wasn't even qualified to join. Just how strong were they? Like Su Yu, Liu Wenyan was living his life as usual, spending his time drinking tea, reading, and teaching. "You long to join the martial dragon guards?" Liu Wenyan asked, after noticing Su Yu looking outside several times, clearly trying to catch a glimpse of the martial dragon guards protecting them. Su Yu was somewhat embarrassed to be caught and spoke in a low voice. "I'm just curious. They're the strongest army in Great Xia, after all." Martial dragon guards, Liu Wenyan's emotions were mixed as he said, "They have existed for many years. The current prefect was actually named after them. The martial dragon guards came before the prefect, while the martial dragon war academy came after. This generation's martial dragon guards were the strongest. They do not have a lot of members. After all, they only take in elites. In total, there are only about 5,000 of them." That few? The martial dragon guard's information was not available to the public. Thus, this was the first time Su Yu had ever heard of this. Only 5,000 people. That was too small of an army. One ought to know that even Nanyuan has over 1,000 city guards. As for the capital, their city guards surpassed 50,000 people in number. The Great Sire Army was an army of over 100,000 people. The martial dragon guards, which was considered stronger than all of them, had less than 10,000 members. The martial dragon guards are elites. They don't need too many people. For an army, quality matters more than quantity. Liu Wenyan smiled. Officially, the martial dragon guards have 10,000 soldiers, but that is not the truth. Even so, there is no denying that they are extremely strong. A squad at 10, an army at 100, undefeatable at 1,000. Undefeatable, Su Yu muttered. Liu Wenyan smiled and said, "That's just a slogan. Don't take it seriously. But they're really very strong. Even an ordinary soldier there is an infinite strength cultivator. Their squad leaders will either be ninth stage infinite strength or skysoar cultivators, while their 100-man commanders will mostly be late-stage skysoar cultivators. Su Yu was speechless. That was really strong. With 5,000 soldiers, they would have at least 50 100-man commanders in their army. Were all of them beyond the 7th stage skysoar realm? One ought to know that even Nanyuan's mare wasn't that strong. What about the 1,000-man commanders that were above the 100-man commanders? Wouldn't they be stronger? Would they be above the skysoar realm? How about the deputy general? The general of the martial dragon guards was Jia Longwu. Su Yu was at least aware of that. With even the weakest soldier in the army being an infinite strength cultivator, that was an extremely terrifying army. On the all-heaven battlefield, the Devil's subduing army was considered a formidable army. But even an army like that would promote his father, who was only a 7th stage great strength cultivator, into a squad leader back then, granting him the same rank as a squad leader in the martial dragon guards. However, one of them was a 7th stage great strength cultivator, while the other was a 9th stage infinite strength cultivator at the weakest. It was no wonder his father had been rejected by the martial dragon guards back then. Looking at Su Yu's reaction, Liu Wenyan smiled and continued. We have a squad of 10 stationed here at Nanyuan. The fellow who had spoken to me previously was a team leader. Is he strong? Yes. He's a 9th stage infinite strength cultivator. Su Yu was once again rendered speechless. A team leader is already a 9th stage infinite strength cultivator? He might only be a team leader, but the squad stationed here is actually a stronger squad. This team leader is strong enough to become a squad leader in some of the weaker squads. You don't need to get too envious of his strength. The great strength and infinite strength realms are only the foundation realms. The skysoar realm is where cultivation truly begins. Skysoar cultivators would not be cannon fodder even at a place like the all-heaven battlefield. Instead, they would be the elites. You'll understand after materializing your willpower and entering the skysoar realm. Su Yu said longingly, I wonder how many years it will take. Liu Wenyan was speechless. Years. He had claimed that one could take 3 to 5 years to reach the skysoar realm before, but that was only applicable for geniuses. Su Yu might be decently talented, but he was no genius. If he was lucky, perhaps he could reach that level in a decade. If not, he would suffer the same fate as Liu Wenyuan and found himself stuck at the stage before willpower materialization for his entire life. But even if one had to take a decade for willpower materialization, that would still be a faster speed compared to regular physical cultivators. The two continued their conversation. Su Yu also took the chance to ask about the languages of the myriad races. Eventually, he asked, Instructor, is there really no way to accelerate source opening cultivation? Apart from those risky methods, are there no other methods? Why were those 4th stage source opening cultivators able to rapidly reach the great strength realm after entering the war academies? From the 4th stage source opening realm to the 1st stage great strength realm, one needs to break through 6 stages. To reach the 5th stage from the 4th stage, wouldn't one need at least half a year generally? Even if one can maintain the same speed and break through once per 6 months, one would still need 3 years to enter the great strength realm. But I heard that many students were able to reach the great strength realm a year after entering the war academies. Su Yu had always been curious about that. In the past, the teachers and instructors had merely smiled and told them that they would find out after joining the academies. He wanted to take this chance to learn more. After all, his coming progress in cultivation would probably be rapid as well. Perhaps it was because Su Yu was going to enter an academy soon. But Liu Wenyan did not hide anything this time. He answered, You must have seen this term in books before, the secret grottos of academies. Yes. There you have it. Liu Wenyan took the chance to test Su Yu. There are numerous realms in existence. Why did the experts of the myriad races insist on creating an all-heaven battlefield outside their realms? Suppression, Su Yu answered unhesitatingly. Each realm has a different environment. Gravity, air, chi density, and so on are all different. The divines might find themselves suppressed at the devil realm, limiting them to only 30% of their full strength. That would be the case for the devils in the divine realm. Because of that, no race would dare to rashly invade a different realm. Exactly. That was why the all-heaven battlefield came into existence. Liu Wenyan's eyes grew cold as he asked, "Do you know the reason for humanity to get dragged into the war as well? Why was humanity the target of so many races? Because humans are weak, so they want to invade us?" Su Yu hesitated. That was what the book said. However, his father told a different story. According to Su Long, humans weren't weak. In fact, humans were very strong. Weak? No, we're not. Liu Wenyan said the same thing. How can humans be weak? If we're really weak, we would have been defeated at the All-Heaven battlefield long ago. Humans might not be a top 3 race among the myriad races, but we're still strong enough to be a top 10 race. Su Yu was confused. In that case, why do humans have so many enemies? Human realm. Liu Wenyan smiled. You will all learn about this after entering the academies. Of course, this isn't a big secret. The human realm is too special. All other realms have some sort of suppression against outsiders, making it hard for the myriad races to invade each other. But that is not the case for the human realm. Huh? Zero suppression. Liu Wenyan sighed. That's why the human realm is an extremely attractive target for the other races. In fact, the human realm could actually be considered a strategic location. Think about it. How would a race feel after spending great effort to invade a different realm only to find themselves weakening after a successful invasion? The human realm is the only realm they can enter without suffering any suppression. Why would the human realm not become a target for the various races? A successful conquest would grant them billions of lives to exploit, more source chi to harvest, a vast world to rule, countless new treasures to be found, and a realm to be devoured. They stand to gain too many benefits from conquering a new realm. But since other realms are difficult to conquer, the human realm becomes the most attractive target. We're not attacked because we're weak. The fault lays on the human realm, the unreliable human realm. Liu Wenyan mumbled helplessly. Every other realm had a suppression effect on outsiders. The human realm was the sole exception. What could they do about it? But why is that the case? This was new to Su Yu. He was having a hard time wrapping his mind around it. Why would that be the case? It was no wonder that things were becoming more and more desperate for humanity on the All-Heaven battlefield. It was no wonder that so many races were hostile toward humans. He had always thought that those fellows had only set their eyes on the humans because they were weak. But both his father and instructor were telling him otherwise. According to them, the human race was powerful enough to be a top 10 race. A powerful top 10 race had been turned into a public enemy. He couldn't understand why something like that would happen previously, but now he knew. The human realm was basically opened wide to the other races. How would they not be attracted? The human realm was akin to an attractive clothless woman beckoning at a man. Would that man be able to resist the temptation? Why? Liu Wenyan smiled bitterly. We have 2 theories. Firstly, the human realm's core has been damaged, so the power of suppression is gone. Secondly, there are legends that the ancient humans were supreme experts dominating the myriad realms. Worshipped by the myriad races, the human realm acted as the heart of the myriad realms. Humanity naturally needed no suppression effect toward foreign races. Only weak races would require something like that to defend themselves. Su Yu was shocked. Is that true? That's only a legend. Maybe humans made that up to feel good about themselves. In any case, that is one of our existing speculations. None of that matters. We can't change anything. You will learn all this in an academy. Weren't you asking about the cultivation speed of those who had joined an academy? It's all thanks to the secret grottos. A so-called secret grotto is actually a pocket realm, a chunk of space cut out of a place or realm rich in source chi. Su Yu blanked out. A cut-off chunk of space? I'll give you a simple example. Take the secret grotto of the Great Xia War Academy. That was a chunk of space cut off and plundered from the Golden Peng realm by the great Xia king with one slash of his blade back then. Su Yu was speechless. Plundered? Wait, cutting a realm apart with one slash of his blade? He even managed to take that chunk of space back? Was that still a human? The Golden Peng realm has a high density of source chi. It also has a decent amount of heavenly source chi in it. Thus, with some preparations, one would be able to cultivate rapidly upon entering such a secret grotto. That is why the students of the academy could quickly enter the Great Strength realm. Su Yu couldn't help asking, how about the human realm? Don't we have any places rich in source chi or heavenly source chi? Of course we do. Liu Wenyan smiled. But there are too many people in the human realm. It also doesn't make sense for us to cut off our own realm. Doing that too often may even cause the realm to collapse. Since the other races all want to take a bite out of our realm, we can naturally do the same to them. The more Liu Wenyan spoke, the colder his face became. Over the years, humanity has not been staying idle. We have actually taken the initiative to attack and destroy a decent number of small realms, seizing the cores of those realms for ourselves. With the cores, we were able to turn entire realms into sacred lands of cultivation for humanity. Us humans do not have the habit of silently enduring a beating. It might be hard for us to destroy the bigger races, but those smaller races are asking for a beating for daring to set their eyes on us as well. It was very rare to see a scholar like Liu Wenyuan to look so murderous. Where did you think the academies got their research materials from? You really think all of them were plundered from the battlefield? You're too naive. Some of the materials were actually directly taken from within the realms of these races. Su Yu's expression changed. After a while, he muttered, "That is so domineering. I had always assumed that we're only silently taking a beating from the myriad races. So that's not the case at all. We're also hitting back." Liu Wenyan's smile grew wider. "That is only natural. If we're not ruthless enough, the myriad races will see us as lambs. By ruthlessly suppressing some races and roping in some other races, humanity is able to stand tall among the myriad races. Take our very own great Jia king as an example. He hasn't been seen publicly for many years. Do you really think he's in seclusion? Is that not the case?" Su Yu asked blankly. "Wasn't that what they announced?" Liu Wenyan stroked his beard and said, "Of course not. How can an invincible expert stay in seclusion all the time? He left a long time ago. We don't know his exact whereabouts, but it is said that he had entered the divine realm. Of course, that is only a rumor, and nobody knows if that's true." Incredible. Su Yu felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. That was amazing. Why aren't they making that news public? "Make what public?" asked Liu Wenyan in disdain. "Those who have spent some time at the All-Heaven battlefield will know it. As for those who are not going to the All-Heaven battlefield, it's pointless to let them know. It's better to keep the public pressured instead. If we only report the good news and hide the bad news, humanity would not feel any sense of crisis. In that case, will the humans living in peace behind the front line still work so hard in cultivation? In fact, this sense of crisis is one of the main contributors to the constant rise of experts among humanity. Just look at how hardworking you and your schoolmates are." That made a lot of sense. If only good news were shared, would those staying behind the front line still work so hard? Of course, there were also some disadvantages to this policy. However, Su Yu was in no position to judge it. Chapter 16, Operation 1. After the long talk, the two sank into silence. Su Yu returned to cultivating the Source Opening Codex. He did not know if the Myriad race cult had really arrived at Nanyuan. However, he wasn't worried. Since the city was prepared for them, the Myriad race cult wouldn't be able to do much harm. After years of propaganda, everyone saw the Myriad race cult as merely a bunch of cowardly clowns that were a parasite to the human race. Great Jia did not fear the Myriad race cult. With the undefeatable martial dragon guards, the powerful Great Jia king, and the formidable prefect Jia Longwu around, nobody feared the Myriad race cult. One only needed to turn on the TV to see those Myriad race cult fellows being executed every day. Su Yu did not care much for the Myriad race cult either. He did not know them well. He hadn't even encountered one of them before. The only thing he knew about them was the fact that they were traitors of humanity hated by all. Plop. After stabbing his sword through an elderly great strength cultivator, a young man with red eyes cursed. Have the people in Great Xia gone crazy? Are they incapable of feeling fear? Can't they see that their great strength cultivator has been killed? Not far away, an old man with white hair coldly said, "It has been many years since I last entered Great Xia. The people here have long been brainwashed by Xia Longwu. They all look down on the Myriad race cult. They have all forgotten our might." The old man couldn't help but to curse. The resistance they met within Great Jia was far too terrifying. The moment the locals discovered that they were from the Myriad race cult, these locals would start fighting like lunatics. The elderly, the middle-aged people, and the youth. No one was an exception. Even after a few of them were killed, these locals would still stand their ground. Under the leadership of several retired veterans, even a small village was able to inflict great losses on the cult members. The old man couldn't help but to be worried. They had encountered way too much resistance in Great Sia. Would Great Sia really be troubled by the slaughter of several middle schools? Would their plan really work? I only fear that our operation would not only fail to scare the people of Great Xia, but it would instead provoke them into a mad hunt for us. Things would get very troublesome if that happens. The old man was worried, but he didn't dare voice his anxiousness to the others. Their previous operations in the other prefectures had gone too smoothly. They were able to sow chaos by only killing a few geniuses, causing enough panic that the streets would be devoid of people for a few days after each kill. But this was Great Sia. Here, even a simple village would fight back so viciously. What would happen if they had to face the entire prefecture instead? Hopefully, everything will go smoothly. That night, Su Yu slept at Lu Wenyan's place. It was a dormitory provided by the school. This was the first time Su Yu had spent the night at Lu Wenyan's place. He was fine with everything there. However, as an old man, Lu Wenyan would frequently wake up in the middle of the night for the toilet, waking up Su Yu in the process. Su Yu couldn't help but to lament that time would not spare anyone. Before materializing his will, Liu Wenyan would remain an ordinary old man, even if he was already a great strength cultivator. After using the source-swallowing technique once, Su Yu's cultivation speed had increased. That was probably a result of the temporary opening of his 9 acupoints during the activation of the source-swallowing technique. Su Yu could feel that his right ear acupoint was also on the verge of opening. I'll need to find a chance to reveal that I'm already a 4th stage source-opening cultivator. I'd been stuck in the 3rd stage for half a year, so it won't be odd that a stroke of luck managed to suddenly push me forward. As for his abrupt transformation into a talented cultivator, that could be easily explained. He had merely been focused on learning the various languages in the past and had been neglecting his cultivation. Now that he was suddenly putting effort into his cultivation, it should be acceptable for him to rapidly rise to the 4th stage or even the 5th stage. The next day, Su Yu followed Liu Wenyan to school. He was able to learn a lot of new things just by following Liu Wenyan around. Inside the office, the principal was here again. He wasn't surprised to see Su Yu. He was already made aware that Su Yu would be tailing Lu Wenyuan yesterday. The neighboring Tianshui city has been attacked during the past 2 days. Their city guards have suffered a large number of casualties. As for Nanyuan last night, the principal paused slightly. A mountainside village was attacked. A lot of people were killed. Only a few children hiding in the cellar survived. The Myriad race cult was the culprit. The city guards are on the case. Liu Wenyan's face turned cold. Those animals. He took some time to calm himself before saying, "They're indeed here at Nanyuan. They're still using their usual modus operandi of sowing chaos to spread our forces thin. Looks like they're planning something big this time. Is the Martial Dragon Guard still unaware of their hiding place?" "They can't be found." The principal felt helpless. "They're hidden very well. We don't have enough people in Nanyuan to perform a wider search. If we spread our forces too thin, they will pick us off one by one. That will be even more troublesome." "What about the capital? How are they intending to deal with this?" Liu Wenyan was starting to get worried after learning that the Myriad race cult was really here. Nanyuan was only a small city. Its defenses were too weak. The capital has a lot of elites. A little bit of assistance from them would be enough to keep the Myriad race cult in check. The mayor has been asking for help, but the other cities are asking for help as well. The capital still needed to maintain their own defenses as a precaution against the cult. Thus, "We aren't getting any help." Liu Wenyan was furious. "Get some help from the academies then." The principal replied helplessly, "We tried, but the frontline army has been asking for help, so a lot of their teachers and students have left for the battlefield. They're not back yet. The academies also need to keep themselves defended. After all, their security would be much more important than a small city like Nanyuan. Because of that, they can't even send a few Skysoar cultivators here." Liu Wenyan raged. They don't lack sky-soar cultivators. We only need a couple of them here. The Myriad race cult would not have too many of their forces here. The principal replied gloomily, "It's pointless to rage at me. Like I said, all the cities are asking for help. Among the 28 cities, Nanyuan isn't even an important city. The capital will prioritize the defense of the more important cities." Liu Wenyan was feeling helpless. The entirety of Great Xia has actually been thrown into chaos by the Myriad race cult. The martial dragon guards are really quite useless. Scoff, the principal coughed awkwardly. Outside the office, a voice rang out. "Instructor Liu, the Myriad race cult has merely caught us at a bad timing. 10 days ago, 3,000 martial dragon guards were deployed to the battlefield. That's why we're lacking in manpower. It's still your fault for failing to keep your movement hidden. Not even I was aware of that deployment, but the Myriad race cult was somehow aware of it. You can only blame yourself for that." Liu Wenyan did not fear the martial dragon guards. He spoke bluntly. Even if the problem does not lie with the martial dragon guards, there is definitely an issue with the prefectural government. There must be some cult spies within their ranks. How would the cult have learned of your deployment otherwise? The person from the martial dragon guards did not say anything. Liu Wenyan wasn't wrong. The Myriad race cult had appeared right after the martial dragon guards departed. Clearly, the information had leaked. Otherwise, the cult would not have dared to challenge them with the martial dragon guards around. "This is not the time for arguments," the principal interrupted. "Old Liu, can you pull some strings and get a couple of sky-soar cultivators from the Great Seiya Cultural Research Academy? Do I need you to tell me that? I asked early this morning, but they will need at least 1 day to arrive." They agreed to come? Yes, but helplessness seeped into Liu Wenyan's voice. "They won't be able to stay here for long. They will leave after picking up the students. They won't stay and help with the defense." That's enough. The principal was happy with that. They would take any help they could get. Liu Wenyan was clearly not satisfied with the arrangement. He complained, "Even without the martial dragon guards around, it is still embarrassing for things to get so chaotic within Great Seiya. Have we been enjoying the peace for too long? Why is our security so poor?" Only someone like Liu Wenyan would dare say such words. Even the principal did not dare to say anything. The martial dragon guards member outside remained silent as well. This was indeed quite embarrassing. Great Xia had always been known for their elite soldiers. The Myriad race cult was not supposed to be able to give them this much trouble. Su Yu had been silently listening in, opting to not join the conversation. That was a matter for the higher-ups of Nanyuan to resolve. He was in no position to comment about it. However, he was actually quite curious about Liu Wenyan's identity. This instructor was by no means a low-ranked civil servant, but he was no super expert. What was the point of talking about this with him? Liu Wenyan had been paying attention to Su Yu. Seemingly having read Su Yu's mind, he smiled when he caught Su Yu looking at him and said, "Why? Are you looking down on your instructor?" "Of course not." "You sure did." "I didn't. I can see what you're thinking." Liu Wenyan was suddenly behaving like a child, stubbornly trying to win the argument. With a wide smile, he said, "Just wait. You'll know why your instructor is qualified to take part in these discussions." Su Yu was still confused, but Liu Wenyan did not bother explaining himself. The principal wanted to say something, but he eventually decided to stay silent. He would rather not see a situation where Liu Wenyan had to prove himself happening. Inside the tall building opposite the school, the middle-aged man said, "The city guards have departed. Apart from those left to guard the city gates and the mayor's manor, the rest are out hunting for the Bloodfire sect fellows." The woman asked, "What about the martial dragon guards?" The middle-aged man shook his head. Not a trace of them could be seen. "They're still hiding in the city. Also, Nanyuan is planning to move those geniuses to the capital. They're leaving the day after tomorrow." The woman frowned. "Is this a bait?" "Maybe." The man appeared doubtful. This decision was made out of nowhere. The order had only been issued yesterday. Perhaps they're trying to lure us out. What should we do? Have any experts secretly entered Nanyuan recently? No, I think. You think? I have no way of confirming that. We can't monitor the whole city. However, we have received no such news from our spies. No such experts have been seen in the mayor's manor in the school. The woman sank into thought. She then said, "We can't let them go. Slaughtering the school without those geniuses will only nab us about half the original contribution points. The higher-ups won't be happy with that." "I know." The middle-aged man hesitated slightly before saying, "But the martial dragon guards are still in the city. They might even be hiding in the school. If we move rashly and fail, things will get troublesome." Suddenly, the man's communicator rang. He picked it up and saw a message disguised as an advertisement. His expression changed as he said, "We need to either move the operation forward or cancel it. Our spies in the capital are saying that Liu Wenyan had requested help from the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy this morning. The academy had agreed to help. Their people will be here soon." "Damn it," the woman cursed. "Liu Wenyan, it's that old bastard again. That old fool is only a step away from willpower materialization. However, it's unlikely that he will be able to take that step. Why would the academy agree to a request from someone like him? Looks like he is much better connected than we thought." The middle-aged man stayed silent. After the woman was done cursing, he spoke. "What now?" "Mayor Wu Wenhai and Martial Dragon Guards Jia Bing are both second-stage Skysoar cultivators. On top of that, the Cultural Research Academy is also sending some people over. We can only give up." The man paused in hesitation before eventually continuing. "Great Xia is very strong. We have only been able to sow this much chaos because the Martial Dragon Guards aren't around. The moment their main force returns, we will need to leave. The higher-ups have always been keeping a distance from Great Xia. Why are they suddenly—" For this operation, the higher-ups had exposed many of their long-time spies. Even if this operation ended with a success, they would still suffer great losses. The man couldn't understand the reason for this. Were those young geniuses worth the losses they would suffer? After all, many of their spies had spent years getting to where they were in Great Xia. The woman was higher ranked than him in the cult, so she would definitely know more than him. He was only someone in charge of communication with their underlings. "Don't ask something you shouldn't," the woman snorted coldly. After a short thought, she said, "You know what? This isn't a big secret. We only need to create enough chaos in Great Xia to force the Martial Dragon Guards to return from the battlefield. The Martial Dragon Guards are going to be making a move against the Divine Skywing race." The man's expression changed instantly. The Divine Skywing race was the same race they had pledged their allegiance to. Could it be that the Divines were fearful of the Martial Dragon Guards? The man did not even dare to voice that thought. However, the woman was aware of what he was thinking. She sneered and said, "The Martial Dragon Guards might be powerful, but the Divines aren't afraid of them. But the Divines will be busy attacking the Heavenly Eye race. The Martial Dragon Guards' appearance will ruin their plans." Heavenly Eye race. The man hurriedly asked, "Are the Divines going to war?" "I wouldn't call that a war. They are merely putting the Heavenly Eye race in place." The woman changed the topic. "Apart from you and me, a hallmaster at the 4th stage Skysoar realm will be arriving tonight. He will handle Xia Bing while I deal with Wu Wenhai. You'll lead our people and destroy the school. The moment the school is destroyed, our mission will be complete. Retreat immediately after that. We'll make our move late afternoon tomorrow." The man was still hesitating, but he finally agreed. Roger. Chapter 17. Operation 2. Late afternoon was the perfect time for their operation. Any later, and the students would no longer be around, and they would have to spread their forces chasing after the students. Night was near, so escape would also be easier after their operation. The man did not have any issue with the plan. He was only worried about something else. He couldn't resist saying, "Apart from Wu Wenhai and Xia Bing, I'm worried that Liu Wenyan would materialize his willpower in desperation. If that happens, things will get troublesome." "You're right. We need to be ready for that as well," the woman agreed. "But we have 3 Skysoar cultivators while they only have 2. Both their Skysoar cultivators are at the 2nd stage. Even if Liu Wenyan really managed to materialize his willpower, he would still need time to strengthen his body. Prior to that, only his willpower would be at the Skysoar realm, while his body would still be stuck at the Great Strength realm. You should be able to handle someone like that. But the woman's eyes turned cold as she interrupted the man. He's already over 70 in age. His physical body has waned. He won't be much of a threat even after willpower materialization. Are you afraid of someone like that? No, the man hurriedly explained. I'm only worried that we won't have anyone to handle the martial dragon guards while I'm busy with Liu Wenyan. They're all infinite strength cultivators. Our people are also at the same cultivation level, but the moment the martial dragon guards activate their war formation, only Skysoar cultivators can handle them. There is only a low chance of that scenario happening. Liu Wenyan has been stuck for so many years. Do you really think he can really break through suddenly? Despite her dismissal, the woman still offered an alternative. We'll have the Hallmaster deal with the martial dragon guards and Jia Bing. He can handle all of them together since Jia Bing is only a second-stage Skysoar cultivator. You'll focus on quickly killing Liu Wenyan before helping the Hallmaster with the martial dragon guards. All right. The man was relieved. That plan should work. A fourth-stage Skysoar cultivator should be able to handle the martial dragon guards. In any case, he was also a second-stage Skysoar cultivator, so there was really no need for him to be so worried. The woman was also stronger than him. She was a Tier 1 Hallmaster of the Myriad race cult, a Hallmaster for their Nanyuan branch. She was a peak third-stage Skysoar cultivator. Nanyuan was only a small city after all, so it was actually quite surprising that the Myriad race cult had stationed 2 Skysoar cultivators here. Even the city only had the mayor and the martial dragon guard's squad leader as their sole Skysoar cultivators in Nanyuan. Most of Great Jaya's forces were stuck at the front line, and only a small portion of their forces were left back home. Meanwhile, the Myriad race cult could focus all their strength within the human realm, since they didn't need to operate on the battlefield. Long live the true God, the woman muttered. The man hurriedly muttered the same. His eyes were filled with longing at the thought of the divine race. Eternal life. If he could contribute enough to earn a qualification to enter the divine realm and use the legendary divine transformation pool, he would be able to transform from a human to a divine. They would then gain eternal life, unlimited lifespan. The man's eyes lit up with excitement. The higher-ups had offered a rather large number of contribution points for this mission. He only needed to perform a few hundreds more missions like this, and he would gain the qualification to visit the divine realm. 50 years. I need to earn the qualification to enter the divine realm in 50 years. Otherwise, I'll die from old age. The man did not want to betray humanity, but the prospect of eternal life was too tempting. He still remembered his teacher, a mighty ninth-stage Skysoar cultivator who had died of old age on his bed. Fear had been planted in his mind after witnessing that scene. For humans, even a Skysoar cultivator would only have a lifespan of around 150 years. He was already over 60 in age. His body had yet to wane, but he had only been able to advance from the first stage to the second stage during the past 10 years. How long would he take to reach the ninth stage? Could he even reach that level before the end of his life? He did not see that happening. He could only place his hopes on the divine race to obtain eternal life. I made the right choice. Humanity won't be a match for the myriad races. Without any suppression in the human realm, the human race will not be able to withstand the onslaught of the myriad races. It is only a matter of time before we're defeated. Yes, I've definitely made the right choice. The man convinced himself with a firm expression. As he thought of the divine race again, reverence covered his face. For the divine race, they could easily gain a lifespan of over 1,000 years after reaching the Skysoar realm. That would give him enough time to keep making progress in his cultivation, a progress that would eventually lead him to eternal life. Year 350 of the Anping calendar, 18th of April. This was the day before Su Yu and the others were slated to depart from Nanyuan. Tomorrow morning they would all gather before departing under the escort of the city guards and the experts from the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy. Morning. The moment Su Yu opened his eyes, he jumped. Someone was standing beside his bed. "You are awake." An absurd question came from Liu Wenyan's mouth. Su Yu calmed himself, rather speechless at how this old man was scaring people so early in the morning. "Instructor, you're awake. At my age, you'll wake up early as well." Liu Wenyan smiled. "Wake up and grab breakfast. Come with me to the school after breakfast. But today, you won't be staying with me. Huh? Su Yu's eyes flickered as he asked, Instructor, is today. If the Myriad race cult is going to try something, when do you think they will make their move? The people from the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy would arrive before this evening. At that time, the cult will no longer have the chance to do anything. Su Yu was alarmed. His instructor was right. If he was someone from the cult, he would either make a move today or after the students departed and there were fewer city guards around. Thus, the cult might show up today. It is too dangerous for you to stay with me. Liu Wenyan had the same smile on his face. Those fellows are afraid that I'll materialize my willpower. If they make a move, I'll be one of their priority targets. Therefore, don't stay with me today. Avoid the other experts as well. Stay with the teachers in the Great Strength realm. There will be people in charge of protecting you guys. Instructor, Su Yu hurriedly climbed out of his bed and said, Are they really daring enough to move against Nanyuan's secondary school? Of course, in the Myriad race cult, some are afraid of death, some are greedy, some are crazy, and some are brainwashed. But even cowardly rats like them would not hesitate to draw their blade to accomplish their target. Liu Wenyan sighed. These people are very odd. They might be cowardly, but they can also be braver than us at times. They will piss their pants in fear if we send them to the all-heaven battlefield to face the divines and the devils, but when they have to face their fellow humans, they will turn fearless. Maybe for them, there is nothing scary about their fellow humans. Instead, the other races are the truly terrifying ones. They won't hesitate when it comes to fighting other humans. Su Yu frowned. Liu Wenyan was right. The Myriad race cult's behavior was rather odd. They would lose all courage if they were sent to fight at the all-heaven battlefield. They did not have the courage to face the other races, but in terms of creating trouble within the human realm, they would turn courageous and crazy. Even the daily execution had not been able to scare them. So are they merely local bullies? Asked Su Yu after giving it some thought. Liu Wenyan smiled. Not really. We no longer consider them as humans, so they're no longer locals. But I agree with your sentiment. That is how they are. They're weak against outsiders and cruel against insiders. These kinds of people aren't rare at all. We can see many examples of such people in the history books. In fact, these people don't only exist among humans, they exist in all races. After choosing to betray their people, they will become crueler to their own people just to prove that they made the correct choice. Even humans have followers among the other races that have betrayed their own races. Liu Wenyan looked at Su Yu and smiled. Humans are also strong enough to attract some traitors from the other races. Those are the people who had lost the confidence in their own race and decided to pledge their allegiances to us. When that happens, they will suddenly become incomparably cruel toward their own people. Su Yu wasn't able to understand the mindset of such people, but he was well read enough to know about the existence of such people. He did not ask more questions and left the room to brush his teeth. Shortly after, Su Yu was at the dining table for his breakfast. While eating, he asked, Instructor, are they really going to make their move today? There are so many students at school. Should we have the students take today off instead? That's not an option. Staying on the defensive forever won't work. If we have the students take the day off, the cult will be alerted, and they won't show up. But Su Yu was worried. If the cult really attacked, would the students get hurt? After all, there were a lot of students at school. We have our preparations in place. There will be people protecting you guys, said Liu Wenyan. Don't think that we're being cold-blooded by using you guys as bait. If we can't be decisive when required, we will only suffer even more losses. Remember this, Su Yu. If one day you become a commander at the battlefield, you will have to start making hard choices. For example, you have control over an army of 1,000 and another army of 10,000. If you choose to sacrifice the army of 1,000, you'll be able to eliminate an enemy army of 10,000 with your second army. What would your choice be? Su Yu hesitated. After a long while, he said, I don't know. Deep inside, you know the answer. You just couldn't bring yourself to say it. You're a smart person. You know the right choice. You understand how important it is to eliminate an army of 10,000 from the all-heaven battlefield. That is significant enough to even alter the course of a war. Liu Wenyan's voice turned soft. That is the kind of choices the experts and sages need to make. A sacrifice of 1,000 to eliminate 10,000 enemies will ensure that fewer of our people will die in the future. After all, that army of 10,000 could very well cause more casualties in the future if left unchecked. Do you think this is cruel? Su Yu nodded. He had never thought of all that before. Thus, he was hit by a heavy dose of reality by Liu Wenyan's sudden question. The entire thing sounded too cruel and heartless. Su Yu, this is war. Liu Wenyan looked straight into his eyes. Remember, this is war. A war where billions of human lives are on the line. We must make the necessary choices. Maybe you can say that the 1,000 soldiers do not deserve to die. Of course you're right. They're our comrades, but this is war, just like the choice we're making today. We know that the Myriad race cult might attack the school today. Even so, we still need to make the correct choice. Things have been chaotic outside the city over the past 2 days. Several villages and hamlets were attacked, and many were killed. At present, hundreds of civilians have died. We don't have the manpower to deal with them. The forces of the city have been spread very thin. This can't continue. We need to gather the cult members up and eliminate them all so that peace will return. Therefore, we need to make a choice. Do we let our students take some risk, or do we keep waiting for the cult to slaughter more people? In my eyes, our students are naturally more valuable. Nevertheless, the people being slaughtered outside the city are also humans. Su Yu, you students are all soldiers in training. Therefore, we decided to let you guys take the risk. That is the path all of you will walk in the future. Su Yu nodded solemnly. I understand. I was only worried earlier. Like you said, we're all soldiers. We might be weak now, but the moment we stepped into this school, we're already soldiers. The city made the right choice. It's good that you understand. If you really can't understand, just stop thinking about it. One day when you're at a high enough level, if a situation comes up where you can sacrifice the entire Nanyuan city to eliminate 10 or 100 times the number of enemies, I hope you will make the choice to do so. Even if you have to gain some infamy from it, do not hesitate. Su Yu ate in silence. After finishing the breakfast, he finally looked up and said, Instructor, so it all comes down to us being too weak. If we're strong enough to crush all opposition, there will be no need for such choices. Am I right? Liu Wenyan laughed with a gratified look on his face. Well said. You're right. Alas, we're not strong enough. We will be strong enough. I believe that day will come. Humans have been growing, and the number of experts on our side has also been increasing. Liu Wenyan nodded in agreement. Su Yu wasn't wrong. The two stopped conversing and left for the school together. Chapter 18, Xia Longwu. Chen Hao had not seen Su Yu during the past 2 days. He knew that Su Yu had been following Liu Wenyan around for his studies and was happy to see him again. I thought you were kidnapped by Instructor Liu. He finally let you go. By the way, I can feel that I'm going to reach the 4th stage soon. Su Yu nodded. He could see several instructors roaming outside the classroom. He knew that they were actually on patrol. The moment combat began, the instructors would move the students to a safer place. Hao, stay close to me today. Don't go anywhere. What are we doing? Chen Hao asked blankly. He nodded and asked, But what if I need to use the toilet? Su Yu didn't even entertain that question. After giving it some thought, he said, Go to the practical office and grab 2 sabers later. We'll be performing some combat practices today. Huh? You? Are you not afraid of getting your ass beaten? Chen Hao asked curiously. You can't even beat me. You got your ass kicked each time we trained. You know what? I'm feeling like I can kick your ass right now. Su Yu glared at Chen Hao. Cut the crap, just do as told. Okay, sure. Chen Hao had a bright smile on his face. He did not like using his brain. Most of the time, Su Yu was the decision-maker when they were together. Su Yu still had a drop of blood essence with him. After thinking about it, he stood up and brought Chen Hao to the resource department. Teacher, can I trade for 2 drops of iron-winged bird blood essence? Again, the teacher's heart ached at the thought of the merit points Su Yu was wasting. Did you fail your previous research? Teacher, I think I'm near. I just need 2 more drops. Fine. The teacher could only helplessly agree. This kid really didn't know what was good for him. This was too wasteful. He would definitely regret this after entering an academy in the future. With his new acquisition, Suyu had 3 drops of blood essence in total. Unfortunately, he only had 7 merit points left after all that. After a short walk around the school, both Suyu and Chen Hao were equipped with a saber each. Chen Hao felt like Suyu was acting weird today. Even after getting the saber, he wasn't going to practice and was just walking around with a saber in hand. Was this fellow going crazy? At that point, it was already afternoon. With 3 drops of blood essence in his possession, Suyu was deep in thought. The 3 drops were probably able to keep his ability active for a total duration of 15 minutes. However, his previous activation of only 5 minutes was enough to cause some serious swelling on his hands. If he used all 3 drops at once, he would probably cripple himself. I doubt I'll need to keep the ability active for 15 minutes. Even if the Myriad race cult does attack, I doubt they will dare stay so long. If they drag this out, they won't be able to escape. However, I still need to keep my blood essence activation secret, or things can get troublesome. Unless absolutely necessary, he would avoid using the blood essence. It wasn't like a great strength cultivator would be able to play a major role in the coming conflict. The school did not lack great strength instructors. Those in the infinite strength and sky-soar realms were the ones who would be playing the decisive roles in the battle. Suyu looked around, and his eyes flickered when he noticed that a lot of new faces had appeared in the school. Although these people weren't in their uniforms, Suyu knew that they were the city guards and officers from the Windcatcher department. It was clear that the city was confident the cult would either attack the school or the mayor's manor. While Suyu was thinking, Chen Hao's communicator rang. He hurriedly answered the call before hanging up after a short conversation. My dad called. He told me to be careful today and not leave the school. The Myriad race cult is here. There have been a lot of deaths outside the city for the past 2 days. He paused before scolding. Those damn animals, don't let me see them or I'll cut all of them down. You? Cutting them down? Suyu gazed at Chen Hao without saying anything else. Chen Hao's face turned red in embarrassment as he said, I can't do it now, but can't I do it in the future? After entering a war academy, I'll complete my source opening in 1 year and reach the 9th stage Great Strength Realm in 3 years. In 5 years, I'll reach the Infinite Strength Realm, and by 10 years, I'll reach the Sky-Soar Realm. That's the growth trajectory of a genius. Are you sure you can do that? Piss off. Chen Hao's face collapsed. Yeah, that did seem like a difficult feat for him. Only geniuses could reach the Sky-Soar realm in 10 years, but 20 years should be doable for him, right? For humans, the period before 40 was considered the golden age of cultivation. If one couldn't reach the Sky-Soar realm before then, one should probably forget about it. Of course, nothing was impossible. But as one aged, one's body would start waning, bringing the success rate of breakthrough even lower. In fact, a lot of people were stuck at the 9th stage Infinite Strength realm for their entire lives. Su Long was nearly 50. He still had the chance to enter the Infinite Strength realm, but he probably wouldn't be able to reach the Sky-Soar realm. Suyu smiled and looked outside. Was it starting? The enemies had caused quite a lot of trouble outside the city the past few days for the sake of luring the city guards and the martial dragon guards out of the city. The higher-ups were aware of it, but they still had no choice but to bite the bait. Otherwise, even more people would die outside the city. Those bastards are truly a bunch of animals with no bottom line. Suyu cursed. He couldn't help but wonder what the capital was doing. Couldn't they spare even a few Sky-Soar cultivators to help with this situation? The Myriad race cult had been running rampant, but the remaining 3,000 martial dragon guards were nowhere to be seen. Were they occupied with something else? If that was the case, then the Myriad race cult was truly quite terrifying. At the same time, Great Xia City, capital of Great Xia, ex-Xia Longwu was clad in a full set of armor, seated on his throne with an imposing presence. A soldier from the martial dragon guards stepped through the door and loudly spoke, reporting, disturbances have erupted at the 12 cities of Nanyuan, Tianshui, Kaishan, Longmen. The Myriad race cult has shown themselves. All the cities are requesting help. Do we answer their call? Xia Longwu remained calm as he spoke. Deploy reinforcements to the 12 cities, 50 per group. Reinforce the other 16 cities as well, just in case. Roger. The martial dragon guards withdrew from the room. Next, an old man dressed like a scholar spoke. Prefect, this is a bait to lure our forces out. The capital is probably their true target. I know. Thousands of martial dragon guards have been deployed elsewhere. If we send even our city guards away, the capital will be… Xia Longwu interrupted indifferently. It doesn't matter. If we don't kill enough to hurt them, they will keep coming. But if the martial dragon guards remain here, those bastards wouldn't even dare to come out of hiding. Xia Longwu stood up and continued, I'm probably their target. The martial dragon guards have been deployed away from my side. Even the academy experts have been moved out of the capital for various reasons. Nearly 90% of our experts are currently away. Prefect, do we seek reinforcements from the Great Ming? What a joke! Zhao Longwu snorted coldly. Our Great Jia is ranked higher than Great Ming. How can we ask for their help? In any case, we don't even need help. We're only dealing with some rats. I can't wait to find out which divine race is it that has sneaked into Great Jia this time. Without direct support from the divine race, those rats won't have the courage to pull this off. The old man frowned. The divine race has sneaked into the human realm? Absolutely. The Myriad race cult alone wouldn't have dared to enter Great Jia otherwise. This can be good. We're running out our blood supply from the divine race, and here they are, delivering themselves for a resupply. I have been thinking of taking a stroll at the All-Heaven battlefield, but it looks like I can skip that. With the same calm expression, Xia Longwu added, when the fighting starts, you'll guard the city while I'll head outside. I'll be back after slaughtering all those bastards. Prefect, don't bother advising me. Xia Longwu's eyes turned sharp. It's only a few bastards from the divine race. What can they do to me? I have been worried that my blade is getting dull. I can finally feed it some blood. Xia Longwu then strode out with wide steps. His sonorous voice rang out. Martial dragon guards, roll out after the divines die. Eliminate all the Myriad race cult members within Great Xia. Any captive you get, take them back to the capital for execution. I want to see 10,000 heads this time tomorrow. Roger. A loud roar came as the reply, to accommodate the Myriad race cult's operation and lure the divine race out. Xia Longwu had allowed chaos to spread in Great Jia. He did not do anything for fear of spooking the divine race and scaring them away. Now, it was time to reap the harvest. Most of the experts they could spare had been sent out of the capital. This should be enough to lure the divine race out. There were less than 1,000 martial dragon guards remaining in the capital, so they wouldn't even be able to activate their 1,000-man formation. That should be weak enough for the divine race's liking, right? Since you're here to kill me, I'll give you a shot. Let's see if you can really pull that off. With a sneer, Xia Longwu soared into the sky before vanishing as a streak of light, leaving the city in the blink of an eye. Xia Longwu. The moment the golden streak vanished from the sky, a cold voice rang out, audacious. They had thought that this prefect wouldn't have the guts to leave the capital and would wait until the other experts returned before showing up. They were even prepared to cause more chaos to force Xia Longwu to show himself. Surprisingly, that fellow had delivered himself to them, just like this. Move out. Work together to kill Xia Longwu. A cold voice rang out. Work together, the academy principals are all away. By himself, Xia Longwu is nothing special. Why do we need to work together against him? I can take his head alone. Fool, remember, work together. Don't be careless. The person who was obviously the leader said, Xia Longwu is probably halfway into that realm. If any of you want to die, I won't stop you. Impossible. How many years has he been cultivating? How can he? That's why he needs to die. The All-Heaven battlefield does not need a new invincible expert of the human race. All right. They reached an agreement to work together. If that fellow was truly halfway to that realm, they would have to put an end to him. He couldn't be allowed to keep growing. Several streaks of light flashed out toward the direction of the golden streak. Chapter 19. The Battle Begins 1. Nanyuan City. Nobody here was aware of what was going on at faraway Great Jia City. Inside the tall building near the school, the woman was nowhere to be seen. The middle-aged man was standing beside a white-haired old man. Both of them were looking at the Nanyuan Secondary School opposite the building. Hallmaster Chen, I did not expect to see you here. The middle-aged man had a fawning smile on his face. Mm-hmm. The old man was a man of few words. He looked at the school with a frown. After a while he spoke. Wu Hen, do you think this is a trap? Trap? The middle-aged man paused slightly before saying, I'm not sure. But there are only 2 Skysoar cultivators left in Nanyuan. As for the city guards, their commander has yet to break through into the Skysoar realm. I am sure of that. Is that so? The old man did not comment on that. His frown remained. Something about this mission felt off. Firstly, they had caused too many disturbances. Secondly, Nanyuan was ready for them. In the past, such a situation would call for a cancellation of the mission. This time, that did not happen. The higher-ups wanted them to proceed with the mission. No reinforcements would be coming from the capital. That was what the higher-ups told them. The higher-ups sounded very confident about it. Thirdly, they were actually very unfamiliar with Great Xia. The Myriad race cult had previously been focused somewhere else. Sure, they had some activities here, but they did not know enough about Great Xia. It was too risky to proceed with such a rash plan. With how the higher-ups had always acted, their Skysoar realm experts would only be deployed for well-planned operations. Wu Hen, you've been in Nanyuan for many years. Are there any infinite strength cultivators in Nanyuan capable of punching above their class? I doubt so. The middle-aged man answered. In any case, I've never heard of individuals like that. Someone so capable would have gone to the All-Heaven battlefield or the capital instead of staying here. They do have a couple of great strength cultivators capable of punching above their class. That Su Long from the Devil-suppressing army was one of them, but he can only face infinite strength cultivators. Su Long, a veteran of the Devil-subduing army. He has left for the All-Heaven battlefield. Oh, the Devil-subduing army? That's the army Xiao Longwu used to lead. It has grown rather popular at the All-Heaven battlefield in recent years. They even managed to get upgraded into a Tier 1 army. They have quite a lot of experts among their ranks. The old man seemed familiar with the battlefield. After some thought, he said, Are there a lot of retired veterans in the city? No, and most of them are quite old already. Very few of them are still in their prime. There won't be more than 300 of them spread across the entire city. We need to take precautions against these people as well, said the old man. These veterans that have survived the All-Heaven battlefield are all ruthless bastards. Have our people watch out for them. Noted. The old man stopped talking and looked at the sky. A short while later, a burst of flame erupted outside the city. 100 city guards rushed out as a response. The middle-aged man exclaimed in joy, Yet another 100-man squad has left the city. There are now less than 500 city guards in the city. The old man was still frowning. Be careful. The city was aware that this was bait, but they still sent their guards away. Was that confidence or desperation? There are less than half of the city guards remaining. Over 300 of them are guarding the mayor's manor. The rest are concentrated near the Nanyuan Secondary School. The streets are filled with the people from the Windcatcher department. The old man scanned his surroundings. In the school, there were about 200 city guards, less than 100 Windcatcher department officers, and 260 instructors and school guards. The martial dragon guards were still around as well. In total, they would face less than 600 cultivators above the great strength realm. He had directly ignored the students in his calculation. There wouldn't be any great strength cultivators among them. Of the forces they had to face, there were around 15 cultivators between the infinite strength and Skysoar realms. The rest of them were great strength cultivators. In fact, they only needed to face one Skysoar cultivator since the mayor would be in his manor. He would also require some time to reach the school. Of course, the old man had still taken the mayor into consideration since the manor wasn't exactly that far away. Is everyone here? Yes. The man hurriedly reported. The hallmaster is there to gather our people. All of them are elites. We have 30 infinite strength cultivators, while the rest of them are high-stage great strength cultivators. There are 300 of us in total. The weaker members have all been assigned to continue creating chaos outside the city. 300 elites of 7th stage great strength realm and above, with 30 of them reaching the infinite strength realm. After a short calculation, the old man concluded that of the 6 cities the cult was going to attack today, Nanyuan had the lowest number of participants. In short, no less than 2,000 7th-stage great strength cultivators, 200 infinite strength cultivators, and over 20 Skysoar cultivators would be participating in this operation that would begin concurrently in multiple cities. That was a force powerful enough to be organized into a proper army of 10,000 soldiers. The Divine Skywing sect is throwing everything they have on this operation. The old man was feeling more and more unsettled. The Myriad race cult was split into many different sects. The Divine Skywing sect was one of the stronger ones. After all, the race they had submitted to was one of the Divines. As powerful as they had still utilized the entirety of their strength for this operation. Were the higher-ups not afraid of destroying the sect in the event of failure? Those in charge of creating trouble outside the cities were only some weak sects sent to their deaths. They couldn't care less if these sects were destroyed. But the ones they were using for these direct attacks were their own elites. Losing these elites was very different than losing some cannon fodder. They're giving out so many contribution points just to kill some students. Are these students even worth it? What are the higher-ups thinking? The old man frowned deeply. He did not feel like this was worth it. Unfortunately, his rank wasn't high enough to be making major decisions like that. Forget it. I can only hope that we can complete the mission smoothly before going back into hiding. Since there were over 300 of them, they needed some time to gather. In a city as small as Nanyuan, they needed to move 300 people in batches. This wasn't a big city like the capital where a gathering of hundreds of people wouldn't cause anyone to bat an eye. We'll move out in 30 minutes. Inform everyone to finish all combat within 3 minutes. I want everyone to be gone within 5 minutes. Split up immediately after leaving the city. Do you understand? Yes, the middle-aged man hurriedly answered. With a flicker, he vanished into thin air as he left to carry out his order. The old man continued gazing toward the Nanyuan Secondary School while muttering, "Is Great Ji really incapable of sparing even a few Skysoar cultivators to send here?" At that moment, Chen Hao and Su Yu were crouched in front of the cafeteria while looking around. Chen Hao whispered, "What are we doing here? The instructors are calling all students to gather up. Are we not going?" "No." Su Yu had a saber in hand as he replied softly. "It's safer to stay in a small group. It can get too dangerous in big groups." "What?" Chen Hao was completely confused. Su Yu said, "Cut the crap. Something might happen today. The Myriad race cult might be coming. We'll stay here since there won't be many people in the area." "No, wait, the Myriad race cult is coming? Shouldn't we quickly meet the instructors then? We're only source-opening cultivators, not great strength cultivators." Chen Hao grew nervous. However, he wasn't actually scared. The school had performed drills for such situations before, teaching the students how to handle themselves in the event of a Myriad race cult attack or a deployment to the All-Heaven battlefield. According to the drills, they should be gathering with the instructors now. The instructors would be in charge of protecting them. We don't have enough instructors. Most of them will be in active combat. Only a small number of them will be around to protect the students. Generally, between 3 to 5 instructors will be assigned to protect each class. With the high number of students in each class, the instructors won't be able to protect everyone well. We can reduce the burden on them by staying away. But what if we encounter? We should return to the classroom. Chen Hao was starting to get anxious. Su Yu smiled. "Don't worry, we're 2 random students at the source opening realm. Those experts wouldn't even care about us. But we'll die if we meet any great strength cultivators. That's why we need to hide well. And if we really meet an enemy," Su Yu looked up at Chen Hao. "Do you trust me?" "Yes. Start scolding the enemy. Scold them as hard as you can and make them focus on killing you. We will be hiding opposite each other. When the enemy is going after you, he definitely won't bother keeping his guard up against a little student like me." Chen Hao blanked out. What a bastard. This fellow was clearly trying to make sure Chen Hao would die before him. What a bastard. "And I'll kill the enemy." Chen Hao was aghast. What joke was that? This fellow was only a 3rd-stage source-opening cultivator. He probably couldn't even break through the enemy's defense, much less kill them. He must have gone crazy. "If you trust me, do as I say." At this time, we can't go to the principal or the others. We'll only bring them more trouble. We also can't return to the classroom as we will only add more burden to the instructors. We're too weak. We'll only serve as lambs for the slaughter if we join up with the others. The other students are lambs as well. Let's get them to hide with us as well. Are you stupid? How are we supposed to hide with more people? They will die if they rashly move out of the classrooms. We might be able to survive if we stay here. Su Yu wasn't too fearful of the attack. He had listened to a lot of his father's exploits in the battlefield. The school had also been training them into becoming soldiers that would face the enemies of humanity. There was nothing to fear about this. He was only feeling nervous. This was his first time encountering an enemy. He wasn't sure if he would freeze from panic when the time came. What was he supposed to do if he found himself freezing up while the enemy was moving over to kill Chen Hao? What if they were to encounter 2 enemies instead, or even 3 enemies? This will be fine. The strong ones will be facing each other. Only the weaker cult members will be sent to search the school for students. After all, the students are too weak. They don't even need to form groups to hunt the students. It would be pointless to make several people perform a task one person could finish. I doubt they can send so many people into Nanyuan. The government shouldn't be so worthless that the enemy could smuggle too many members into the city. Also, if they really have so many members in the city, even the instructor would be in trouble. I doubt this will be the case. After making his conclusion, Su Yu pulled Chen Hao into the cafeteria. Inside, he found a corner and whispered, "Hide here. Remember to tremble with fear while you're crouching. If there is only one enemy, try to make some noise. If there are 2, run. Run like you've never before." A side door was nearby, so Chen Hao would be able to quickly leave the cafeteria. He asked, "How about you?" Su Yu pointed at the other corner and said, "I'll be hiding there. Remember to not look at me or you'll kill me. Understand?" "Got it." Chen Hao nodded in understanding. However, his face still turned sullen as he asked, "You, why don't we go look for my dad?" "What stupid question is that? If we leave without escort, we'll die. I don't know what the plan is, but your dad has probably been assigned his own task today as well. Stop thinking about all that. It's pointless. Just pray that I won't freeze from fear later, or you're dead." You're going to kill someone?" Chen Hao was aghast. "You won't be able to do it. Do you want me to be the one attacking instead?" Su Yu took a deep breath and said, "You won't be able to even break their defense. Just let me do it. Also, according to the policy, if we really manage to kill someone from the cult, you might really be able to enter a war academy." Chen Hao's eyes instantly lit up. All his fear from before vanished. Yes, there was really one such policy. If one could kill a cult member and prove the kill, then one would be granted bonus marks for the entrance examination. Of course, it had been years since anyone had earned any bonus marks this way. After all, the students were all source-opening cultivators. How were they supposed to kill any cult members? They would probably fail to make the kill even with poison. Of course, it wasn't like nobody had ever done it before. However, only absolute geniuses had performed such a feat before. But would an absolute genius even care about the bonus marks? Did you make this plan for me?" Chen Hao was greatly moved. Su Yu was only taking such a huge risk to help him enter a war academy. That was too touching. Chen Hao felt like crying. Su Yu rolled his eyes. What was this fellow thinking? He only thought that it would be safer for the 2 of them to stay in the cafeteria. At this time, staying with a crowd would make them a bigger target. As for Chen Hao's entry into a war academy, they could talk about it if they really managed to kill an enemy. Su Yu wouldn't dare take the credit for the kill anyway. How was he supposed to explain a source-opening cultivator killing a great strength cultivator? But if we really get the chance to kill one, it won't be a bad idea to arrange the scene into something acceptable before taking the credit and help Hao get some bonus marks for the entrance exam. It was nearly impossible for source-opening cultivators to kill great strength cultivators, nearly being the key word there. It wasn't like great strength cultivators couldn't die. If they were careless enough to let someone cut their head off, they would still die. As for why a great strength cultivator would be stupid enough to be killed by some students, well, the authorities would have to ask the dead cultivator that. How was Su Yu supposed to know the answer? In that case, it will be better for me to not kill with the rip ability. I need to perform the kill with the saber. Su Yu tightened his grip on his saber. After activating the ability, both his hands would be filled with strength. That would be enough for him to kill the enemy so long as the enemy did not choose to run from him. And would a great strength cultivator run from a source opening cultivator? Very unlikely. Chapter 20. The battle begins too. While Su Yu was thinking, a shout rang out from outside the cafeteria. All students, gather up. Those unable to make it, hide where you are. The enemies are here. The myriad race cult bastards are attacking. Stay calm and listen to your instructors. Activate the formations and protect yourself. Keep your classroom doors shut. Instructors, engage the enemies. Guards, gather up. City guards, Windcatcher Department, move out. Kill. With that final roar, the entire Nanyuan Secondary School was mobilized. At that moment, Su Yu felt no fear. He only felt a little nervous and excited at the same time. He was confident in his teachers. He even had the urge to rush out and witness the sight of his teachers slaughtering the enemies. His father, Su Long, would frequently speak of his time in the army, talking about battles where tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged forward, creating fields of corpses, leaving rivers of blood behind, and causing the very heavens to tremble. In these stories, humanity was always able to sweep everything before their eyes. I really wish I can go take a look. At the other side of the cafeteria, Chen Hao was feeling very excited as well. He tightened his grip on his saber and had to force himself to calm down instead of running outside. The only reason he hadn't rushed out yet was because he was afraid that he would get Su Yu killed. Kill! Sounds of battles echoed all over the school, and apart from the word kill, no other words could be heard. During battles, no other words were required. Outside the teacher's office, two groups of several hundred people each started fighting the moment they encountered each other. No words were exchanged. The squad of 10 from Martial Dragon Guards instantly surrounded the 4th stage Skysoar Realm Old Man from the cult under the lead of their squad leader, Xia Bing. Xia Bing was a 2nd stage Skysoar cultivator, clad in golden armor and golden helmet. With a long saber in hand, he roared fearlessly. Into our formation. Kill. At his command, 10 sabers started swinging, and the fight began. Mayor Wu Wenhai, who was supposed to be in the mayor's manor, suddenly appeared from above the building. With a saber in hand, he charged the woman from the cult. Wu Wenhai, you're courting death. So the mayor was actually waiting in the school as well. The woman was relieved that they had prepared for this possibility. The middle-aged man called Wu Hen was overjoyed when he saw that the 2 Skysoar cultivators of Nanyuan were being kept busy. Even the Martial Dragon Guards were occupied. Ignoring everyone, he dashed straight toward the distant Lu Wenyan. I'm your opponent. There's me as well. Abruptly, 2 men jumped out. One held a saber while the other held a sword. Zhang Yun Zheng Hua. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. He knew these 2. One was the 1,000-man commander of the city guards, and the other was the head of Nanyuan's Windcatcher Department. Both were 9th stage infinite-strength cultivators. How would they be a match for a Skysoar cultivator like him? Kill. The 2 did not waste any time speaking. They had nothing to say to a myriad race cult member. They only needed to kill him. Clang! Sounds of weapon clashing rang out everywhere. Wu Hen wasted no time and rose into the air before flying over the 2. He went straight toward Lu Wenyan. There were a decent number of great strength realm instructors around Lu Wenyan as well. Wu Hen's target was not the mayor, the Skysoar cultivators, or the 2 high-ranked military officials behind him. Instead, it was the genius students and Lu Wenyan, the man known as the Spark of Civilization. These were the ones worth killing. Several great strength realm instructors raised their sabers and stood before Lu Wenyan in preparation for a fight. The 2 infinite strength cultivators left behind also reacted quickly and chased after Wu Hen. After a long jump, Zhang Yun swung his blade at Wu Hen. Over our dead bodies. Once again, Wu Hen was forced into combat with the 2. Damn it! Wu Hen was only a 2nd stage Skysoar cultivator. He couldn't fly high enough and was forced to land and face the 2. If he remained in the sky, he would be a sitting duck. Instructor Lu, leave. The great strength cultivators in charge of guarding Lu Wenyan hurriedly pulled him away. However, he refused to leave. Looking around at the fights breaking out everywhere, he scolded. They really have a lot of confidence in us. Those bastards from the capital must have been aware that there will be a lot of Skysoar realm enemies participating in this, but they still skipped our city when sending reinforcements. The others were confused at what the old man was talking about. However, now wasn't the time to ask. The old man continued scolding. Are they really so confident that I can do it? What if I fail? They're gambling with human lives here. Don't let me find out who this order came from, or I'll give him hell. Clearly, some people in the capital believed that he would be able to achieve willpower materialization today. But what if he failed? Lu Wenyan unleashed a string of profanities, completely destroying the image of a scholar he had before. I'm the most useless of the bunch. How can I do it? They have too much confidence in me. I'm worthless. It's not like you guys don't know that. Why would I have been expelled otherwise? As Liu Wenyan muttered to himself, grief slowly appeared in his voice. If he wasn't so useless, how would his cultivation remain stuck at such an old age? He wanted to break through as well, but it was really very hard. You bastards! Damn you all for forcing me with all these lives. I have always known you guys are a bunch of ruthless assholes. I'll be sure to give you guys hell right after I break through. As Liu Wenyan grumbled, golden light erupted from the top of his head. His body shook as his feet slowly left the ground. The expressions of the people around him changed. Not far away, the principal smiled as he said, "This old man really needs to be pushed after all. From today onward, humanity will have one more Skysoar cultivator. Infinite strength cultivators, stop what you're doing to me." Wu Hen roared. He had also noticed what was happening. A nervous expression covered his face as he roared, "To me, kill these two." At his command, several infinite strength cultivators rushed over. Wu Hen took the chance to break free from the two and rush toward Liu Wenyan. He couldn't allow the old man to complete the willpower materialization and enter the Skysoar realm. Otherwise, they would receive a much lower evaluation for their mission today, even if they were really able to kill all the students here. Sounds of fighting echoed all over the school. Inside the cafeteria, Su Yu and Chen Hao could hear the sounds of weapons clashing against each other, painful roars, and fearful shouts of students outside. However, they did not dare to move out and get a look. Was the school winning or losing? Even Su Yu, who was confident in their teachers, was wondering if they were really winning. At the corner, Chen Hao was gripping the handle of his saber tightly. His face was both pale and flushed at the same time. He wanted to ask Su Yu if they should go out. Su Yu ignored him. His left ear kept moving as he listened to their surroundings. The fourth stage source opening realm had not granted him much strength, but he did obtain a much sharper hearing. Shh. Su Yu silenced Chen Hao with a gesture. A short while later, heavy footsteps sounded outside the cafeteria. Come out. The school is arranging a withdrawal. Gather at the southern gate. The voice spoke anxiously. A short while later, a man in his 30s walked into the cafeteria with a saber in hand. He shouted, "Are there any students here? Move faster. We can't hold on much longer. The cult members are too strong. We need to withdraw from the school." Heavy footsteps accompanied that anxious voice. Chen Hao looked at Su Yu anxiously, seeking Su Yu's opinion as to whether they should leave. Su Yu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the incoming silhouette. That wasn't someone he was familiar with, but there were over 200 instructors and teachers in the school. It wasn't possible for him to know everyone. Was that really an instructor? Is anyone here? Our defenses can't hold much longer. We need to withdraw immediately. The newcomer sounded worried. The cafeteria was big. At a glance, it was thousands of square meters in size. It would waste too much of his time to search the cafeteria. At the corner, hearing the instructor's anxious voice, Chen Hao could no longer hold back. Without first checking with Su Yu, he stood up and said, "Instructor, how is the situation?" When the man saw Chen Hao, his eyes flashed with joy. A student was still a student after all. This kid was too naive. Even the constant lessons on survival given by the school wouldn't be able to make up for the lack of experience. In fact, he had used these same words on two hiding students a short while ago. He had spent only 10 seconds luring the two out of a building with numerous rooms, a building that would waste at least 2 minutes of his time if he had to manually search it. These children had not suffered any setbacks in life, nor had they experienced the battlefield before. Words were enough to mislead them. Things are very bad. Come with me. We don't have much time. The man started rushing toward Chen Hao. This was the third student. The man's face was covered with joy. 300 of them had attacked, with 200 of them being sent to deal with the instructors, school guards, city guards, and the windcatcher department. Even with the lower number of people, they still held the upper hand as a lot of them were middle-stage great-strength cultivators. The rest of them were sent to attack the classrooms and search the school for lone students. They had to face the instructors when attacking the classrooms. On the other hand, lone students were fewer in number and harder to find, but they were defenseless and much easier to kill. There were thousands of students in the school. Even if all the students were killed, each attacker would be able to kill no more than 10, and he had gotten 3 of them so far. Perhaps he might gain even more next. Come on, we need to leave. The man moved quickly and did not stop when speaking. For the man, ending a student was as simple as swinging his blade. The only thing making it difficult was the fact that these students were dispersed and hidden. The moment these students were found, they were as good as free contribution points. Chen Hao moved out of his hiding space to leave with the fake instructor and instinctively glanced in Su Yu's direction while doing so. Su Yu was attentively observing the instructor. At the beginning, he had believed that this was an instructor as well, but soon he sensed something wrong. He wasn't someone with a rich practical experience, but he had been hunted too many times in his dreams. The impatient tone of that man was very similar to the monsters that had been chasing after him in his dreams. It was as though they were saying, "Come get killed, I can't wait to kill you." Sure, those weren't the exact words, but the tone behind the voice felt similar. That eagerness to kill was very familiar. Thus, Su Yu focused even more on the newcomer. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Fake. Instructors might not have a uniform, but all of them would have their work badge on them. This person had no such item on his body. Did he drop it because of the intense battle? No. Su Yu could see it from how the man was holding his blade. The man was preparing to swing it. Damn it, Hao is such an idiot. After cursing to himself, Su Yu acted immediately. He didn't have the time to even feel regret for being careless. Both he and Chen Hao were only secondary school students. They had never encountered something like this. They had thought that all enemies would be fierce opponents that would charge right into you. How would they have guessed that the enemy could also be a weakling relying on lies? Instructor. With a shout, Su Yu jumped out. His heart was thumping crazily. The man turned slightly sluggish as even more joy seeped into his heart. One more. 4 in total. Su Yu's palms were sweaty as he was nervous, afraid, and uneasy. However, he was able to withstand the stress and move calmly. He had been killed too many times in his dreams. He was only afraid because this was his first taste of danger in real life. However, he was able to adapt quickly. Instructor, are we really losing? There are still more than 10 students around here. Should I get them as well? Su Yu said anxiously while turning his head to look at an area deeper in the cafeteria. He added, "They won't be able to escape otherwise." More than 10. The man was wild with joy. He was going to get rich. He would get to kill more than 10 students today. He might even earn more contribution points than what an infinite strength cultivator could from this mission. He wanted to laugh loudly. 10 source opening cultivators were the same as 10 commoners. He could kill 1 per slash. They wouldn't even be able to outrun him. He had planned to quickly end Chen Hao quickly, but he changed his mind and hastily said, "Quick, call them out. We need to leave immediately." Su Yu's heart was still thumping heavily. He did not say anything and turned around. One swing of that man's sword, and it would all be over for him. With his back to the man, he swallowed a drop of blood essence before walking deeper into the cafeteria. He asked with a worried tone, "Instructor, can we take more people with us? I know there are more students hiding somewhere else. I don't know if the other instructors can find them." More? There were more. The man followed Su Yu, completely disregarding Chen Hao. That was a lone student that he could handle anytime he wanted. He did not notice that Chen Hao had turned completely pale and was sweating all over. Chapter 21, First Combat. Chen Hao had known Su Yu for years. He knew this buddy of his well. There were no other students around. That was a lie. This person was from the Myriad race cult. He had nearly gotten Su Yu killed. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. Sorry, Yu. Sorry. Chen Hao's legs turned limp, and his entire body felt weak. He suddenly recalled what Su Yu said previously and hurriedly said, "Instructor, I'm scared. My legs are limp. Can you give me a hand?" He was really scared, and he really couldn't walk. Both his legs were trembling. The man turned around impatiently. If it wasn't for the sake of finding the remaining students, he would have cut this student down immediately. He was worried that killing this student now would scare the other students away. If they started running, he might not be able to catch all of them. "I'll carry you." The man reached out, preparing to carry Chen Hao with him. "Hao, you're so useless. Why are you troubling the instructor?" Behind the man, Su Yu mumbled as he tightened his grip on his saber. His palms were sweating so much the handle felt slippery. While mumbling, he approached the man. The moment the man reached out for Chen Hao, Su Yu's eyes flickered with ruthlessness. That was the moment he had been waiting for. "Hao, walk yourself. Don't trouble the instructor." Whoosh! The sound of a swinging blade rang out, and the man looked back instinctively, wondering if he had been discovered. It didn't matter, though. He was only dealing with source-opening cultivators here. Only source opening. Source opening? No, that was not the case. The man wanted to dodge, but he found himself incapable of controlling his limbs any longer. His neck was suddenly assaulted by intense pain. By mere instinct, the man thought to himself that this wasn't the right way to sever one's head. The cut was too sloppy. It hurt badly. When severing heads, one needed to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. This kid wasn't accurate enough, failing to sever the head in one go, subjecting the man to an intense torture. Plop! The head finally dropped to the ground. The man's body was still standing there, maintaining the same posture as before. One of his hands was still holding onto a saber, while the other was still in the middle of reaching out for Chen Hao. The dream of killing more than 10 students was no more. Only eternal silence remained for the man. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Plop! The corpse collapsed onto the ground. Hoo. Su Yu heavily gasped for breath as his mind turned blank. A decent amount of blood had sprayed onto Chen Hao's face, so his mind was blanking out. Killed. Yu had killed that fellow with one slash. Yu. Chen Hao wasn't able to control his limbs as he fell weakly onto the ground. Using all 4 of his limbs, he crawled toward Su Yu, ignoring how sorry he looked. He had almost pissed himself earlier from fear. Yu, he's dead. He's dead. Looking at the corpse and the blood on the ground, Su Yu's voice was hoarse as he said, "Calm, stay calm. This is an enemy, an animal of the Myriad race cult. It's not like you've not seen any executions before. Let's go. We need to change our hiding place, or more of them might come." This was not the time to deal with the corpse. They need to prioritize running away. That one slash he had performed earlier was causing his entire body to hurt. It wasn't a physical pain either. He was mentally in pain. "Yes, go. We need to go." Chen Hao was about to crawl away before he thought of something. With his teeth clenched and his eyes shut, he turned around before searching the corpse. He did not dare to look at the corpse, but he also remembered that this would help him join a war academy. As he searched, he could feel the sticky sensation on his palms. He didn't even dare to think about it. Before long, he found a small package. Without thinking or looking at it, he pulled it out and stuffed it into his pocket before dragging Su Yu away. Su Yu was slightly calmed by Chen Hao's antics. He couldn't help scolding, "You're still thinking of that at this time. Are you trying to die? I can get into a war academy with it. You killed him. You're amazing." Su Yu stopped talking and focused on leaving the cafeteria Chen Hao. He did not dare to go too far away, as he was afraid that he would stumble upon more enemies. Instead, he picked a dark corner outside the cafeteria as the new hiding spot. Thump. Thump, thump. Su Yu's heart was still thumping fast, but he was slowly calming down. After a bit, he heaved a long breath and muttered, "That's nothing special. If I can get used to being killed, there is nothing I can't get used to." He was speaking in a self-mocking manner. Since he could accept his death, why would he be afraid of causing someone else's death? Meanwhile, battle was still raging all over the school. It might have seemed like a lot had happened, but only a minute had passed since the cult member stepped into the cafeteria. How? Did you piss yourself? Nen. No, don't make things up. I didn't. Chen Hao denied with his face flushed red. Despite his strong denial, he still hurriedly glanced at his crotch. He was relieved to see it dry. He had been so scared that he couldn't feel anything. He probably wouldn't realize it even if he had really pissed himself. You're so incredible. Stop talking. Su Yu scanned their surroundings. He could hear the shouts of their instructors. He could also see some people searching around in the distance. The school is losing the upper hand. If it wasn't for that, the instructors wouldn't have allowed the cult members to freely search the school for students. There would definitely be some lone students around. Some might have been killed by now. Looking at the saber in his hand, he wiped the blood off his body using some leaves he found nearby. Clenching his teeth, he asked, "How? Are you afraid of death?" "Yino, go. Go and see if there are other cult members nearby. If you see someone alone, just tell them that there are several students hiding here waiting for rescue." "What?" Su Yu explained. "The instructors don't have enough people to deal with these cult members. If we allow them to find the other students, they will be dead. Just lure an enemy or two over. I'll kill them and prevent a few deaths on our side." Chen Hao was about to object when he recalled how Su Yu had killed the previous enemy with one swing of his saber. Instantly, his fear evaporated. Yeah, these enemies weren't that scary after all. "Okay, I'll go." See, can you still kill more?" "Yes, okay. We'll kill one more. You can get the credit for the previous kill, but can you give me the credit for the next kill? I want to join a war academy as well." "Sure." At that, Chen Hao forgot all his fear and giggled in a silly manner. Even his limbs regained their strength. With his body slightly bent, Chen Hao peeked out from his hiding spot and looked around. Shortly after, he discovered several cult members searching the area. The nearest cult member was less than 100 meters away. Chen Hao was still somewhat afraid, but he calmed himself and spoke with a shuddering voice. "Instructor, is that an instructor?" Not far away, the cult member's ears trembled as he looked straight at Chen Hao. "Is that an instructor? Whoa, we're scared. Can you take us away?" "Instructor?" The cult member's eyes flickered. Was this student seeing him as an instructor? That was understandable. This was a conflict between fellow humans, and both sides looked the same. A normal student wouldn't be able to separate the two from each other. Of course, a more experienced person would be able to see the difference between the two, but these students were completely inexperienced. What would they know? "Instructor, we still have a few people here. Can you take us away? So Sumyeon was trying to kill us earlier." "A few more?" The cult member grew excited. He could see that Chen Hao was really afraid. That pale face couldn't be faked. The cult member rushed over. He did not even consider the possibility of an ambush. The instructors with the strength to mount a proper ambush would be busy fighting somewhere else by now. There were fights everywhere in the school. Even the instructors assigned to protect the students were fully occupied. They wouldn't have the manpower to spare for any ambushes. Chen Hao hastily scrambled back behind the wall. The man's ears trembled as he stretched his hearing. He wasn't afraid of ambush, but he still instinctively kept his guard up. Unless he was facing someone stronger, he would be able to detect any hidden opponent with his senses. There's another student hidden there. He could hear some faint breathing. The breathing was heavy, clearly belonging to someone nervous. It was also quite loud, so it wasn't coming from someone in the great strength realm. "You said that there are a few more of you. Are the others hiding somewhere else?" The man glanced at his distant companions. These were his contribution points. He had to be careful not to let his companions discover these students. The man finally stepped behind the wall and saw that there was indeed another student there. The second student also had a pale face. "An instructor is here? Zhou Tao and the others are still waiting for us. Instructor, what's going on? Has the Myriad race cult bastards broken into the school?" Yu hurriedly asked, joy apparent on his face. He tossed his saber away and ran forward, seemingly in great fear. "Instructor, I'll take you to them." The saber had been tossed aside. The man was instantly relieved. Source-opening cultivators might still pose some threat to them with weapons, but when they were empty-handed, they wouldn't be able to kill a great-strength cultivator even if they were allowed to attack freely. These students really thought that he was their instructor. What a foolish bunch. "Where are they?" The man couldn't hide the joy in his voice. Like the previous cult member, he was seeing this encounter as free contribution points. "Instructor, follow me." Su Yu reached out, looking like he was trying to drag the man off with him. The man frowned slightly. He wanted to avoid the hand, but he calmed down and decided to tolerate this for a little bit longer. Splurt. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the incoming hand turned into sharp claws before penetrating his flesh and stabbing into his heart. The hand he was using to carry his saber was grabbed by a second hand. With a crack, that arm was broken. The cult member wanted to shout, but he couldn't do so before his throat was torn apart. Splurt. Splurt. Large amount of blood sprayed out of the man's mouth. He collapsed onto the ground while staring blankly at Su Yu. Great strength realm, high stage great strength realm. Impossible. This was Nanyuan. How could a student here be a great strength cultivator? This wasn't possible. Su Yu hurriedly searched the corpse before dragging Chen Hao away. Chen Hao clearly not feeling any fear anymore. That idiot. He really thought that Su Yu could kill anyone. What was he doing standing there in excitement instead of running? While running, Su Yu caught a golden flash at the edge of his vision. He looked up at the sky, and he was stunned by what he saw. A familiar figure was floating in the sky, shrouded in gold. "Instructor Liu." Chen Hao saw the same sight. He was similarly shocked. In the air, Liu Wenyan was shining with a golden light. Source Qi gathered around him. Liu Wenyan's voice wasn't loud, but it was somehow able to spread very far. "It was never my desire to reach the Skyroar realm. I only wish for world peace." How cool. How fake. That was the thought in Su Yu's mind. Sure, that was really cool. But that was also very fake. Instructor Liu clearly longed to achieve willpower materialization, but after finally achieving it, he claimed that it wasn't his wish to enter the Skysoar realm. What a liar. Chapter 22, Total Defeat 1. Liu Wenyan had broken through into the Skysoar realm. One would not be able to soar into the sky without first entering the Skysoar realm. Clearly, Liu Wenyan had successfully achieved willpower materialization, officially becoming a Skysoar cultivator. His body was still unrefined, but the rich source qi gathering around him would take care of that. Dozens of meters away, Wu Hen was also floating in the air, his expression ugly. He had failed to stop the breakthrough. Fortunately, he has just broken through. His body remains in the previous realm. Wu Hen could only rejoice that it wasn't the worst-case scenario yet. Liu Wenyan was an old man with a waning body. Even if his willpower had reached the Skysoar realm, his body was still stuck in the Great Strength realm. Wu Hen was a second-stage Skysoar cultivator. He did not fear a brand-new Skysoar cultivator like Liu Wenyan. The cult still had the upper hand here. They had more infinite strength cultivators, while the infinite strength cultivators of the Martial Dragon Guards were kept occupied by Hallmaster Chen. The school had only been able to last this long due to the larger number of great strength cultivators on their side. Die! Wu Hen unleashed all his strength, materializing a short blade from thin air. The glowing blade instantly shot toward Liu Wenyan. "You're trying to fight a cultural researcher from range?" Liu Wenyan laughed. "I guess I can't expect much from a bunch of animals. Scum like you are incapable of comprehending the might of cultural researchers." Freeze. The flying blade froze mid-flight. Return. Whoosh. The blade spun around and shot toward Wu Hen instead. Wu Hen was about to move aside when Liu Wenyan's head erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Freeze. This time he was freezing Wu Hen instead of the blade. Instantly, Wu Hen felt the space around him constricting, fixing him in place. Don't even think about it. With a roar, Wu Hen started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Golden light erupted from his eyes as he used all his strength and forcefully took a single step aside. Splurt. The blade that was aimed toward his head stabbed into his shoulder. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. He had still been hurt, but at least he had avoided a fatal hit. Impossible. Fear covered Wu Hen's face. This is not possible. You have just broken through. Even if cultural researchers are stronger, you shouldn't be able to freeze me. Cultural researchers were willpower cultivators, thus they were stronger than regular skysoar cultivators. Physical cultivators might not be able to contend against willpower cultivators in terms of mental power, but they had stronger bodies and plentiful vitality. Liu Wenyan shouldn't have been able to fix his body in place. That's because you're too weak. Liu Wenyan laughed. However, he still paled slightly. Clearly, the previous move hadn't been easy for him. Even so, he still laughed loudly. Myriad race cult? Merely frogs at the bottom of the well trying to contend against the sun and the moon. Die. With a roar, the blade in Wu Hen's shoulder started trembling. Wu Hen's face changed as he pushed the blade out with his source chi before turning around to flee. However, he wasn't Liu Wenyan's actual target. The blade streaked through the air and pierced through the head of one of the Infinite Strength cult members that were facing off against the commander of the city guard and the head of the Windcatcher department before any of them could react. The others were alarmed and instantly tried fleeing. As Liu Wenyan made another move, the cult members found their bodies fixed in place. The commander and department head wasted no time in swinging their blades and killing 2 of the frozen cult members. At the same time, the 3rd cult member was stabbed by the flying blade. 4 down. 4 infinite strength cultivators had been killed in the blink of an eye. Wu Hen. The woman who was fighting the mayor roared furiously. He has just broken through. He only has a limited amount of willpower. Keep him busy. Damn it, keep him busy. Do you want to be tortured to death? If Wu Hen had not fled in fear, Liu Wenyan wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to kill the 4 infinite strength cultivators. That was a heavy loss for the cult. Wu Hen's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and charged Liu Wenyan once again. At this point, Liu Wenyan's face was turning more and more pale. In truth, Liu Wenyan was only putting up a brave front. At this point, he was basically an arrow at the end of its flight. He had used his willpower on the blade and several infinite strength cultivators in a row. Thus, he had almost exhausted all his existing willpower. Without his willpower, he was only as strong as a great strength cultivator. He would be much less dangerous with only his body. When he saw Wu Hen turning around, his face fell as he hurriedly retreated. Wu Hen was overjoyed to see that. With a wave of his hand, he recalled his short blade and increased his speed. Liu Wenyan continued retreating, but Wu Hen was able to instantly catch up before stabbing the blade into Liu Wenyan's head. Die. The blade penetrated the head without any resistance whatsoever. Wu Hen was overjoyed. Right. That moment, a voice rang out behind him. Idiot, retreat! The roar woke Wu Hen from his excitement. He felt like he had just awakened from a dream. As he checked around him, the dead Liu Wenyan was nowhere to be seen. He had been tricked by an illusion, willpower interruption. Impossible. He has only freshly broken through. How can he? The thought had just crossed his mind when a needle stabbed through his spirit palace. Source chi started leaking from his body, making it difficult for him to even stay in the skysoar realm. Damn it. The woman and the old man from the cult were getting anxious. Wu Hen's willpower was too weak, to the point Liu Wenyan had successfully cast an illusion on him, and with his spirit palace punctured and his source chi leaking, everything was over for Wu Hen. Boom. With a palm attack, the old man pushed Jia Bing back before turning around to flee, but 9 infinite strength cultivators from the martial dragon guards instantly charged him, stopping him from escaping. Retreat. Instead of shouting the order, the old man only looked at the woman and signaled her with his eyes. He was telling her to let the others stay as a distraction while they made their escape. Wu Hen was already finished. Sure, even with the addition of a cultural researcher on their opposing side and the loss of a skysoar cultivator on their side, the cult still had the chance to win this fight. But what was the point of putting their lives on the line? At worst, they would just fail the mission. Did the higher-ups really expect them to fight until the end? The two reached an agreement not far away. Wu Hen's head had just been stabbed by his own blade. Even toward the end, he still couldn't believe everything that was happening. He had been killed by Liu Wenyan, a brand new skysoar cultivator whose physical body was still stuck at the Great Strength realm. Plop! The corpse fell to the ground. Liu Wenyan landed on the ground while breathing heavily. Looking at the skysoar cultivators that were still fighting bitterly, he smiled and said, "Kill them all." Once again, he unleashed his willpower. The escaping infinite strength cultivators found their bodies turning sluggish. During combat that was fatal, Zhang Yun and Zheng Hua promptly killed them all. The two were ninth-stage infinite strength cultivators, after all. As high-ranking individuals of Nanyuan, the two were not weak and were able to work well together. They were able to easily kill the cult members the moment Liu Wenyan slowed them down. Corpses of infinite strength cultivators fell one after another. At that point, the other cult members lost all their courage. If they actually had the courage to stand their ground and fight until the end, they might still stand a chance at winning the battle. After all, they still had around 20 infinite strength cultivators around, and their two hallmasters were still keeping the mayor and martial dragon guards occupied. Thus, the cult could definitely still fight it out despite being weakened. After all, Liu Wenyan did not have unlimited willpower. But they wouldn't have joined the Myriad race cult if they were really so courageous. These people were only brave when things were going well for them. The moment things went sideways, they would fall like dominoes. Retreat. Run. Run quickly. Hundreds of cult members had participated in this mission, and they were all fleeing in fear. With their back exposed, the instructors and city guards were able to instantly kill over a dozen cult members. In the blink of an eye, over 100 of the 300 cult members were killed. The remaining members started fleeing in all directions. Run. The two hallmasters were no longer in the mood to keep fighting either. The mission had failed. Since the mission had failed, they would flee. There was no need to throw their lives away. As for things like honor and glory, they were non-existent for these cult members. For them, nothing was more important than staying alive. Even knowing that Liu Wenyan was probably unable to fight much longer, they still fled unhesitatingly. This was Nanyuan. If they allowed themselves to get bogged down by combat, it would only be a matter of time before they were killed. The two hallmasters were respectively third-stage and fourth-stage skysoar cultivators. They were able to fight while retreating. After all, they were stronger than the two skysoar cultivators they were facing. At the same time, the other escaping cult members were using everything they had to flee the scene. At that moment, a group of people arrived outside the school. Some were old, some were middle-aged, and some were disabled. "Archers, shoot!" A white-haired old man roared, and instantly over a dozen old men unleashed the arrows from their bows. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, about a dozen cult members were killed. Spears, formation. Dozens of old and middle-aged men stepped forth and stabbed out with their spears. Sabers, advance. Die. Sounds of dropping limbs echoed in the air as the morale of the cult members dropped even lower. Some started crying in fear and some started begging for mercy. The leading old man merely curled his lips in disdain. They were making trouble in Great Jaya with only this much strength. Nanyuan's militia is here. Kill. Leave no mercy. Die. The roars of the group of elderly individuals rumble through the air. Plop, plop. One head after another fell onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were killed. Behind the cult members, the pursuing city guards approached and subjected the cult members to a pincer attack. The cult had suffered a complete defeat. Idiots! How can one retreat like this during combat? By exposing your backs to your enemies, what else are you supposed to do apart from dying? The old man appeared completely indifferent. This was nothing. This was merely a skirmish with several hundred participants. Could this even be considered a battle? Some of the cult members saw the leading old man and were in complete disbelief. They knew this old man. He was someone who would have difficulties climbing the stairs, a stingy neighborhood grandpa who would always bargain even when buying some cheap groceries. An old man like that was leading a group of senior citizens who were supposed to be doing recreational activities at the local park to kill them. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a killer before?" The old man roared. "Where are the axe bearers? Throw your axes." Whoosh! Instead of axes, about a dozen cleavers one could usually see in the kitchen were thrown through the air. They accurately struck the cult members, instantly cleaving through about a dozen heads. "Old Zhang, are you blind? You nearly hit me with that." The leading old man cursed. One of those cleavers had nearly struck him. Behind him, an old man with a crooked back said helplessly, "My hand was trembling. I'm getting old. Come on, it's not like it hit you." "Cut the crap." The old man roared again. "You youngsters over there, have you been missing your meals or something? Why are your attacks so weak? Don't you know that we can't hold on much longer? Kill them faster. If they left the encirclement, us old bags of bones won't be able to keep up with them. Die." That drove the instructors, city guards, and windcatcher department officers mad. This was too embarrassing. They had allowed hundreds of enemies to escape, but these old fellows that couldn't even run were able to instantly kill about 100 of them. If they didn't pick their pace up and kill some, they would be too embarrassed to show their faces in the city anymore. The battle proceeded smoothly. The cult members had no discipline whatsoever, and with their crumbling morale, it didn't take long before most of them were killed. Only a few infinite-strength cultivators were still trying hard to escape, but it was only a matter of time before they were taken down. Of all the fights occurring, the fights of the Skysoar cultivators were the most intense. They were currently fighting outside the school. The two cult members no longer intended to fight and only wanted to flee. Seeing that they wouldn't have much chance to kill the two, Xia Bing suddenly roared. "Let him go. Focus on the woman." The 10 martial dragon guards did not hesitate and gave up on the old man to charge the woman instead. "Hallmaster Chen," the woman yelled desperately. But Hallmaster Chen did not even spare her a glance. He soared into the sky and streaked away. As far as he was concerned, nothing was more important than keeping himself alive. In the blink of an eye, the old man had flown hundreds of meters away. In his eyes, one could see the joy of someone who had escaped calamity. They initially held the upper hand, but after deciding to flee, they had lost almost all their members. This old man no longer felt like staying. The people of Great Jie were indeed fierce, including their civilians. He had not expected that a bunch of retired veterans could unleash such a powerful combat strength. Some of those veterans were only middle-stage great-strength cultivators with weakened bodies due to old age. But after entering a military formation, they were able to kill a large number of high-stage great-strength cultivators in the blink of an eye. That was actually one of the strengths of humanity, strict army discipline. The old man felt very lucky that the woman had attracted the firepower away from him. The woman was dead for sure. He couldn't afford to keep thinking and focused only on fleeing, disregarding the high exhaustion rate of his source chi as he flew quickly. He could be stopped easily if he escaped on the ground, but by choosing to fly, he also made himself an obvious target. While the old man was rejoicing his escape, a young man suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 23, Total Defeat 2. How lucky. There's one here. The young man had a smile on his face. The old man's expression changed. "You, Assistant Researcher Bai Feng of Great Xia Cultural Research Academy. Merit points acquired." Next, the old man felt his source chi dispersing. He paled and said, "Yi, you dispersed my source chi?" "Yeah, that's easy." Bai Feng explained with a smile. The Divine Skywing technique cultivated by the Divine Skywing Sex Master is a useless cultivation method with numerous openings. It was something the Divine Skywing race used to deceive you fools. It is way too easy to make you suffer from the backlash of your own cultivation. Sorry, I can't keep chatting. I still have something else to do. Die, my friend. Thank you for the merit points. Once again, Bai Feng flashed the old man a big smile. His willpower erupted and instantly punctured the 9 acupoints of the old man. The old man suffered a backlash from his own source chi, instantly killing him. Well, this is profitable. With a wave of Bai Feng's hand, the old man's possessions flew toward him. I love nothing more than free merit points. A fourth-stage Skysoar cultivator is worth quite a lot of merit points. He then looked at the ongoing battle not far away and asked, "Do you need help?" The Martial Dragon Guard's squad leader roared, "Piss off. Bai Feng, you have been hiding all along. Now you're here to reap the harvest of our hard work." "That is absolutely not true," Bai Feng said with an aggrieved tone. "I just arrived." "Sigh, you fellows from the Martial Dragon Guards really have a bad temper. I'm a great researcher. Why would I do something like that?" Looking at Lu Wenyan, who was flying in his direction, Bai Feng immediately smiled. "Congratulations, Martial Uncle Lu, for your breakthrough." Lu Wenyan glanced at Bai Feng with an unhappy expression. "Shut your mouth. I'm not your martial uncle." "Martial uncle," teacher reminded me to. Scram. Lu Wenyan showed no mercy and shouted with an ugly expression. He did not seem happy seeing this guy. Bai Feng sighed. Just how had he offended these people here? He was telling the truth. He had really just arrived, and since he happened to encounter a fourth-stage Skysoar cultivator upon arrival, he decided to help them with that enemy. Was this how they repay him? Bai Feng stopped talking and landed on the ground. He ignored the ongoing battle as the Martial Dragon Guards and the mayor should be able to deal with one third-stage Skysoar cultivator. If they could get themselves killed even in such a situation, they deserved the death. "Martial uncle." Bai Feng had barely said anything when Lu Wenyan berated, "Who's your martial uncle?" Cough, Instructor Leo. I'm calling you Instructor Leo." Bai Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Instructor Liu, right after receiving your request, the academy sent me over. Teacher is very worried about you." Lu Wenyan became even more furious. "I don't need him worrying over me. I'm living a good life. Also, for how tardy you are, you want me to consider this a favor from him? This is an official business, not a private matter. Nobody is doing anyone any favors." Yes, exactly. You're right." Bai Feng did not mind the harsh words. With the same fawning smile, he said, "Mar Instructor Liu, the school is fine, right?" Liu Wenyan frowned. Behind him, the principal walked over while breathing heavily. With a sad tone, he said, 5 instructors were killed. The city guards and windcatcher department have lost more than 10 people as well. As for the students, those in the classrooms are fine. Those outside, I'm afraid more than 10 of them were killed." Liu Wenyan's face turned ugly. Bai Feng stopped smiling and awkwardly said, "I had really tried my best to get here as soon as possible. I didn't even stop along the way. Principal Wang, Martial Uncle, I'm sorry. I thought I could arrive in time." Liu Wenyan only snorted angrily instead of saying anything. The principal did not blame Bai Feng. He said, "All things considered, this is actually a good result. It is even better that you have managed to kill their last Skysoar cultivator as well." As for the casualties, there really wasn't anything they could do about it. The Myriad race cult wasn't weak. With only 30 deaths, they had eliminated so many cult members. This could be considered a great victory even on the All-Heaven battlefield. So strong, Su Yu and Chen Hao had arrived near the school gate. They had both witnessed the previous battle. Su Yu was very shocked to see how powerful that young man was. Previously, the Martial Dragon Guards had spent a long time fighting Hallmaster Chen, yet failed to defeat him. There were even a couple of close calls where Hallmaster Chen was nearly able to kill some of them. However, this Bai Feng fellow was able to easily kill Hallmaster Chen. What was his cultivation level? So this is someone from a cultural research academy? Su Yu couldn't help but to give Liu Wenyan a glance. So the instructor hadn't been lying, after all. A random person from a cultural research academy was already this strong. Even a fourth-stage Skysoar cultivator was instantly killed. Also, the instructor had instantly killed several infinite strength cultivators and one second-stage Skysoar cultivator right after his willpower materialization. That was too unbelievable. Is this the strength of cultural research academies, the strength of willpower? Beside him, Chen Hao was also blanking out from shock as he muttered, "You, Skysoar cultivators don't seem that strong at all. Why? Do they feel as weak as paper?" That was really how it looked when Liu Wenyan killed Wu Hen. It was the same when Bai Feng killed Hallmaster Chen. The two cult members had been killed before they could even blink. I don't know. Su Yu was finding all this hard to process as well. His father was a ninth-stage great strength cultivator. He had always thought that his father was quite strong, but after witnessing people like Instructor Liu and Bai Feng, his father was truly weak. In fact, dozens of infinite strength cultivators were killed today. His father must be quite fearless to enter the all-heaven battlefield with that little strength of his. While Su Yu was in thought, a shrill voice rang out in the air. The woman's head was cleaved open by Xia Bing, killing her on the spot. Just like that, the attack of the cult came to an end. It ended with a total defeat for them. Hundreds of their elite members had been killed. Not one was spared. On that day, Su Yu had killed two high-stage great strength cultivators. He also got to witness the strength of cultural researchers. In his mind, cultural research academies had been elevated to a much higher height than before. Any random person from a cultural research academy could kill skysoar cultivators like bugs. As for Instructor Liu, yeah, that guy was probably telling the truth when he claimed that he was the weakest among them. Su Yu was completely unaware of what the title assistant researcher signified. Nanyuan City had won the conflict with the Myriad race cult. After the victory, their next step was to clear the city of the remaining cult members. At the same time, outside Great Jaya City, Severed Head Mountain. At the top of a mountain shaped like a body with a severed head, Jia Longwu swung his saber, severing the final head of the divine race experts he had been facing. With a rumble, the 5-meter-tall corpse collapsed onto the ground. Have mercy. 5 divine race corpses could be seen on the ground. There was also one survivor. The survivor was not a divine, rather it was a human, the sect master of the divine Skywing sect. This was someone the humans had hunted for many years. They had never succeeded. He was an extremely powerful cultivator. At this moment, the mighty sect master was on his knees while trembling in fear. He loudly begged, "Spare me." Xie Longwu raised his saber expressionlessly and glanced at the sect master before saying softly, "Since your masters are dead, you should accompany them." "No, Lord, I can be useful for you," the trembling sect master pleaded. "I can lure more divines into Great Jia for you. I can convene a general assembly of the divine Skywing sect for you. I can even help you penetrate the inner circle of the Myriad race cult and locate the strongholds of the other sects. Lord, spare me. I can be helpful for humanity." Begging for mercy was pointless. He had to demonstrate his worth. Jia Longwu was too strong. He must have entered that realm. They had been mistaken, completely mistaken. The divine Skywing race had suffered disastrous losses during this operation. 5 of their super experts had been killed in Great Jia. Everything was over for the divine Skywing sect. They must have suffered great losses from their attacks in the other cities as well. The sect master knew that this was the end of their sect. But he didn't want to die. It had been very difficult for him to reach this level of cultivation. He was someone capable of eventually stepping into that realm. He was even willing to give up the chance to transform into a divine. He believed that he could step into that realm even while staying human. Xie Longwu overlooked the sect master from above. After a long while he spoke, "Anything else?" "Yes, yes. The divine Skywing sect has a lot of treasures hidden in a secret grotto. I've been to the divine Skywing race's territory. I know the situation there. I can lead the way for humanity. I can help assassinate their experts. Lord, I can even go to the all-heaven battlefield and fight for humanity, as long as you spare me." The sect master trembled as he spoke in panic. He didn't want to die. They had been defeated. 6 super experts had attacked Jia Longwu, and 5 had been rapidly killed. That was too terrifying. "Where is the secret grotto?" Jia Longwu asked coldly. "Lord, as long as you spare me." "Where is the secret grotto?" Jia Longwu asked again. His killing intent surged, not caring for anything other than the answer to his question. "Lord." Swish. A blade was swung, and a head was severed. Jia Longwu snorted coldly. This fellow sure had a lot of useless things to say. It didn't matter if he was unwilling to talk. Jia Longwu would just get his people to search around. If they couldn't find the treasure, so be it. A mere animal dared to bargain with him. Wanting to live? Dream on. Not one of the 6 super experts had survived the encounter with him. Xie Longwu started harvesting the corpses. These divine race corpses were all treasures, and there were 5 of them here. While he was busy looting the battlefield, a silhouette appeared atop a nearby mountain peak. Xie Longwu did not even spare that silhouette a glance and continued his harvest. Clap, clap, clap. The newcomer was a middle-aged man. While clapping, he smiled and said, "Xie Longwu, looks like you didn't need my help after all." Xie Longwu ignored the newcomer. "Are all geniuses so arrogant?" The middle-aged man had a carefree smile. "That's understandable. It is incredible that you can reach this level at your age. That is definitely surprising. I had thought that I would need to make a move to prevent these divines from escaping, but you were surprisingly able to defeat them all by yourself. Speaking of, why didn't you keep Yun Hao alive?" Yun Hao was the sect master of the Divine Skywing sect. He was a powerful expert. Scum like him does not deserve to keep living. After Xie Longwu was done looting the battlefield, he looked at the newcomer and coldly said, "Zhu Tiandao, I don't remember inviting you to Great Syria. What are you doing here? Why are you talking like that? No matter what, I can be considered an uncle of yours. Why are you addressing me by my name?" Sigh. But Zhu Tiandao still smiled and said, "Just because you hadn't invited me does not mean that someone else hadn't. Those old fogies had invited me before leaving." Xie Longwu did not say anything. Clearly, some people in the prefecture were worried about him, since he was going to face the enemies alone. Zhu Tiandao moved on to a different topic and asked, "You haven't entered that realm, right? I think you're still a little bit off. You're probably in the same situation as me. This feeling of being stuck is terrible, right? If you're already in that realm, you would have been able to instantly kill those bastards, instead of taking so long to defeat them. I have an opportunity that can allow people like us to progress. We might even be able to get a better look at the path forward." Chapter 24. Gains. Xie Longwu replied indifferently, "No thanks. I know my path. I can see it very clearly. After a while, I'll pay the All-Heaven battlefield a visit and kill a king. With that kill, I'll be able to step into that realm. I'm different from you." That rendered Zhu Tiandao speechless. He couldn't help but to curse inwardly. Was this guy trying to anger him? "You really think you can do it? You won't be able to get them. The kings are all getting more and more crafty nowadays. The moment you step on the All-Heaven battlefield, they will join hands against you, severing your path forward. Also, the difference before and after stepping into that realm is very big. I don't need you to tell me that." Xie Longwu did not really care about the advice he was being given. It wasn't like he had never seen an invincible expert before. His grandfather, the great Xia king, was one such invincible expert. Zhu Tiandao asked helplessly, "Are you not interested in what I have to say?" "No." Xie Longwu turned and started leaving. "If your method works, you wouldn't have been so weak. If your elder brother is still alive, he would probably have a higher chance to enter that realm. You are too weak compared to your brother." Zhu Tiandao was furious. "Kid, you're lucky you're only saying this to my face. If you try saying it at Great Ming, you'll get yourself beaten to death. Also, my elder brother was 9 when he passed away. How are you sure that he could be better than me?" "Because he is the first human to have ever entered the Great Strength realm at 9 years old." Zhu Tiandao had nothing to say. Yes, his elder brother was a genius who had reached the Great Strength realm at 9. However, it was precisely his fast speed that had practically turned him into an example of what one shouldn't do. Bathing in the blood of divines and devils, entering the Great Strength realm in one day. Firstborn of the great Ming King. Even now, there were more humans who knew his elder brother instead of him. Nevertheless, it still felt like he was being insulted hearing those words from Xie Longwu's mouth. Xie Longwu was serious. At least he has the courage to try. If you had entered the All-Heaven battlefield 100 years ago to fight the myriad races, you would have probably become an invincible expert by now. I'm not taking your advice. You're not worth learning from." Zhu Tiandao had nothing to say. Only after a while did he open his mouth. "You're making it sound so simple, Xie Longwu. I want to see if you're really undefeatable before the war formations of the myriad races. That's the same as throwing your life away. As someone with a chance to step into the invincible realm, why are you insisting on throwing your life away? If you get yourself killed, who can Great Xia rely on your grandpa? Nobody even knows where he is." That caused Jia Longwu to pause slightly. He then said, "It doesn't matter. My second uncle is alive. He can always come back. Him, he's even weaker than me. At that time, your great Xia will no longer be one of the 3 strongest prefectures. It's fine. Even if we are to fall, it won't be your great Ming that will replace us." Zhu Tiandao found himself incapable of communicating with Xia Longwu. He did not know whether he should laugh or cry. Seeing that Xia Longwu was about to leave, he hurriedly said, "3 years later, the Star Mansion will open. Great Ming has 10 openings while you guys have 20 openings. If we join hands..." "You're too weak. We won't be working with you guys." Xia Longwu, Zhu Tiandao was infuriated. "I came from so far away. Is this how you treat a faraway guest? How is our great Ming weak? 3 years later, we will be sending our strongest generation to the Star Mansion. If you're unwilling to work with us, we'll have to talk business. According to the policy, you need to give me 1 divine race corpse for my assistance here." Xia Longwu's expression changed. "If you disagree, work with us." Xia Longwu turned around and glared at Zhu Tiandao before cursing. "Shameless. How am I shameless?" Zhu Tiandao said helplessly, "We're proposing a cooperation. It's not like we're asking you to do all the work. Your great Xia might be strong, but we're not weak either." "Hmm." Xia Longwu snorted coldly. After a while he replied, "Fine, but if your people turn out to be too weak, I would rather give you a corpse instead. Weaklings are not worthy of working with us." He then soared into the sky and flew away. Looking at the departing figure, Zhu Tiandao stood there cussing for a while before smiling. "This kid Sai, he's really strong." Xia Longwu was indeed near that realm. They might seem similar in strength, but Xia Longwu was in a much better position. After all, Zhu Tiandao had been stuck at the same level since 100 years ago. 100 years ago, this kid wasn't even born yet. Each time they saw this kid, he would show considerable progress. It was no wonder that he dared to take the risk and face 5 divine race experts in battle. As strong as the divine Skywing race, this was still a disastrous defeat for them. Not only had they lost 5 super experts, they had even lost their divine Skywing sect. Few people were aware of the situation at Great Xia City. Even fewer people knew about the deaths of the 5 divine race experts and the sect master. That was a matter involving only those at the highest ranks. Regular people would not be informed of such a matter. Back at Nanyuan, the mayor, Liu Wenyan, and the other higher-ups were discussing the cleaning up of the remaining cult members outside the city. That wasn't a matter Su Yu could participate in. At the moment, Su Yu was hiding at a corner with Chen Hao while checking their gains. Are we rich?" Looking at the loot before them, Chen Hao asked in excitement, Why do these people walk around with so much valuables on them?" "Those in the Myriad race cult trust nobody. They are also frequently forced to migrate to a new stronghold. It is only natural that they will carry all their valuables with them." Su Yu wasn't too surprised. When it came to the Myriad race cult, killing their higher-ups would sometimes grant a pitiful amount of loot. That was because the higher-ups generally had a fixed residence. Those people were hidden very well in the human realm. That wasn't the case for the lower-ranked members. They had no fixed base of operation, they were always on the move, and killing them would generally net one all their belongings. 2 cultivation methods, 2 martial techniques, 5 drops of unknown blood essence. We can easily learn more about the blood essence by asking around. The more Chen Hao spoke, the wider the grin he had. "There's also a bottle of body-forging pills. Too bad there are only 5 pills left. They will be very helpful for great strength cultivators. 16 pieces of Anping gold coins with a value of 10,000 Anping dollars each. This is the first time I've ever touched a gold coin. My dad has some, but he never gave me any." Gold coins were quite valuable. Some of the Myriad race cult members didn't keep too much money on them, as it was quite inconvenient to carry all that money around. Thus, they would convert their money to gold coins for ease of carry. As for bank cards, they were worried that their bank accounts would be frozen in the event they were discovered. Thus, Su Yu and Chen Hao had gained a decent number of gold coins after killing the 2 cult members. 16 gold coins could be exchanged for $160,000. In truth, for those in the great strength realm, this wasn't a large amount of money. After all, it wasn't cheap for them to cultivate. "Do we submit our loot to the city?" Chen Hao was clearly unwilling to do so, but he still asked. According to the policy, all spoils of war need to be reported and submitted. That was a reasonable policy. After all, there were more than one person participating in the battle. Submitting them. Su Yu gave it some thought. Let me think about it. Submitting our loot will basically tell them that we've killed 2 cult members. But we're so weak. How did we accomplish that? How don't tell anyone that I was the one who had killed them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Chen Hao nodded. He whispered, why are you suddenly so strong? Those are great strength cultivators. I heard from the instructors that the cult members attacking this time are all at the 7th stage great strength realm and above. How did you penetrate their defense? Don't ask. I won't tell you. Su Yu's gaze landed on the 2 tiny black badges on the ground. Those were the badges of the Myriad race cult. To keep their identities hidden, the cult members would normally not carry these badges around. But since this was a major operation, they were expected to pull out after it was completed. To make it easier to identify themselves to their people, they all carried these badges to the mission. That was how Su Yu and Chen Hao had come into possession of these badges. These badges could serve as the proof of their contribution during the battle. After thinking about it, Su Yu tossed one of the badges to Chen Hao before picking a cultivation method, a martial technique, 2 drops of blood essence, and 6 gold coins from the pile, and giving them all to Chen Hao. If you want to join a war academy, submit these. Use them to prove that you have killed a cult member. Chen Hao grew excited, but his mood quickly deflated as he said, Forget it. It'll be hard to explain myself. You were the one who had killed the cult members. They will investigate the claim if I report it. He wanted to join a war academy, but submitting these items would expose Su Yu. Su Yu smiled. It doesn't matter. It's not like great strength cultivators can't die. Of course, we definitely can't claim the kill for the second guy. I pierced his heart with my bare hand. It wouldn't be an issue to claim the first kill. With a saber, it won't be too surprising to make a kill by cutting harder. Just report the kill and claim that the enemy was careless and gave you the chance to make the kill. Will this really work? Chen Hao was nervous. Why don't you claim the kill instead? I thought you wanted to join a war academy as well. Me? I won't be needing this. Su Yu was indifferent. I can kill great strength cultivators. Do you think it'll be hard for me to join a war academy? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that I've broken through to the 4th stage a few days ago. I can also feel that the 5th stage is near. Chen Hao felt like someone was stabbing his heart with needles. Was Su Yu telling the truth? That was too fast an improvement. But Su Yu was someone who had killed great strength cultivators. He had no choice but to believe those words. Chen Hao gazed at Su Yu with an aggrieved look. Were all geniuses this crazy? But Su Yu had not been so crazy in the past. Su Yu ignored Chen Hao. After putting away the rest of the items, he whispered, You can claim the kill, but I need the merit points for it. Also, you still have about $10,000 in your savings, right? I want all of them as well. Consider it a payment to purchase this kill from me. Do you understand me? Chen Hao had a pitiful look on his face. What a greedy fellow. This fellow had gained so many from the kills and was still trying to get his personal savings. It wasn't like he had gotten the money easily. It had taken him years to save all that money. Was Su Yu going to take everything he had saved all these years? Why are you looking at me like that? You'll be rewarded after submitting the loot. But the reward will be in the form of merit points. Chen Hao had a pitiful expression. Was Su Yu taking him for a fool? Su Yu had demanded for the merit points as well. That basically meant that Su Yu was going to wipe him clean. At the very least, you're getting a chance to join a war academy. Am I right? It's only $10,000. Between $10,000 and a war academy, what's your choice? Chen Hao sank into confusion. He nodded blankly. Su Yu was right. It was completely worth it to exchange $10,000 for a chance to join a war academy. Then it's decided. You can say that I helped you, but remember to claim that you were the one to make the killing strike. What if they check the wound and find out that it's something left by someone with more than a bit of physical strength? Chen Hao wasn't a complete fool. An expert could easily see a lot of details by inspecting the wound. Don't worry. I saw that they have gathered all the corpses to be cremated. Just wait until they're done before making the claim. At that point, there won't be anything left for them to inspect. What are you afraid of? But, fine, why don't we forget it? I'm not the one desperate to enter a war academy here. Chen Hao sank into hesitation. Fine, I'll do it. Don't worry, I won't betray you. If they're going to investigate, they can do it to me. What's so weird about me killing a cult member? I'm just that strong. Chen Hao made his choice. He still wanted to enter a war academy. This was his best chance to do so. Su Yu moved on from the topic. It wasn't likely that the school would conduct a detailed investigation on the claim. Of course they would be doubtful. But with the corpse cremated and nobody else to claim their kill, the worst that could happen was the school paying a little more attention to Chen Hao. That was only a great strength cultivator, not an infinite strength cultivator. It wasn't impossible that a source-opening cultivator could kill one by a stroke of luck. It really wasn't that big of a deal. 10 gold coins, 3 drops of blood essence, 5 body-forging pills, 1 cultivation method, 1 martial technique. Su Yu was in a great mood as he tallied his gains from the day. Using a drop of blood essence, he had earned 10 times the value in loot. He could finally stop worrying that he would use up all his father's money and starve. He needed to figure out what race the blood essence belonged to. Maybe they could help him activate more pages in his book. Chapter 25, Merit Claiming 1. While Su Yu and Chen Hao were splitting their loot, in the instructor's office, Bai Feng looked bored as he sat on a chair while looking at the endlessly arguing group before him. When they were at the end of their discussion, he finally said, "Martial uncle, do I still need to take those students to the capital?" "What stupid question is that? Do you think it's cheap to stay in Great Xia City?" Bai Feng had a helpless expression. These people were the ones who had wanted to send the students away. He was only confirming if that was still the case. Why was his martial uncle taking it out on him? "Martial uncle, how about your body refinement? Is there any powerful blood essence or source chi core here at Nanyuan?" The principal laughed awkwardly. "About that. Researcher Bai, you see, the academy." "You don't need to plead for their help," Liu Wenyan said indifferently. "I can take my time and slowly refine my body. My willpower has materialized. There is no rush." Bai Feng hurriedly said, "Martial uncle, you can't say that. Without a powerful blood essence to refine your body, you might not be able to push your body to the level of a regular Skysoar cultivator. That will greatly affect your future progress. The stronger the blood essence, the more helpful it will be for you. If you can get the blood of a Skysoar realm divine or devil, with the strength of your willpower, you'll be able to instantly push your cultivation to the 3rd stage. For the path of willpower, one would not prioritize the physical body during the early phase. But upon reaching the Skysoar stage, that must change. One would start training one's physical body then. At that point, the more powerful the blood essence one used, the stronger a foundation one could forge." Liu Wenyan completely ignored Bai Feng. Blood essence of divines or devils, blood of Skysoar realm experts. Where was he supposed to find something like that? Even at the All-Heaven battlefield, it was extremely difficult to kill a divine or a devil. Furthermore, even the weakest of them at the All-Heaven battlefield would be at the Skysoar realm. If they were too strong, their blood wouldn't be suitable for him. That was also the case if they were too weak. His best option was the blood of someone in the Skysoar realm. Liu Wenyan had never entertained the thought of forging his foundation with the blood of divines or devils. Even in a cultural research academy, few would be able to do something like that. The blood essence of divines and devils were simply too rare. When Bai Feng saw that Liu Wenyan was ignoring him, he thought for a bit before saying, "Teacher has a few drops of Skysoar Flying Sky Tiger blood essence. The Flying Sky Tigers are very powerful with strong bodies. Why don't you tell teacher?" "Scram," said Liu Wenyan. Immediately after, the principal exclaimed in excitement, "Flying Sky Tiger? The 32nd ranked race among the myriad races." "Yes, old Liu." The principal was getting more and more excited. "Forget your ego. If you rely on yourself and Nanyuan, how are you going to get the blood essence of a top 100 race? Even if the Flying Sky Tigers aren't as good as the divines and the devils, they aren't that much worse. Their blood essence can help you reach the 2nd stage or even a 3rd stage if you're lucky. You're an old man. Don't tell me you're going to waste more time lingering at the early stages of the Skysoar realm. Without a powerful blood essence to help build a foundation, Liu Wenyan might need at least 5 years or even 10 years to reach the third stage despite his strong willpower. He was over 70. He did not have much time to waste. Nearby, Zaya Bing of the Martial Dragon Guards opened his mouth in hesitation. After some time, he finally said, "Instructor Liu, the flying sky tigers are very powerful. It will be a good idea for you to get a few drops of their blood essence from the academy. The Myriad race cult has entered Great Zaya. Nanyuan has limited strength, so they will be needing your help." With the blood essence of flying sky tigers, Liu Wenyan would be able to build a strong foundation that might bring him to the middle stage of the Skysoar realm in only a few years. If he did so, Nanyuan would gain a middle stage Skysoar realm expert. That would place the city in a much better position, unlike now where they were having difficulties even defending themselves. Liu Wenyan ignored them. He looked at Bai Feng and frowned as he said, "I don't need you to worry about this for me. Bai Feng, how many students are the academy accepting from Nanyuan this year?" "Around 10. Bai Feng smiled. "Martial uncle, do you plan to add a few additional students?" Liu Wenyan ignored the question and asked, "How many students are the academy accepting in total?" "Around 2,000, but 500 of the 2,000 will be accepted from the other prefectures. The rest of the students will be accepted from within Great Zaya. According to the statistics, the academy will accept around 1,000 students from the capital each year. The remaining 500 students will come from the other cities in Great Zaya. Of the 28 cities in Great Xia, Nanyuan was the smallest and the weakest. That was why they had the lowest number of accepted students. Each year, the Great Xia Cultural Research Academy would only accept around 10 students from Nanyuan. Take more this year?" Liu Wenyan demanded. "At least 2 more. Martial uncle, this isn't something I can decide. Assistant researchers have at least 2 free slots. Since you've stolen a 4th stage Skysoar cult member from us, pay with those 2 slots of yours." "Martial uncle, you're being unreasonable here. I was the one who had killed the cult member. It's not like you guys can kill him if I hadn't arrived in time." "Exactly. I'm being unreasonable." Liu Wenyan started acting shameless. Nanyuan lost over 10 students over this. The students are all feeling downcast at the moment. That is Nanyuan's fault, but at the same time Great Xia is also at fault. The capital has failed to assist us in time. That should not have happened in the first place. It's only fair that you accept a few more students to help them recover from their emotional damage. Bai Feng opened his mouth helplessly, but no words came out. Yes, he had not been using the 2 slots assigned to him, but that was still quite a big favor to give. Finally, he gave up and said, "Sure, Martial uncle. Nanyuan can get 2 additional slots, but the students need to meet the minimum requirements, otherwise I can't do it. They will only end up kicked after entering the academy." Finally, a smile appeared on Liu Wenyan's face. "That is only natural. Su Yu and Liu Yue will get the 2 slots." Everyone looked at him in astonishment. What a crafty fellow. Those 2 were basically guaranteed to pass their examinations. They would definitely not be disqualified after getting the 2 slots. And by giving them the additional slots, Nanyuan's original slots remained the same, allowing 2 additional students to get into the Great Zaya Cultural Research Academy this year. Bai Feng was aware of that since the academy had the names of these students as well. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine. That's good, I suppose. Their performance and accomplishment after entering the academy will add to my records. At the very least, those 2 wouldn't embarrass him. He would lose a lot of face if the 2 joined through him only to get themselves kicked out of the academy due to their bad results. Liu Wenyan smiled. "Good. Also, since they're entering with your slots, you should offer them some guidance to make sure they get in. I won't spare you if they end up failing their entrance exam." Martial uncle about that. Bai Feng had a gloomy look. "I'm a researcher. They're only secondary school students. The gap between them was too big. Was there even a need for someone like him to teach them?" "Assistant researcher," Liu Wenyan emphasized, reminding Bai Feng that he was an assistant first and a researcher second. "Fine, fine. Since that's what Martial Uncle wants, I have no problem with it. Tell them to come see me. I'll be staying here for 3 days. I'm tired from the long journey anyway. With his goal accomplished, Liu Wenyan waved Bai Feng away impatiently. Kicking me off after getting what he wants, Bai Feng muttered helplessly and left. The principal couldn't help but to laugh and say, "Old Liu, you're still very well respected, it seems. Looks like 2 additional talents will emerge from our school this year." To the side, the straightforward Jia Bing remarked, "It's senior researcher Hong, that's the well-respected one." "What did you just say?" Liu Wenyan's eyes immediately turned unfriendly, so Jia Bing hurriedly shut his mouth. That was the truth. Why couldn't Liu Wenyan accept it? If it wasn't for senior researcher Hong, Bai Feng wouldn't have shown Liu Wenyan so much respect. For someone like Bai Feng, Liu Wenyan's current cultivation was nothing special. Xia Bing did the smart thing and voiced none of that. Instead, he shifted the topic and said, "Earlier, someone reported that 2 cult members were killed near the cafeteria. One was killed using the school's training saber, the other had his heart crushed by claws. During the time of death, no instructors, city guards, or Windcatcher Department officers are around that area." Liu Wenyan frowned and said, "It doesn't matter. Are you suggesting that you need to have an official position to kill someone from the Myriad race cult?" "You misunderstand, Instructor Liu. I'm worried that we have an undercover in the school, but the undercover is not likely to be too strong. The cult member has probably been killed by a sneak attack. The attacker is most likely a great strength cultivator." "Did anyone claim the kill?" "Not yet. We're still tallying the results of the battle." The principal gave it some thought and said, "If it's a great strength cultivator, it will be hard to find. But if we really have an undercover great strength cultivator here, it doesn't matter. The school isn't so weak that we can't handle a great strength cultivator. Old Liu has broken through. We can even deal with infinite strength cultivators now. You can stop the investigation for now. Don't worry about it. Maybe it's the parent of a student or something." The principal wasn't too bothered. It was likely that a parent was worried about their child and had sneaked into the school and killed the cult member during the battle. After the battle ended, they sneaked off again, since sneaking into the school wasn't exactly a feat worth bragging about. "You're right." Xiaobing smiled. "We'll see. Maybe someone will claim the kill. I'm just worried that a student will come and claim the kill instead. After all, false claims are a serious matter. The academy entrance exam is near. If a student has a record of making a false claim, it won't be a good look." "Which student would be stupid enough to do that?" The principal was unbothered. It was a punishable offense for a parent to kill a cult member and have their child take the claim to help with their entrance examination. Liu Wenyan said impatiently, "Don't be so narrow-minded. It's not impossible that a student can kill a cult member through sheer luck. If a student really comes forward to make the claim, just investigate it. There is no need to make a big deal out of it." That was the end of the topic. The principal did not think that any student would claim the kill, but in truth, a certain student was actually roaming nearby, waiting for the corpse to be cremated before claiming the kill.